Chapter 4. Boiling Earth and Sea. Two celestial bodies were driven near to each other. The interior of the terrestrial globe pushed toward the exterior. The Earth, disturbed in its rotation, developed heat. The land surface became hot. Various sources of many peoples describe the melting of the Earth's surface and the boiling of the sea. The earth burst and lava flowed. The Mexican sacred book Papavu and the manuscript Cacuchel, the manuscript Traiano, all record how the mountains in every part of the Western Hemisphere simultaneously gushed lava. The volcanoes that opened along the entire chain of the Cordilleras and in other mountain ranges and on flatland vomited fire, vapor, and torrents of lava. These and other Mexican sources relate how, at the closing hours of the age that was brought to an end by rain of fire, mountains swelled under the pressure of molten masses, and the new ridges rose. New volcanoes sprang out of the earth, and streams of lava flowed out of the cleft earth. Events underlying Greek and Mexican traditions are narrated in the scriptures. The mountains shake with the swelling, the earth melted. Clouds and darkness, fire, the earth saw and trembled. The hills melted like wax. He looketh on the earth, and it trembleth. He toucheth the hills, and they smoke. The earth trembled, the mountains melted. Even that Sinai, he rebuketh the sea, and maketh it dry, and drieth up all the river. The mountains quake at him, and the hills melt, and the earth is burned, yea, the world, and all that dwelleth therein. And even the bottom of the sea boiled here and there. The sea boiled, and all the shores of the ocean boiled. All the middle of it boiled, says the Zendavesta. The star, Tistria, made the sea boil. The traditions of the Indians retain the memory of this boiling of the water in the river and sea. The tribes of British Columbia tell great clouds appeared. It's funny, we got a thunderstorm going on outside. Actually, we're under a tornado warning right now. Great clouds appeared, such a great heat came, that finally the water boiled. People jumped into the streams and lakes to cool themselves, and died. On the North Pacific coast of America, the tribes insist that the ocean boiled. It grew very hot. Many animals jumped into the water to save themselves, but the water began to boil. The Indians of the Southern Ute tribe in Colorado record in their legends that the rivers boiled. Jewish tradition, as preserved in the rabbinical sources, declares that the mire at the bottom of the Sea of Passage was heated. The Lord fought against the Egyptians with the pillar of cloud and fire. The mire was heated to the boiling point by the pillar of fire. The rabbinical sources say also that the pillar of fire and of smoke leveled mountains. Hesiod, in his Theogony, relating the upheaval caused by celestial collision, says the huge earth groaned. A great part of the huge earth was scorched by the terrible vapor and melted as tin melts when heated by man's art, or as iron, which is the hardest of all things, is softened by glowing fire in mountain glens. According to the traditions of the New World, the profile of the land changed in a catastrophe. New valleys were formed, mountain ridges were torn apart, new gulfs were cut out, ancient heights were overturned, and new ones sprang up. The few survivors of the ruined world were enveloped, it's a wonder there were any, in darkness. The sun in some way did not exist, and in intervals in the light of the blazing fires, they saw the silhouettes of new mountains. The Mayan sacred book, Papavu, says that the god rolled mountains and removed mountains, and great and small mountains moved and shaked. Mountains swelled with lava. Carnerea Viracocha, the god of the Incas, raised mountains from the flatland and flattened other mountains. And similarly, when Israel went out of Egypt, the sea saw and fled. The mountains skipped like rams, and the little hills like lambs. Tremble, thou earth, at the presence of the Lord, which removeth the mountains, which overturneth them in his anger, which shaketh the earth out of her place, which commandeth the sun, and it riseth not, which alone spreadeth out the heavens, and treadeth upon waves of the sea. Mount Sinai. Along the eastern shore of the Red Sea, there stretches a mountainous crest, with a number of volcanic craters, at present extinguished. Some, however, were active not many centuries ago. One of these volcanoes is usually described as the Mount of the Law-Giving. In the 70s of the last century, a scholar, Charles Beck, suggested that Mount Sinai was a volcano in the Arabian Desert. The book of Deuteronomy 4:11 says the mountain burned with fire unto the midst of heaven, with darkness, clouds, and thick darkness. Beck's idea was rejected by his contemporaries, and ultimately by himself. Modern scholars, however, agree with this original theory, and for this reason they look for the Mount of the Law-Giving among the volcanoes of Mount Seir, and not on the traditional Sinai Peninsula, where there are no volcanoes. Thus, the claims of the rival peaks of the Sinai Peninsula for the honor of being the Mount of the Law-Giving are silenced by new contestants. It is true that it is stated the mountains melted, even that Sinai, but this melting of summits does not necessarily mean an opening up of craters. Rocks turned into a flowing mass. Damn, it must have been terrible. The plateau of the Sinai Peninsula is covered with formations of basalt lava. Wide stretches of the Arabian Desert also glisten with lava. Lava formations interspersed with the extinguished volcanoes stretch from the vicinity of Palmyra southward into Arabia as far as Mecca. Only a few thousand years ago, the deserts glowed with the beacons of many volcanoes. Mountains melted. Lava flowed over the ground from the numerous fissures. The celestial body that the great architect of nature sent close to the earth made contact with it, and electrical discharges retreated and approached again. If we are to believe the scriptural data, there elapsed 7 weeks, or by another computation, about 2 months, from the day of the Exodus to the day of the revelation at Mount Sinai. There were thunders and lightnings, and thick cloud upon the mount, and the voice of the trumpet exceeding loud, so that all people that was in the camp trembled. And Mount Sinai was altogether on a smoke, and the smoke thereof ascended as the smoke of a furnace, and the whole mount quaked greatly. And when the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and waxed louder and louder, Moses spake, and God answered him by a voice. The Talmud and Midrashim describe the mountain of the law-giving as quaking so greatly that it appeared as if it were lifted up and shaken above the heads of people. And the people felt as if they were no longer standing securely on the ground, but were held up by some invisible force. The presence of a heavenly body overhead caused this phenomenon and this feeling. Then the earth shook and trembled. The foundations also of the hills moved and were shaken, because he was wroth. He bowed the heavens also. There was that bowed. And came down, and darkness was under his feet. At the brightness that was before him, his thick clouds passed, hailstones, and coals of fire. The Lord also thundereth in the heavens, hailstones and coals of fire. He shot out lightnings. Then the channel of waters were seen, and the foundations of the world were discovered. Earth and heaven participated in the cosmic convulsion. In the fourth book of Ezra, the occurrences witnessed at Mount Sinai are described in these words: Thou didst bow down the heavens, didst make the earth quake and convulse the world. Thou didst cause the deeps to tremble, and didst alarm the spheres. The approach of a star toward the earth in the days of the revelation at Sinai is implied by the text of the Tractate Shabbat. Although the ancestors of later proselytes were not present at the mountain of the lawgiving, their star was there close by. An author of the first century of the present era, whose work on biblical antiquities has been ascribed to Philo, the Alexandrian philosopher, thus describes the commotion on the earth. Below and in the sky above, the mountain Sinai burned with fire, and the earth shook, and the hills were removed, and the mountains overthrown. The depths boiled, and all the inhabitable places were shaken, and flames of fire shone forth, and thunderings and lightnings were multiplied, and winds and tempests made a roaring. The stars were gathered together, collided, referring to the verse, He bowed the heavens also, or is it bowed? I never know if that's bowed or bowed. He bowed the heavens also, and came down, Psalms 18. Pseudo-Philo describes the events, I wonder why he says pseudo-Philo, describes the events of Mount Sinai, and says that the Lord impeded the course of the stars. The earth was stirred from her foundation, and the mountains and rocks trembled in their fastenings, and the clouds lifted up their waves against the flame of the fire, that it should not consume the world, and all the waves of the sea came together. The Hindus depict the cosmic catastrophe at the end of a world age. The whole world breaks into flames, so also 100,000 times 10 million worlds. All the peaks of Mount Seirnu, even those which are hundreds of leagues in height, crumble and disappear in the sky. The flames of fire raise up and envelope the heaven. The sixth sun, or sun age, ended. Similarly, in the Jewish tradition with the revelation at Sinai, the sixth world age was terminated, and the seventh began. Theophany. Earthquakes are often accompanied by a roaring noise that comes from the bowels of the earth. This phenomenon was known to early geographers. Pliny wrote that earthquakes are preceded or accompanied by a terrible sound. Vaults supporting the ground give way, and it seems as though the earth heaves deep sighs. The sound was attributed to the gods and called theophany. The eruptions of volcanoes are also accompanied by loud noises. The sound produced by Krakatoa in the East Indies during the eruption of 1883 was so loud that it was heard as far as Japan, 3,000 miles away. The furthest distance traveled by sound recorded in modern annals. In the days of the Exodus, when the world was shaken and rocked, and all volcanoes vomited lava, and all continents quaked, the earth groaned almost unceasingly. At an initial stage of the catastrophe, according to Hebrew tradition, Moses heard the silence of the desert, the sound which he interpreted to mean, I am that I am Yahweh. Heard the people in the frightful night at the mountain of the lawgiving. The whole mount quaked greatly, and the voice of the trumpet sounded long, and all the people saw the roars, and the torches, and the noise of the trumpet at the mountain smoking. And when the people saw it, they trembled, and stood afar off. It was a perfect setting for hearing words in the voice of nature in an uproar. An inspired leader interpreted the voice he heard, 10 long, trumpet-like blasts. The earth groaned for weeks now. All its strata had been disarranged, its orbit distorted, its world quarters displaced, its oceans thrown upon its continents, its seas turned into deserts, its mountains upheaved, its islands submerged, its rivers running upstream, the world flowing with lava shattered by meteorites, with yawning chasms, burning naphtha, vomiting volcanoes, shaking ground, a world enshrouded in an atmosphere filled with smoke and vapor, twisting of strata and building of mountains, earthquakes, rumbling of volcanoes, joined in an infernal din. It was the voice, not only in the desert of Sinai. The entire world must have heard it. The sky and earth resounded, mountains and hills were moved, says the Midrash. Loud did the firmament roar, and earth with echo resounded, says the Epic of Gilgamesh. In Hesiod, the huge earth groaned when Zeus lashed Typhon with his bolts. The earth resounded terribly, and the wide heaven above, the approach of two charged globes toward each other, could also produce trumpet-like sounds, varying as the distance between them increased or lessened. It appears that this phenomenon is described by Pseudo-Philo as testimony of the trumpets between the stars and their lord. Here we can trace the origin of the Pythagorean notion of the music of the spheres, and the idea that stars make music. In Babylonia, the spheres of the planets were called voices, and they were supposed to produce music. According to Midrashic literature, the trumpets sounding at Mount Sinai had 7 different pitches or notes, and the rabbinical literature speaks of the heavenly music heard at the revelation. At the first sound, the sky and the earth moved. The seas and the rivers turned into flight. Mountains and hills were loosened in their foundations. Homer depicts a similar occurrence in these words. The wide earth rang, and round about great heaven pealed as with a trumpet. The world all burns at the blast of the horn, it is said in the Valuspa. According to the Hebrew tradition, all the nations heard the roaring of the law-giving. It appears that at Mount Sinai, the sound that sounded long rose 10 times. In this roaring, the Hebrews heard the dialogue, "Thou shalt not kill. Thou shalt not commit adultery. Thou shalt not steal." These words of the Decalogue were not heard by Israel alone, but by the inhabitants of all earth. The divine voice divided itself into the 70 tongues of men, so that all might understand it. The souls of the heathens almost fled from them when they heard it. The din caused by the groaning earth repeated itself again and again, but not so loud as subterranean strata readjusted themselves after being dislocated. Earthquakes incessantly shook the ground for years. The papyrus Ippawur calls these years years of noise. Years of noise, there is no end to the noise. And again, oh, that earth would cease from noise, and tumult, uproar, be no more. The sound probably had the same pitch all over the world as it came from the deep interior of the earth, all of whose stratas were dislocated when it was thrown from its orbit and forced from its axis. The great king lawgiver of China, in whose time a dreadful cataclysm took place and the order of nature was disturbed, bore the name Yahoo. In the preface to the Shu King, attributed to Confucius, it is written, "Examining into antiquity, we find that the Emperor Yao was called Fang Hin. Yahoo was a surname given to him in the time following the flood. apparently inspired by the sound of the earth's groaning. The same sound was heard in those years in the Western Hemisphere, or wherever the ancestors of the Indians then lived. They relate that once when the heavens were very close to the earth, all mankind lifted the sky, little by little, at the repeating, shouting Yahoo, which rang all over the world. In Indonesia, an oath is accompanied by the invocation of the heavenly bodies. An arrow is shot toward the sky, while all present raise a cry of Jujuhui. The same sound is heard in the very name Jove, Jupiter. The name Yahweh is preserved in shorter forms as well, Yahoo and Yo. Hey, yo! As the name of the deity in the Bible. Diodorus wrote of Moses that he had received his laws from God invoked by the name Io. In Mexico, Yao, or Yodel, is the god of war. The similarity of sound has already been noted. Nihonji, Chronicles of Japan, from the earliest times, begins with a reference to the time when of old heaven and earth were not yet separated, and the in and yo not divided yet. Yo is the earth. The time when the sky touched the earth is the time when the heavy dust and vapor-charged clouds of the comet enveloped the globe and lay very close to the ground. End of subchapter. Emperor Yao. The history of China is commonly supposed to extend back to Grey Antiquity. But in reality, the sources of the ancient period of Chinese past are very, very scanty. For they were destroyed by the Emperor Xingqi Huang, 246 to 209, before the present era, BC. He ordered all books on history and astronomy, as well as works of classic literature, to be burned. Search for these books was made throughout the empire for this purpose. The story persists that a few remnants of the old literature were again put into writing from the memory of an old man. Some were said to have been found hidden in the sepulchre of Confucius. The sepulchre of Confucius, and are ascribed to his pen. Of these few remains of the old lore, the most cherished are those which tell of the Emperor Yahoo and his times. His personality and his period are considered as the most auspicious in the Chinese annals. The history of China preceding his reign is ascribed to the mythical period of the Chinese past. In the days of Yahoo, the event occurred which separates the almost obliterated and very dim past of China from the period that is considered historical. China was overwhelmed by an immense catastrophe. At that time, the miracle is said to have happened that the sun, during a span of 10 days, did not set. The forests were ignited, and a multitude of abominable vermin was brought forth. In the lifetime of Yahoo, the sun did not set for 10 full days, and the entire land was flooded. An immense wave that reached the sky fell down on the land of China. The water was well up on the high mountains, and the foothills could not be seen at all. This recalls Psalm 104. The waters stood above the mountains. They go up by the mountains, and Psalm 107. The waves mount up to the heaven. Destructive in their overflow are the waters of inundation, said the emperor. In their vast extent, they embrace the hills and overtop the great heights, threatening the heavens with their floods. the emperor ordered that all efforts be made to open outlets for the waters that were caught in the valleys between the mountains. For many years the population labored, trying to free the plains and valleys of the waters of the flood by digging channels and draining the fields. For a considerable number of years all efforts were in vain. The minister who was in charge of this urgent and immense work, Khwan, that's Khwan, was sentenced to death because of his failure. For 9 years he labored, but the work was unaccomplished, and only his son Yu succeeded in draining the land. This achievement was so highly rated that Yu became Emperor of China after King Shun, first successor to Yahoo. This Yu was the founder of the new and notable dynasty called by his name. The chronicles of modern China preserve records of 1 million lives lost in a single overflow of the Yellow River. Another natural catastrophe, the earthquake, also caused great devastation in China at various times. It is estimated that in the year 1556, the quaking earth took 830,000 lives and 3 million in 1662. Was not the catastrophe of the time of Yahoo one of the major inundation of rivers, as modern scholars suppose it to have been? But the fact that this catastrophe has been vivid in traditions for thousands of years, while neither the overflow of the Yellow River, when 1 million people perished, nor the great earthquakes play a conspicuous part in the recollections of a nation, as an argument against the established interpretations. Rivers do not overflow in the form of a sky-high wave. The overflowing rivers of China subside in a few weeks, and the water does not remain in the plains until the following spring, but flows away, and the ground dries in a few more weeks. The flood of Yahoo required draining for many years, and during all this period water covered the lower part of the country. Yahoo's reign is remembered for the following undertaking. This emperor sent scholars to different parts of China, and even to Indochina, to find out the location of north, west, east, and south, by observing the direction of the sun's rising and setting, and the motion of the stars. He also charged his astronomers to find out the duration of seasons, and to draw up a new calendar. The Shu King is called the oldest book of Chinese chronicles, rewritten from memory or from the hidden manuscript after the burning of books by Sin Chi Hung. In its oldest section, the Canon of Yahoo, it is written, "Thereupon Yahoo commanded he and Ho in reverent accordance with the wide heavens to calculate and delineate the movements and appearances of the sun, deliver respectfully the seasons to the people. The necessity soon thereafter, the flood, of finding anew the 4 directions, and learning anew the movements of the sun and the moon, of delineating the zodiacal signs, of compiling the calendar, of informing the population of China of the sequence of the seasons, creates the impression that during the catastrophe the orbit of the earth and the year, the inclination of the axis, and the seasons, the orbit of the moon and the month changed. We are not told what caused the cataclysm, but it is written in ancient annals that during the reign of Yahoo, a brilliant star issued from the constellation Yin. According to old Tibetan traditions, the highlands of Tibet, too, were flooded in a great cataclysm. The traditions of the Tibetans speak also of terrifying comets that caused great upheavals. Calculations were undertaken to establish the dates of the Emperor Yahoo on the basis of a remark that the constellation Nio, thought to he the constellation Hydra, culminated at sunset on the day of the vernal equinox in the time of Yahoo. It was reckoned that the flood occurred in the 23rd century before the present era, but this date has been questioned by many. Sometimes it has also been supposed that the flood of Yahoo was the Chinese story of the universal flood, but this point of view has been abandoned. The story of the deluge of Noah has its parallel in a Chinese tradition about a universal flood in prehistoric times, in the days of Fo He, or Fo Hai, who alone of all the country was saved. The flood of Yahoo is sometimes regarded as simultaneous with the flood of Ogyges. The flood of Ogyges, I think that's what it's pronounced like, did not occur in the third millennium. Let's see if it is. Maybe it's not. Let's see what the computer voice says. Be real brief here. I have to put it in. Okay, then erase everything that comes with it, which is quite a bit, and then hit, and it shows me a beetle. Let's see how it pronounces it. Okay, here we go. You ready? Here we go. Oh, they're spelling it different. Hold on, I gotta find the right. Okay, there it is.
Ogyges.
Ogyges. It just depends on whether you go J or G with a G. To me, that would be Ogyges. It sounds better. Okay, back to the book. The synchronism of these devastations with the catastrophes of the days of Moses and Joshua will be demonstrated and supported by ancient and chronological sources. When we summarize what has been told about the time of Yahoo, we have the following data. The sun did not set for a number of days. The forests were set on fire. Vermin filled the country. A high wave reaching the sky poured over the face of the land and swept water over the mountain peaks and filled the valleys for many years. In the days of Yahoo, the four quarters of the heaven were established anew, and observations of the duration of the year and month and of the order of the seasons were made. The history of China in the period before this catastrophe is quite obliterated. All these data are in accord with the traditions of the Jewish people about the events connected with the Exodus. The sun disappeared for a number of days. The land was filled with vermin. Gigantic, sky-high tidal waves divided the sea. The world burned, as we shall see. The Hebrew sources, too, reveal that a new calendar was established, reckoning from the days of the catastrophe, and that the seasons, the four quarters of the heaven, were no longer the same. End of chapter. That wasn't so bad. That was pretty good. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you for listening.
hailstones which, at Moses' intersection, had remained suspended in the air when they were about to fall upon the Egyptians, were now cast down upon the Canaanites. These words mean that a part of the meteorites of the cometary train of the days of Exodus remained in the celestial sphere for about 50 years, falling in the days of Joshua and in the valley of Beth Horon. On the same afternoon when the sun and the moon stood still for the length of a full day, the language of the Talmud and the Midrash suggests that the same comet returned after some 50 years. Once more it passed very close to the Earth. This time, it did not reverse the poles of the Earth. It kept the terrestrial axis tilted for a considerable length of time. Again, the world was, in the language of the rabbis, consumed in the whirlwind, and all the kingdoms tottered. The earth quaked and trembled from the noise of thunder. Terrified mankind was decimated once more, and carcasses were like rubbish in this day of anger. On the day when this took place on the earth, the sky was in confusion. Stones fell from the heavens. Sun and moon stopped in their paths. And a comet must also have been seen. Habakkuk describes the portent in the sky on that memorable day when, in his words, the sun and the moon stood still in their habitation. It had the form of a man on a chariot drawn by horses and was regarded as God's angel. In the King James Version, the passages read, "His glory covers the heaven. His brightness was light. He had horns coming out of his hand. Burning coals went forth at his feet. He drove asunder the nations. Everlasting mountains were scattered. Was thine anger against the rivers? Was thy wrath against the sea? And thou didst ride upon thine horses, and thy chariots of salvation. Thou didst cleave the earth with rivers.
The mountains saw thee, and they trembled. The overflowing of the water passed by.
The deep uttered his voice.
The sun and the moon stood still in their habitation.
At the light of thy arrows they went, at the shining of thy glittering spear.
Thou didst march through the land of indignation.
Thou didst thresh the heathen in anger. Thou didst walk through the sea with thine horses, through the heap of deep waters. Since the text of the scriptures have, for some psychological reason, rooted in the readers the quality of being easily misread, misunderstood, or misinterpreted, I give also some of the passages of the 3rd chapter of Habakkuk in another modernized reading. The friction of displaced strata and magma must have set the world on fire. The world burned. The Greek story of Phaethon will be introduced here because of the interpretation heard by Solomon during his visit to Egypt. Phaethon. The Greeks, as well as the Carians and other peoples on the shores of the Aegean Sea, told of a time when the sun was driven off its course and disappeared for an entire day, and the earth was burned and drowned. The Greek legend says the young Phaethon, who claimed parentage of the sun, on that fatal day tried to drive the chariot of the sun, Phaethon. The chariot of the sun. Phaethon was unable to make his way against the whirling poles, and their swift axis swept him away. Phaethon in Greek means the blazing one. Many authors have dealt with the story of Phaethon. The best-known version is a creation of the Latin poet Ovid. The chariot of the sun, driven by Phaethon, moved no longer in the same course as before. The horses break loose from their course and rush aimlessly, knocking against the stars set deep in the sky and snatching the chariot along through uncharted ways. Constellation of the cold bears tried to plunge into the forbidden sea, and the sun's chariot roamed through unknown regions of the air. It was borne along just as a ship driven before the headlong blast, whose pilot has let the useless rudder go and abandoned the ship to the gods and prayers. The earth bursts into flames, the highest parts first, and splits into deep cracks, and its moisture is all dried up. The meadows are burned to white ashes. Trees are consumed, green leaves and all, and the ripe grain furnishes fuel for its own destruction. Great cities perish with their walls, and the vast conflagration reduces whole nations to ashes. The woods are ablaze with the mountains. Etna is blazing boundlessly, and the twin-peaked Parnassus, nor does it chilling climb save Scythia, Caucasus burn. In the heaven-piercing Alps, the cloud-capped Apennines, the scorched cloud belched forth smoke. Pantheon seized the earth aflame. He can no longer bear the ashes of the whirling sparks. Was completely shrouded in dense hot smoke. In this pitchy darkness, he cannot tell where he has been or whither he is going. It was then, as men think, the people of Ethiopia became black-skinned. Since the blood was drawn to the surface of their skin by the intense heat. Then also Libya became a desert, for the heat dried up her moisture. The Don's waters steamed. Babylonian, Euphrates, and the Ganges. Faces Danube, Alpheus boil. Spirtios are aflame. The golden sands of Tagus melt in the heat, and the swans are scorched. The Nile fled in terror to the ends of the earth. The 7 mouths lie empty, filled with dust. 7 broad channels, all without a stream. The same mischief dries up the Thracian rivers, Hebrus, Strymon. Also the rivers of the west, the Rhine, Rhone, Po, and the Tiber. Great cracks yawn everywhere. Even the sea shrinks up. And what was, but now, a great watery expanse is a dry plain of sand. The mountains, which the deep sea had covered before, spring forth and increase the number of the scattered Cyclades. How could the poets have known that a change in the movement of the sun across the firmament must cause a world conflagration, blazing of volcanoes, boiling of rivers, disappearance of seas, birth of deserts, emergence of islands, if the sun never changed its harmonious journey from sunrise to sunset? The disturbance in the movement of the sun was followed by a period as long as a day, when the sun did not appear at all. Ovid continues, if we are to believe the report, 1 whole day went without the sun, but the burning world gave light. A prolonged night in one part of the world must be accompanied by a prolonged day in another part. In Ovid, we see the phenomenon related to the book of Joshua, but from another longitude. This may stimulate surmise as to the geographical origin of the Indo-Iranian or Carian migrant to Greece. The globe changed the inclination of its axis. Latitudes change, too. Ovid ends the description of the world catastrophe contained in the story of Phaethon, causing all things to shake with her mighty trembling. The earth sank back a little lower than her wonted place. Plato recorded the story heard 2 generations before from Solon, the wise ruler of Athens. Solon, on his visit to Egypt, questioned the priests versed in the lore of antiquity on early history. He discovered that neither he himself nor any other Greek knew anything at all
that one might say about such matters. Solon unfolded before the priest the tale of the deluge, the only ancient tradition he was aware of. One of the priests, an old man, said, "There have been and there will be many and diverse destructions of mankind, of which the greatest are by fire and water, and lesser ones by countless other means. For in truth the story that is told in your country as well as ours, how once upon a time Phaethon, son of Helios, yoked his father's chariot, and because he was unable to drive it along the course taken by his father, burnt up all that was upon the earth, and himself perished by a thunderbolt. The story, as it is told, has the fashion of a legend, but the truth of it lies in the occurrence of a shifting of the bodies in the heavens which move around the earth, and a destruction of the things on the earth by fierce fire, which recurs at long intervals." The Egyptian priests explained to Solon that in these catastrophes the literary works of many peoples and their learned men perish. For that reason, the Greeks were still childish, as they no longer knew the true horrors of the past. These words of the priest were only an introduction to a revelation of his knowledge about the lands that were erased, when Greece also and the entire world were visited with heavenly wrath. He told the story of a mighty kingdom on a great island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean that submerged and sank forever into its waters. End of subchapter. Atlantis. The story narrated by Plato of the island of Atlantis that ruled Africa as far as the border of Egypt and Europe, as far as Tuscany, on the Apennine Peninsula, and that in one fatal night was shattered by earthquakes and sank, never ceased to occupy the imagination of the literary. Strabo and Pliny thought that the story of Atlantis was an illusion of the elderly Plato, but to this day the tradition, as received by Plato, as revived by Plato, has not died. Poets and novelists have exploited the story freely. Scientists have done so with caution. An incomplete catalog of the literature on Atlantis in 1926 included 1,700 titles. Although Plato said clearly that Atlantis was situated behind the Pillars of Hercules, Gibraltar, in the Atlantic Ocean, as is also indicated by the name of the island. Travelers and other guessers have placed Atlantis in all parts of the world, even on dry land, as for example in Tunisia, Palestine, South America, Ceylon, Newfoundland, and Spitsbergen have also been considered. This was due to the fact that traditions of inundations and submersion of islands exist in all parts of the world. Plato set down what Solon had heard in Egypt from the learned priests. The Atlantic Ocean, there was, at that time, navigable. For in front of the mouth, which you Greeks call, as you say, the Pillars of Hercules, there lay an island which was larger than Libya and Asia Minor together, and it was possible for travelers of that time to cross from it to the other islands, and from the islands to the whole of the continent, over against them, which encompasses that veritable ocean. Yonder is a real ocean, and the land surrounding it may most rightly be called, in the fullest and truest sense, the continent. Now in this island of Atlantis there existed a confederation of kings, a great and marvelous power.
which held sway over all the island and over many other islands also in parts of the continent. And moreover, of the lands here within the straits, they ruled over Libya as far as Egypt and over Europe as far as Tuscany. In the 19th century, ships sailed the Atlantic Ocean to explore its bed in search of Atlantis. And before the Second World War, scientific societies existed for the sole purpose of exploring the problem of the sunken island. Much speculation was offered, not only on the whereabouts of Atlantis, but also on the cultural achievements of its inhabitants. Plato, in another work of his, Critias, wrote a political treatise, and as no real place in the world could have been the scene of his utopia, he chose for that purpose the sunken island. Modern scholars, finding some affinity between American and Egyptian and Phoenician cultures, think that Atlantis may have been the intermediary link. There is much probability in these speculations. If they are justified, Crete, a maritime base of carrion navigators, may disclose some information about Atlantis as soon as the Cretan scripts are satisfactorily deciphered. I wonder if that's where the word Cretan comes from. As of right now, 2018, I haven't heard anything about it. I have to look into that. One point in Plato's story about the submersion of Atlantis requires correction. Plato said that Solon told the story to Critias the elder, and that the young Critias, Plato's friend, heard it from his grandfather when he was a 10-year-old boy. Critias the younger remembered having been told that the catastrophe which befell Atlantis happened 9,000 years before. There is 1 0 too many there. We do not know of any vestiges of human culture aside from that of the Neolithic age, nor of any navigating nation 9,000 years before Solon. Numbers we hear in childhood easily grow in our memory, as do dimensions. When revisiting our childhood home, we are surprised at the smallness of the rooms. We had remembered them as much larger. Whatever the source of the error, the most probable date of the sinking of Atlantis would be the middle of the second millennium, 900 years before Solon, when the earth twice suffered great catastrophes. And as a result of the shifting of the heavenly bodies, these words of Plato receive the least attention, though they deserve the greatest. The destruction of Atlantis is described by Plato as he heard it from his source. At a later time here occupied portentous earthquakes and floods. One grievous day and night befell them, when the whole body of your Greek warriors was swallowed up by the earth, and the island of Atlantis in like manner was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. Wherefore also the ocean at that spot has now become impassable and unsearchable, being blocked up by a shoal, mud, which the island created as it settled down. At the time when Atlantis perished in the ocean, the people of Greece were destroyed. The catastrophe was ubiquitous, as if recalling what had happened. The psalmist wrote, "Destructions are come to a perpetual end, and thou hast destroyed cities. Their memorial is perished with them." He prayed also, "God is our refuge and strength. Therefore will not we fear, though the earth be removed, and though the mountains be carried into the sea." The floods of Deucalion and Ogyges. The history of Greece knows two great natural catastrophes, the floods of Deucalion and of Ogyges. One of them, usually that of Deucalion, is described by the Greek authors as having been simultaneous with the conflagration of Phaethon. The floods of Deucalion and Ogyges brought overwhelming destruction to the mainland of Greece and to the islands around that caused changes in the geographical profile of the area. That of Deucalion was most devastating. Water covered the land and annihilated the population. According to the legend,
Only 2 persons, Deucalion and his wife, remained alive. Sounds familiar? This last detail must not be taken more literally than similar statements found in descriptions of great catastrophes all around the world. For example, 2 daughters of Lot, who hid with him in a cave after the catastrophe of Sodom and Gomorrah, believe that they and their father were the only survivors in the land. Chronologists, among the fathers of the church, found material for assuming that one of the 2 catastrophes, the flood of Deucalion or that of Ogyges, had been contemporaneous with the Exodus. Julius Africanus wrote, "We affirm that Ogyges, from whom the first flood in Attica derived its name, and who was saved when many perished, lived at the time of the Exodus of the people from Egypt along with Moses." He further expressed his belief in the coincidence. I wonder why he would do that. What would inspire him to write that? And how would he know? He further expressed his belief in the coincidence of the catastrophe of Ogyges and the one that occurred in Egypt in the days of the Exodus, in the following words: Passover and the Exodus of the Hebrews from Egypt took place, and also in Attica the flood of Ogyges. And that is according to reason. For when the Egyptians were being smitten in the anger of God with hail and storms, it was only to be expected that certain parts of the earth should suffer with them. Eusebius placed the flood of Deucalion and the conflagration of Phython in the 52nd year of Moses' life. Augustine also synchronized the flood of Deucalion with the time of Moses. He assumed that the flood of Ogyges took place earlier. The chronologist of the 7th century, Isidore, Bishop of Seville, dated the flood of Deucalion in the time of Moses. Chronologists of the 17th century likewise calculated that the flood of Deucalion took place in the time of Moses. Close to, but not simultaneous with the Exodus. It would seem to be more probable that if the catastrophes occurred one shortly after the other, the catastrophe of Ogyges took place after that of Deucalion, which practically destroyed the land, depopulated it, and erased every memory of what had happened up to that time. In the words of Plato, who quoted the Egyptian priest speaking to Solon, the catastrophes must have escaped the notice of the future generations because, as a result of the devastation, for many generations, the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. The memory of the catastrophe of Ogyges would have vanished in the catastrophe of Deucalion if Ogyges had preceded Deucalion. Apparently, the truth is with those who place the catastrophe of Deucalion in the days of Exodus. But those who reckoned that Ogyges was a contemporary of Moses were also correct, except that Moses did not live until the flood of Ogyges. It took place in the days of Joshua. In commemoration of the Deucalion flood, the people of Athens observed a feast in the month of Anthestion, which is a spring month. The feast was called Anthestria on the 13th of the month, the main day of the feast. Honey and flour were poured into a fissure in the earth as a sacrifice. The date of this ceremony, the 13th day of Anthestion in the spring, is revealing if we remember what was said in the section entitled 13. It was on the 13th day of the spring month of Eve that the great planetary contact occurred, which preceded by a few hours the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt. Isn't that amazing? The offering of honey and flour as the main ceremony of the feast is also revealing if we recollect that manna, or heavenly corn, tasting like honey, fell on the earth after the contact of the earth with a celestial body. So first it drops honey, and then it drops acid. To the province of the name Deucalion, scholars admit it is not known for the name of the person of Ogyges. We have some concrete information. Although Ogyges was a king, the Greek annalists who wrote of the flood of Ogyges as one of the outstanding events of the past of their country, at the same time did not know anything about a king of that name in Greece. Who was Ogyges? We can solve this problem. When the Israelites under Moses approached the border of Moab, I'm thinking he's a giant. Balaam and his blessings of Israel used these words. His king shall be higher than Agag. Agag must have been the most important king of that time in the area around the eastern Mediterranean. Seems to me I remember that giants were given the name Agag at some point. In my reconstruction of ancient history, I shall put forward proofs that the Amalekite king Agag I was identical with the Hyksos king, whose name the Egyptologists tentatively read Apop I, and who, a few decades after the invasion of Egypt by the Amu, Hyksos, laid the foundation of Thebes, the future capital of the new kingdom in Egypt. In conformity with this assertion, I can point to the fact that Greek tradition, which does not know of any activities of King Ogyges in Attica, occasionally places the domicile of Ogyges in Egyptian Thebes, and Acilius calls Thebes of Egypt the Ogygian Thebes to differentiate it from the Greek Thebes in Boeotia. Ogyges is also credited with the founding of Thebes in Egypt.
Agag was a contemporary of the aging Moses. He was a ruler who in his time had no equal in the region bordering the eastern Mediterranean. The catastrophe in the time of Joshua, successor to Moses, was called by his Agag's name. The assertion of Silenus, the author of Polyhistor, that the flood of Ogyges was followed by a night 9 months' duration does not necessarily signify a confusion with the darkness that ensued after the cataclysm of the Exodus. As the causes were similar results must have followed. The eruption of thousands of volcanoes would suffice to produce this darkness of a shorter duration
than which followed the cataclysm of the Exodus.
Thus, the Greek traditions of the Ogyges, Deucalion, contain elements which, though interchanged, can be traced to two great upheavals in the middle of the second millennium before the present era. Velikovsky's warning rings truer than ever. Just as Velikovsky says, are we not in a predicament?
The Shadow of Death. An entire year after the eruption of Krakatoa in the East Indies in 1883, Sunset and sunrise in both hemispheres were very colorful. Lava dust suspended in the air and carried around the globe accounted for this phenomenon. In 1783, after the eruption of Catastrophic in Iceland, the world was darkened for months. Records of this phenomenon are known in many contemporary authors. One German contemporary compared the gloomy world of the year 1783 with the Egyptian plague of darkness. The world was gloomy in the year of Caesar's death, 44 BC. After the murder of Caesar, the dictator, and during the Antonine War, there was almost a whole year's continuous gloom, wrote Pliny. Virgil described this year in these words: "The sun veiled his shining face in dusky gloom, and the godless age feared everlasting night. Germany heard the clash of arms through all the sky. The Alps rocked with unwonted terrors, and specters, pale in wondrous wise, were seen at evening twilight." On September 23rd, 44 BC, a short while after the death of Caesar, on the very day when Octavian performed the rites in honor of the deceased, a comet became visible at daytime. It was very bright and moved from north to west. It was seen for only a few days and vanished while still in the north. It appears that the gloom which enveloped the world the year after Caesar's death was caused by the dust of the comet dispersed in the atmosphere. The clash of arms heard through all the sky was probably the sound that accompanied the entrance of the gases and dust into the Earth's atmosphere. If the eruption of a single volcano can darken the atmosphere over the entire globe, a simultaneous and prolonged eruption of thousands of volcanoes would blacken the sky. And if the dust of the comet of 44 BC had a darkening effect, contact of the Earth with a great cinder-trailing comet of the 15th century before this era could likewise cause the blackening of the sky. As this comet activated all of the volcanoes and it created new ones, the cumulative action of the eruptions and of the comet's dust must have saturated the atmosphere with floating particles. Volcanoes vomit water vapor as well as cinders. The heating effect of the contact of the globe with the comet must have caused a great evaporation from the surface of the seas and rivers. Two kinds of clouds, water, vapor, and dust, were formed. The clouds obscured the sky, and drifting very low hung as fog. The veil left by the gaseous trail of hostile star and the smoke of the volcanoes caused darkness, not complete but profound, advanced darkness. This condition prevailed for decades, and only very gradually did the dust subside and the water vapors condense. A vast night reigned over all the American land, of which tradition speaks unanimously. In a sense, the sun no longer existed for this ruined world, which was lightened up at intervals only by frightful conflagrations, revealing the full horror of their situation to the small number of human beings that had escaped from these calamities. Following the cataclysm caused by the waters, the author of the Codex, Shmalpopoca, in his history of the suns, shows us terrifying celestial phenomenon, twice followed by the darkness that covered the face of the earth. In one instance, for a period of 25 years, this fact is mentioned in the Codex Shmalpopoca and in most of the traditions of Mexico. Gamarra, the Spaniard who came to the Western Hemisphere in the middle of the 16th century, shortly after the conquest, wrote, "After the destruction of the fourth sun, the world plunged into darkness. During the space of 25 years, amid this profound obscurity, 10 years before the appearance of the fifth sun, mankind was regenerated." How? In the years of this gloom, when the world was covered with clouds and shrouded in mist, the Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico, crossing a sea enveloped in somber fog. In the so-called manuscript Quiche, it is also narrated that there was little light on the surface of the earth. The faces of the sun and of the moon were covered in clouds. In the Hermitage Papyrus in Leningrad, previously mentioned, there are lamentations about a terrible catastrophe when heaven and earth turned upside down. I show thee the land upside down. It happened that which never had happened. After this catastrophe, that when darkness covered the earth, the sun is veiled and shines, not in the sight of men. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. None knoweth that midday is there. The shadow is not discerned. Not dazzling is the sight when he, the sun, is beheld. He is in the sky like the moon. In this description, the light of the sun is compared to the light of the moon. But even in the light of the moon, objects cast a shadow. If the midday could not be discerned, the disk of the sun was not clearly visible, and only its diffused light made the day different from the night.
The gloom gradually lifted in the passing years.
As the clouds became less thick,
Little by little, the sky and the sun appeared less and less veiled. The years of darkness in Egypt are described in a number of other documents. The Papyrus Ippur, which contains the story of the plagues of Egypt, says that the land is without light, dark, in Papyrus Anastasia 4. The years of misery are described, and it is said, the sun, it hath come to pass that it riseth not. It was the time of the wandering in the desert. Is there any indication that the desert was dark? Jeremiah 2:6. Neither said, where is the Lord that brought us up out of the land of Egypt, that led us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwelt. The shadow of death is related to the time of the wanderings in the desert after the exodus from Egypt. The sinister meaning of the word shadow of death corresponds with the description of the Hermitage Papyrus. None can live when the sun is veiled by clouds. At intervals, the earth was lighted by conflagrations in the desert. The phenomenon of gloom, enduring for years, impressed itself on the memory of the 12 tribes, and is mentioned in many passages of the Bible. Thou hast covered us with the shadow of death. Psalms 44:19. The people that walked in darkness in the land of the shadow of death. Isaiah 9:2. The Israelites wandered in the wilderness in a solitary way, hungry and thirsty. Their soul fainted in them. And the Lord brought them out of darkness and the shadow of death. Psalms 107. The terrors of the shadow of death. Job 24:17. In Job 38, the Lord speaks, who shut up the sea with doors, barriers, when it brake forth. I think Velikovsky says the entire Old Testament is basically just from one end to the other. Catastrophes. And it's more like history. And I also heard a rumor that it was the history of Atlantis, the destruction of Atlantis, but I don't know if that's true or not. When I made the cloud the garment thereof, and thick darkness, a swaddling hand for it, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it might take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it. The low and slowly drifting clouds enshrouded the wanderers in the desert. These clouds dimly glowed at night. In their upper portion reflected the sunlight, the glow being pale during the day and red after sunset. The Israelites were able to distinguish between day and night. They were protected by the clouds from the sun during the wandering in the desert. Midrashic literature. They saw sun and moon for the first time only at the end of the wandering. The clouds that covered the desert during the wandering of the 12 tribes were called a celestial garment, or clouds of glory. He spread a cloud for a covering, and fire to give it light in the night. And the cloud of the Lord was upon them by day. For days or months the cloud tarried in one place, and the Israelites journeyed not. But when the cloud moved, the wanderers followed it and revered it, because of its celestial origin. In Arabic sources, too, we read that the Amalekites, who left Hejaz because of plagues, followed the cloud in their wandering through the desert. On their way to Palestine and Egypt, they met the Israelites, and in the battles between them, the screen of clouds played an important part. Nihonji, a chronicle of Japan from the earliest period, refers to a time when there was continuous darkness and no difference of day and night. It describes in the name of the Emperor Kami Yamamoto an ancient time when the world was given over to widespread desolation. It was an age of darkness and disorder, and this gloom, Hikaho Nanahangi no Mikoto, fostered justice, and so governed this western border. In China, the annals telling of the time of the Emperor Yahoo refer to the Valley of Obscurity and to the somber residence as places of astronomical observations. The name Shadow of Death expresses the influence of the sunless gloom upon the life processes. The Chinese annals of Wang Xixing, in the chapter dealing with 10 stems, the 10 stages of the Earth's primal history, relate that at Wu, the 6th stem, darkness destroys the growth of all things. Buddhist scholars declare that with the beginning of the 6th world age, or sun, the whole world becomes filled with smoke and saturated with greasiness of the smoke. There is no distinction of day and night. The gloom is caused by a cycle-destroying great cloud of cosmic origin and dimensions. On the Samoan Islands, the Aborigines narrate, "Then arose smell. The smell became smoke, which again became clouds. The sea too arose, and in a stupendous catastrophe of nature, the land sank into the sea. The new earth, the Samoan Islands, arose out of the womb of the last earth, in the darkness that enveloped the world. The islands of Tonga, Samoa, Rotuma, Fiji, and Uvea, Wallis Island, and Futuna rose from the bottom of the ocean. Ancient rhymes of the inhabitants of Hawaii refer to a prolonged darkness. The earth is dancing. Let darkness cease. The heavens are enclosing." The Quiche tribe migrated to Mexico. The Israelites were roaming in the desert. The Amalekites migrated toward Palestine and Egypt. An uneasy movement took place in all corners of the ruined world. The migration in central Polynesia, shrouded in gloom, is narrated in the traditions of the Aborigines of this part of the world about a chief named Tureru, who lived long in utter darkness in Aviki, who migrated in a canoe named Weary of Darkness to find a land of light, and who, after many years of wandering, saw the sky clearing little by little and arrived at a region where they could see each other clearly. In the Kalevala, the Finnish epos, which dates back to an enormous antiquity, the time when the sun and moon disappeared from the sky and dreaded shadows covered it, is described in these words. "Even birds grew sick and perished. Men and maidens, faint and famished, perished in the cold darkness from the absence of the sunshine. from the absence of the moonlight, but the wise men of the Northland could not know the dawn of morning. For the moon shines not in season, nor appears the sun at midday from their stations in the sky vault. An explanation that would rationalize this picture as the description of a seasonal long night in northern regions. We'll stumble over the second part of the passage. The seasons did not return in their wonted order, and a dreaded shadow covered the earth when Ukko, the highest of the Finnish deities, relinquished the support of the heavens. Hailstones of iron rained down furiously, and then the world became shrouded in a generation-long darkness. This twilight of the gods of the Nordic races is but the shadow of death of the scriptures. The entire generation of those who left Egypt perished in the lightless desert. Vegetation died in the catastrophe. The Iranian book of Bundahis says blight was diffused over the vegetation, and it withered away immediately when the sky was shattered. The day became dark, and the earth teemed with noxious creatures. For a long time there was no green thing seen. Seeds would not germinate in a sunless world. It took many years before the earth again brought forth vegetation. This is told in the written and oral traditions of many peoples according to the American sources. The regeneration of the world and of humankind took place under the veil of the gloomy shadows, and the time is indicated as the end of the 15th year of darkness, 10 years before the end of the gloom. In the scriptural narration, it was probably the day when Aaron's dried twig budded for the first time. The eerie world, dark and groaning, was unpleasant to all of the senses save the sense of smell. The world was fragrant when the breeze blew. The clouds conveyed a sweet odor. In the papyrus Anastasia 4, written in the year of misery, in which it is said the months are reversed, the planet god is described as arriving with the sweet wind before him. In a similar text by the Hebrews, we read that the times and seasons were confused, and a fragrance perfumed all the world. The perfume was brought by the pillar of smoke. The fragrance was that of myrrh and frankincense. Israel was surrounded by clouds, and as soon as the clouds were set into motion, the winds breathed myrrh and frankincense. The Vedas contain hymns to Agni, which glows from the sky. Its fragrance became the fragrance of the earth, that fragrance of thine, which the immortals of yore gathered up. The tradition of those days, when the star conveyed its fragrance to men on the earth, is immortalized in the tradition of the Hindus. The Vedic hymn compares the fragrance of the star Agni to the scent of the lotus. End of subchapter. Ambrosia. In what way did this evil of gloom dissolve itself? When the air is overcharged with vapor, dew, rain, hail, or snowfalls, most probably the atmosphere discharged its compounds, presumably of carbon and hydrogen. In a similar way, has any testimony been preserved that during the many years of gloom carbohydrates precipitated? When the dew fell upon the camp in the night, the manna fell upon it. It was like the hoarfrost on the ground. It had the shape of coriander seed, the yellowish color of bdellium, and an oily taste like honeycomb. It was called corn of heaven, and it was ground between stones and baked in pans. The manna fell from the cloud. After the nightly cooling of the carbohydrates precipitated and fell with the morning dew. And the morning dew still falls, especially in August. The grains dissolved in the heat and evaporated, but in a closed vessel the substance would be preserved for a long time. The exegetes have endeavored to explain the phenomenon of manna and were helped by the naturalists who discovered that a tamarisk in the desert of Sinai sheds its seeds during certain months of the year. But why should this seed be called corn of heaven, bread of heaven? Or why should it be said, it will rain bread from heaven? It is also not easy to explain how a multitude of men and animals could have existed for many years in a wilderness on the scarce and seasonal seeds of some desert plant, were such a thing possible. The desert would be preferable to tillable land that yields bread to the laborer only in the sweat of his brow. The clouds brought the heavenly bread. It is also said in the Talmud, but if the manna fell from clouds that enveloped the entire world, it must have fallen not only in the desert of wanderings, but everywhere. And not only the Israelites, but other peoples too, must have tasted it and spoken of it in their traditions. There was a world fire, says the Icelandic tradition, followed by the Thimble winter, and only one human pair remained alive in the north. This human pair lie hidden in the Holt during the fire of Surt. Then came the terrible Thimble winter, at the end of the world age. Meanwhile, they feed on morning dew, and from them come the folk who people the renewed earth. Three elements are connected in the Icelandic tradition, which are the same three we met in the Israelite tradition: the world fire, the dark winter that endured many years, and the morning dew that served as food during these years of gloom. Then nothing budded. The Maori tribe of New Zealand tell of fiery winds and fierce clouds that lashed the waters into tidal waves that touched the sky and were accompanied by furious hailstorms. The ocean fled. The progeny of the storm and hail were mist and heavy dew and light dew after the catastrophe, but little of the dry land was left standing above the sea. Then clear light increased in the world, and the beings who had been hidden between sky and earth before they were parted now multiplied upon the earth. This tradition of the Maoris has substantially the same elements as the Israelite tradition. The destruction of the world was accompanied by hurricanes, hail, meteorites, and sky-high billows. The land submerged. A mist covered the earth for a long time. Heavy dew fell to the ground, together with light dew, as in the passage quoted from Numbers 11:9. The writings of Buddhism relate that when the world cycle comes to an end, with the world destroyed and the ocean dried up, there is no distinction of day and night, and heavenly ambrosia serves as food. In the hymns of Rig Veda, it is said that honey, madhu, comes from the clouds. These clouds originated from the pillar of cloud. Among the hymns of the Artharva Veda, there is one to the honey lash. From heaven, from earth, from the atmosphere, from the sea, from the fire, and from the wind, the honey lash hath verily sprung. This clothed in amrite, ambrosia, all the creatures revering acclaim in their hearts. The Egyptian Book of the Dead speaks of the divine clouds and the great dew that bring the earth into contact with the heavens. The Greeks called the heavenly bread ambrosia. It is described by the Greek poets in identical terms with manna. It had the taste of honey and a fragrance. This heavenly bread has given classical scholars many headaches. Greek authors from Homer and Hesiod down through the ages continually referred to ambrosia as the heavenly food, which in its fluid state is called nectar. But it was used also as ointment. It had the fragrance of a lily, and as food for the horses of Hera when she visited Zeus in the sky. Hera, Earth, was veiled in it when she hurried from her brother Ares, Mars, to Zeus, Jupiter. What could it be, this heavenly bread, which served also as a veil for a goddess planet, and was used as an ointment too? It was honey, said some scholars, but honey is a regular food for mortals, whereas ambrosia was given only to the generation of heroes. Then what was this substance that served as fodder on the ground for horses, as a veil for planets, bread from the sky for heroes, also turned fluid for their drink, and was oil and perfume for ointments? It was the manna that was baked into bread, had an oily taste and also a honey taste, was found on the ground by man and beast, wrap the earth, and the heavenly bodies in a veil, was called corn of heaven, and the bread of the mighty, had a fragrant odor, and served the women in the wilderness as ointment. Manna, like ambrosia, was compared with honey and with morning dew. The belief of Aristotle and the other writers that honey falls from the atmosphere with the dew was based on the experience of those days, when the world was veiled in carbon clouds that precipitated honey frost. These clouds are described as dreaded shades in the Calavella. From these dreaded shades, says the Epos, honey dropped, and the clouds, their fragrant, sifted honey from their home within the heavens. The Maoris of the Pacific, the Jews on the border of Asia and Africa, the Hindus, the Finns, the Icelanders, all describe the honey food being dropped from the clouds. Dreary shades of the shadow of death, that the source of the heavenly bread falling from the clouds with the morning dew was a celestial body. The Sibyl says that the sweet heavenly bread came from the starry heavens, the planet god Ukko, or Jupiter. It is said to have been the source of the honey that dropped from the clouds. Athena covered other planet goddesses with a robe of ambrosial and provided nectar and ambrosia to the heroes. Other traditions, too, see the origin of the honey-dew in a celestial body that enveloped the earth in clouds. For this reason, ambrosia, or manna, is called heavenly bread. End of subchapter. Rivers of milk and honey. The honey frost fell in enormous quantities. The Haggadah literature says that the quantity which fell every day would have sufficed to nourish people for 2,000 years. All the peoples of the east and west could see it. A few hours after the break of day, the heat under the cloud cover liquefied the grains and volatilized them. The ground absorbed some of the liquefied mass as it absorbs dew. The grains also fell upon the earth, and the rivers became milky in appearance. The Egyptians relate that the Nile flowed for a time blended with honey. The strange appearance of the rivers of Palestine in the desert if the Israelites saw no river caused the scouts to return from the survey of the land to call it the land that floweth with milk and honey. Numbers 13:27. The heavens rain oil, the wadis run with honey. says a text found in Ras Shamara, Ugarit in Syria. In the rabbinical literature, it is said that melting from manna formed streams that furnished drink to many deer and other animals. The Ultra Veda hymns say that Honeylash came down from fire and wind. End of subchapter. That was a quick one. Jericho. The earth's crust trembled and cracked again and again as its strata settled after a major displacement. Chasms opened up, springs disappeared, and new springs appeared. When the Israelites approached the river Jordan, a slice of one bank fell, blocking the stream long enough for the tribes to cross over. The waters which came down from above stood and rose up upon a heap very far from the city, Adam, that is, beside Zaratan. And those that came down toward the sea of the plain, even the salt sea, failed and were cut off. And the people passed over right against Jericho. A similar occurrence took place on the 8th of December, 1267, when the Jordan was dammed for 16 hours. And again following the earthquake of 1927, when a slice of one bank fell into the river not far from Adam and blocked the water for over 21 hours. At Demia, Adam, the people crossed the river on its dry bed. The fall of the walls of Jericho at the blast of the trumpets is a well-known episode, but it is not well interpreted. The horns blow by the priests for 7 days played no greater natural role than Moses' rod, with which, in the legend, he opened a passage in the sea. When the people heard the sound of the trumpet, it happened that the wall fell down flat. The great sound of the trumpet was produced by the earth. The Israelite tribes, believing in magic, thought that the sound of the earth came in response to the blowing of the ram's horns for 7 days. The great walls of Jericho, they were 12 feet wide, have been excavated. They were found to have been destroyed by an earthquake. The archaeological evidences also prove that these walls collapsed at the beginning of the Hyksos period, or shortly after the close of the Middle Kingdom. The earth had not yet recovered from the previous world catastrophe and reacted with continuous tremors. When the hour of a new cosmic disaster approached, the event we described at the beginning of this book, only to go back to the cataclysm of the Exodus, the upheaval of the days of Joshua, when the earth stood still on the day of the battle at Beth Horon. End of chapter. And chapter 7 is next, called Stone Suspended in the Air. And there's a subchapter in that chapter 7 titled Atlantis. So I'm going to be interested to see what that's about. That will be coming. Thank you for listening. climate shifts, and 7% of exoplanets have clear atmosphere, according to recent research. For example, the first and only other known exoplanet with a clear atmosphere was discovered in 2018, named WASP 96b. It is classified as a hot Saturn. Ooh. Astronomers especially close and is the favorable opposition. These occasions are eagerly awaited by astronomers, for no celestial body, with the exception of the moon, is more readily observable than Mars when at favorable opposition. The distance between Mars and the Earth at the oppositions varies from 61 million miles to 35,500,000 miles. Favorable opposition. The distance at various times during the period of 15 years varies greatly, from 248,600,000 to 35,500,000 miles. The two cosmic disturbances recorded by Hebrew tradition, one on the day when Hezekiah's father, Ahaz, was entombed, the other when Sennacherib's army invaded Palestine, were separated by a period of 14 or 15 years. If the figure in 2 Kings world stage, and we were all paying attention for a little while anyway. It was called the Mars Observer Mission, but there's a catch. There's a snag. Literally, a few days before Mars Observer was going to arrive at Mars, they received a report called the McDaniel Report. It's a report by Stan McDaniel, an academia mucky-muck. He was also an epistemologist and an ethicist, which raises the eyebrow a little bit, and a historian of science. He began by naively wondering why NASA had not targeted Mars Observer to photograph and either falsify or verify Richard's book, The Monuments of Mars. If you remember right, he gave a speech in front of the full assembly of the United Nations on the matter, so it had worldwide.
1980, David Talbot wrote in his book, The Saturn Myth, Saturn did not move on its present remote orbit, but ruled as the central sun around which the other heavenly bodies visually revolved. 1984, David Talbot and E.V. Cochran wrote, It is understood that Velikovsky believed the Earth and Saturn to have once moved in close proximity, with the Earth perhaps revolving as a Saturnian moon. The Saturn myth proposes that Saturn, fixed at the celestial pole, loomed massively overhead.
Just getting to see your name a lot. That's nice. Also Gerald and Deborah and Dustin. And you guys.
Fire paper, 20 kilometers from the strike.
Canyon. Do you think that's for real? This is full screen. Come down. Sense it. Is the stream a live conversation with you and the mighty? The borders of the seas, and some which cause seabeds and continents to interchange our system. The mean time of actual different sides of the sun. Opposition. The distance between Mars and the Earth at the oppositions. If, because of other reasons, contact between Mars and the Earth in the past is admitted, the combined shape of the orbits with points of nearest approach being reached at present every 15 years could be regarded as a vestige of a contact or series of contacts at similar intervals in the past between the two planets when revolving on curved orbits that were closer to each other. Mars bears a striking resemblance to the Earth at the inclination of its axis of rotation to the plane of its orbit and in the period of its diurnal rotation, whereas the equator of the Earth inclined 23.5 degrees to the plane of the ecliptic. The equator of Mars is inclined 24 degrees to the plane if he would still have the same, or will be thrown into a position much closer to the sun, or whether it will free Triton from being a satellite for life processes have been just a guess. But speculating is fun. End of subject. Planet Mars. The end.
The world will be destroyed. Also, the mighty ocean will dry up, and this broad earth will be burnt up. Therefore, sirs, cultivate friendliness, cultivate compassion, world cycles, and Vishuddhimagga. The solar system is not a structure that has remained unchanged for billions of years. Displacement of members of the system occurred in historical times, nor is there justification for the excuse that man cannot know or find out how this system came into being, because he was not there when it was arranged in its present pattern. Catastrophes have repeatedly reduced civilization on this earth to ruins. But our earth has fared well in comparison with Mars, and judged by the state of civilization at which mankind has arrived, conditions for life processes have been improved in some respects. But if events of this kind happened in the past, they may happen again in the future, with perhaps a different fatal result. The Earth has come in contact with other planets and comets. At present, no planet has a course that endangers the Earth, and only a few asteroids, mere rocks, a few kilometers in diameter, have orbits that cross the path of the Earth. This was discovered to the amazement of scholars only recently. But in the solar system, there exists the possibility that at some date in the future, a collision between two planets will occur. Not a mere encounter between a planet and an asteroid. The orbit of Pluto, the furthest of the planets from the Sun, though much larger than Neptune's, crosses that of Neptune. True, the plane of the orbit of Pluto is inclined 17 degrees to the ecliptic, and therefore the danger of a collision is not impending. However, since the long axis of Pluto's orbit changes its direction, future contact between the two planets is probable if no comet intervenes to disrupt the intersecting orbits of these bodies. Astronomers will see the planets stop or slow down in their rotation, cushioned in the magnetic fields about them. A spark will fly from one planet to another, and thus an actual crushing collision of the lithospheres will be avoided. Then the planets will part and change their orbits. It may happen that Pluto will become a satellite of Neptune. There is also the possibility that Pluto may encounter not Neptune, but Triton, Neptune's satellite, and about 1/3 as large as Pluto. Whether Pluto will become another moon of Neptune, or will be thrown into a position much closer to the Sun, or whether it will free Triton from being a satellite, are matters of conjecture. Another case of intersecting may be found.
Remember when I told you about Triton a couple weeks ago?
Of the sixth satellite is interlocked with the orbit of the seventh, and the eighth satellite is highly erratic and crosses the path of the ninth. One should be able to calculate how long the sixth and seventh satellites have moved on their present paths. The figures will probably not be large.
Who are you talking to?
Each collision between two planets
the people.
in the past caused a series of subsequent collisions in which other planets became involved.
Okay.
The collision between two major planets, which is the theme of the sequel to Worlds in Collision, brought about the birth of comets. These comets moved across the orbits of other planets and collided with them. At least one of these comets in historical times became a planet, Venus. And this is the cost of great destruction on Mars and on the Earth. Planets thrown off their paths, collided repeatedly until they attained their present positions, where their orbits do not intersect. The only remaining cases of intersection are those of Neptune and Pluto, the satellites of Jupiter, and some planetoids, asteroids, that cross the orbits of Mars and the Earth. Moreover, comets may strike the Earth, as Venus did when it was a comet. In that major catastrophe, it was fortunate that Venus is a slightly smaller body than the Earth. A large comet arriving from interstellar spaces may run into one of the planets and push it from its orbit. Then chaos may start anew. Also, some dark star like Jupiter
or Saturn may be in the path of the sun and may be attracted to the system and cause havoc in it. The scholarly world assumed that in some hundreds of millions of years, the heat of the sun would be exhausted, and then, as Flammarion frightened his readers, the last pair of human beings would freeze to death in the ice of the equator. But this is far off in the future. In a view of modern knowledge, that heat is discharged in the process of breaking up atoms, scientists are now prepared to credit the sun with the immense reserve of heat. With an immense reserve of heat. The fear, if any, is focused on the possibility that the sun may explode. A few minutes later, the Earth will become aware of this. The Earth will become aware of this, and soon thereafter will no longer exist. But the one end, that of freezing, is very remote. The other end, that of explosion, is very improbable. And the world is thought to have billions of peaceful years ahead. It is believed that the world has gone through eons of undisturbed evolution, and equally long eons are before us. Man can go far in such a span of time, considering that his entire civilization has endured less than 10,000 years. And in view of the great technological progress he has made in the last century, the average man is no longer afraid of the end of the world. Man clings to his earthly possessions, registers his land holdings and fences them in. Peoples carry on wars to preserve and enlarge their historical frontiers. Yet, the last 5 or 6,000 years have witnessed a series of major catastrophes, each of which displaced the borders of the seas, and some which caused seabeds and continents to interchange places, to exchange places, submerging kingdoms and creating space for new ones. Cosmic collisions are not divergent phenomena, or phenomena that, in the opinion of some modern philosophers, take place in defiance of what is supposed to be physical laws. They are more in the nature of occurrences implicit in the dynamics of the universe, or in terms of that philosophy, convergent phenomena, lest by chance restrained by religion, and we may read science instead of religion. You should think that Earth and sun and sky, sea, stars, and moon must needs abide for everlasting, because of their divine body. Thinking while I was reading, it wasn't easy. Past, and then look upon seas and lands and sky, their threefold nature, their three textures so vast. One single day shall hurl to ruin, and massive form and fabric of the world, held up for many years, shall fall headlong, and the whole firmament shall fall on the divine earth and on the sea. And then shall flow a ceaseless cataract of raging fire, and shall burn land and sea, and the firmament of heaven, and the stars, and creation itself shall cast into one molten mass, and clean dissolve. Then no more shall there be the luminaries, twinkling orbs, no night, no dawn, no constant days of care, no spring, no summer, no winter, no autumn. A single day will see the burial of all mankind, all that the long forbearance of fortune has produced, all that has been reared to eminence, all that is famous, all that is beautiful, great thrones, great nations, all will descend into one abyss, will be overthrown in 1 hour. The vehemence of flames will burst asunder the framework of Earth's crust. The end. Saturn theory characteristics. Sun-like.
The resistance of that object is turned into heat. So if we imagine that the Earth is seas as you go through things, so it's going to have a different, as you sort of like go up the spectrum, you're going to see through certain materials, and other materials will become obfuscated, and obviously certain materials like lead and stuff are completely blocking it. So there you go, you have a general idea, and try to think of this light bulb as being like 1.5 watts or 0.6 watts. Mm-hmm. It's incredibly small. It's just not incredibly bright at any frequency. And you're getting way more of that type of radiation just from the sun. And we're not even talking about the ionized radiation, beta and gamma and so forth, that you'd absorb that causes skin cancer. Mm-hmm. So trust me, I mean, it's not any worse. And if you think that and he goes, well, what about the frequencies? I go, well, maybe you could concern yourself with the frequencies, but at the same time, this entire planet that we're standing in, the radio waves were here long before we were here. Every lightning bolt that goes off, every thunderstorm creates radio waves. Mm-hmm. And they're all over the planet, and they resonate inside this little cavity. So we've been exposed to them forever. So basically, I don't think, considering the brightness of the sun and other things that we have, that this particular light that's going off and on very quickly, that's 0.6 watts, is really going to affect anything about the human body. You know, if you look at it that way. And that helped, I think. Just because I don't want people to fear technology that all they're really wanting to do is put things faster. It's good to examine it, but these frequencies are well known to not harm humans. They're not like microwaves or something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you see, Neil, what they're finding is, so let's say develop things like this AI and that, which really goes into then industrial processes eventually, where you mechanise things to the next degree, you know, say like self-driving vehicles type thing. Well, what they found is even 5G and that. 5G and that is too. It's not. I suppose you could say fast enough. So they will keep looking at developing up the scale and it's a bit like when we started off, say, with radios and where we are now with radios and that. It's just a progressive development throughout time. And what you're saying is, yeah, I understand what you're saying, they're not harmful, but I suppose it's like anything, if you're exposed to huge amounts of it, possibly it could then have harmful effects.
Oh my God, yes.
So, but in a normal environment,
you wouldn't. Correct. Like, an example is, almost every power plant actually has this situation. When you're in certain parts of the power plant, all of the frequencies and if you could see it, it'd be very, very bright in there. But you can't see it because the frequencies are beyond your sight. But you still can't stay in that room for any more than 20 minutes at a time because it will start heating you up because all the radio waves, you're absorbing them like your water. Even though they're not the right frequency, they're not like made to excite water, they will excite you. And obviously there's parts of your body that would begin to, boil or stuff if you stayed in there. But those are, I also said the same thing, like I remember in Britain, when they first developed very strong radio waves, they didn't put them high enough. And you're dealing 100,000 or 50,000 watts. And I said, well, yeah, think about a radio station from your favorite radio station. It's 100,000 watts and it's just downtown. So to your body, it's a giant thing, a light bulb, a 100,000 watt light bulb that is broadcasting music, but your body picks that up. And when it hits you, it turns into heat. But it's very far away. So shouldn't really affect you. But one of the things it did affect was, for example, ionizing all, like when they did in Britain, in London, like I said, it wasn't, they were just starting to go to larger and larger strengths. And one of the problems is that all the metal in the cafeteria would send out electric sparks. Anything not grounded. So they had a whole new problem that they developed, and that had to be solved. But that's nothing compared to 0.6 watts, from a cell phone.
Mm-hmm.
Immersing yourself in these frequencies, yeah, I would recommend that for anyone. Because
So, I sent you, Neil, I sent you a couple of things that this Professor Simon Holland, he's actually a filmmaker by trade, right?
Right.
On the UK EMP weapon that they developed in the 50s, and what they Cobra Mist, the Doomsday weapon. I don't know whether you got to see it or not.
Where did you send it?
A couple of weeks ago. I sent it to Discord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Good luck.
So, but anyway, basically, what it came out in the end, it's quite interesting because what came out in the end was they developed, this system so that it could they could knock out Russia. But what they found was they couldn't use it because along the way it would knock out everything between it and Russia. So it became, non-usable.
Actually, that's not beyond the realm of, directed energy attacks. If you wanted to disable, say, a base from communicating or a radar station, you could basically, inconceivably, alter where this frequency is going, bounce it off the atmosphere until it hits exactly, right there on that part of the planet. And you're right, anything in the way of the path of the thing as it bounces would obviously be problematic to anything in the way, like a plane. But also, there would be it would spread out. Well, as we know, frequencies, different frequencies don't bounce the same. They have a different angle, like prisms, when they refract. So you're going to have some of that type of thing, plus the water's not flat.
And it's the same with HARP. HARP was actually developed.
That's kind of what I was thinking about, actually.
A continuous radio system, because apparently the radio signals bounce off with heat in the ionosphere, and so of the night time they cool, and those signals then aren't as good. And so part of the development of those HARP-like systems was to heat the ionosphere so that they had a more 24-hour system to watch back when it was all developed, to watch what the Soviets were doing. So it was interesting because this was developed in the 1950s. All this was developed way back then, and so where it's gone from there, who would know? Because there are a lot more. They seem to be able to hide a lot more things now. I don't think society is as open now as it was maybe back then even.
Well, the technology of basically sending radio waves directed at particular targets to disrupt their electrical activities is not new. You can do that at home.
No.
You just need a microwave oven, really, and a way to direct it. And you could point that thing and and basically add some more frequencies to it and direct it at whatever you want. And it will have to process what it's getting hit by. That's one of the situations with spacecraft. You have to process the heat, but everything that hits you also, especially solar radiation and other things like that, are bouncing or are basically turning this little thing into a minor microwave oven. So you got to dissipate that as well. So you could, and believe it or not, one of the easiest things to do is to, if you were smart, and I assume that these people are, would be to run the whole shell of the spacecraft into a capacitor or capacitors to absorb this increase in voltage and basically turn this radio into a thing that feeds into the batteries.
Yep.
Now it's not to power the batteries. It would give a little bit of power, but the point is that it would basically nullify the effects of the vibrations and the frequencies that are running along the currents of the shell of your spacecraft, which is made of metal. This is just reasonable thinking, and I'm not a space engineer or anything. So just working on those type of things. This is where this is where they're at, and and this has been, I mean, just combining those two effects, just the situation with the cutlery all glowing and having sparks flying over it. I mean, it's just the same as sticking a fork in a microwave, right? So
now that makes me think of something. You must have a cold, huh? I'm just getting over it.
I'm sorry. Yes.
It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. I'm just glad you're doing okay. So it brings to mind when they do this, what do you call it? The TR3B, the electrogravitics, where they're doing that. You made a comment one time when we talked about it and said, how would you even start something like that? It would need something to start it. But once it got going, wouldn't it protect the inhabitants, like in their own sort of gravity bubble?
Well, the trouble is that we know actually no link between gravity, besides some spinning objects, yes, that show a reduced gravity or attraction to them, and the other spinning object that seems to have that kind of effect is, like, as we talked before, a tornado.
Yeah.
So those two effects are basically changing in my opinion, this goes along with what Wal Thornhill is trying to say regarding electricity, or regarding gravity. Gravity is not the result of, and I'm using air quotes here, the bending of space and time.
Right.
Then it must be something else. And the only other thing that, well, not the only other thing, let's be open here, but one of the reasonable things to think is that the reason that gravity is so weak is because it's an electrical force, which is incredibly strong, as we know. We use it for engines and motors and everything else. But a gravity force, like, just imagine we have a gravity-based engine. So using the weakest force in the entire universe to power something, that seems ridiculous, right?
Exactly.
So the other way of looking at it then is that, let's say that these that Wal Thornhill is correct, and that each atom is distorted slightly based on the positive charge inside of the atom, which is pulled towards a negative surface. So this negative surface is, of course, the ground of the Earth, and it's pulled towards other material. Just like, but it's only affecting, the reason it can't be shielded is because these charges are not moving the way that charges move in what we consider conventional electricity. Conventional electricity rides on top of the electrons. And they are basically where, if I was to say the Higgs boson field, okay, which I don't even know exists, but let's call that the ether for now, and that every positive charge creates a dent, then up pops a negative charge in between two positive charges. And that's why everything's equal. So basically, the reason that electrons are so light is because they are just a reflection or that type of thing of a proton being there or something positively charged. So this creates atoms and so forth and all the wonderful stuff that comes with that. But if that is the case then, and these atoms have mass, spinning them at high velocities should create a situation where the alignment of the atoms is no longer down. They're spinning so fast that they're going outward slightly. And this degree, if you calculated it in, and I'm trying to be actual scientific here, but if you calculate that in complex numbers and realize it has an angle to it, so if you could spin it so fast that it could counter gravity, it can't. It can only spin it so fast that it would equal gravity. And even then it couldn't, because gravity is slightly pulling it down. You could make things lighter. That's nice. So you could make a vehicle lighter in principle with this, but you'd have to add the mass itself to spin it up to do that. So it would be counterintuitive anyway. Like, you're basically saying, unless you could say, I'm going to spin up a sizable amount of this craft. But if you were to put it into, say, a conventional helicopter or a conventional airplane, it would be pointless, because you're making it lighter, sure, but you're only making it lighter of the weight you added. You're not you yourself sabotaging the plane to prove this point. Sure, it'd be easier to hook the whole thing up to a balloon that can barely lift off the spinning disc, and then spin that disc up and watch to see if it flies. There you go. You'd have, if you can show that as an equal system in a controlled environment, and then just spin it up and watch it float up because of the spinning top going so fast. I mean, it would have to go faster. It had to be enough to push the thing out past, like if you imagine the pole being straight down towards the core of the Earth, or to a part inside the Earth which is sufficiently down to say core, then this pulling, you would create an angle as you spun it, and this would get wider. But you know that even if you spun it a little bit, well, we don't know how fast you'd have to spin it to counter this, and you wouldn't really counter it at all, because there would still be a complex number based on the 9.8 meters per second of gravity, or cubed. Mm-hmm. And this would be always pulling down, depending on how fast you're spinning it sideways. You would have to spin it. To make that number negligible, if you know what I mean, you'd have to spin it incredibly fast. And so even spinning it like maybe a couple hundred miles an hour might not be enough to really change the weight that much, because it's still down near the 90%, down near the bottom of this graph, I guess is what I'm saying, that I'm envisioning in my mind. I'm holding two hands down and then imagining it spinning, and then they get wider and wider and wider, and at full spin they still couldn't get to zero, like directly pointing outwards. The direction of the force would still be always down. Yeah. So then how do you make something anti-gravity? Well, first thing you'd have to recognize, it would be easier to change the angle of the charges, like to make the charges somehow reflect and make you repel from the ground.
Well, I really do believe that exists. And I think if you watch...
Well, it's impossible.
The moon landings, they always say, why didn't the LEM leave a crater? They were using electrogravitics. If you watch it take off, you don't see no rocket.
I could tell you why that happens. I could tell you exactly why that happens. And it
looks like an electrical reaction.
It does. In a way, you're not wrong, because it's only being pelted with high-speed ions coming from this jet. But remember, if you've ever seen a spacecraft as it keeps going up and up and up and up and up, you'll notice that the flames start getting wider and wider and wider and wider, because
it almost overcomes it.
Right, because what's happening is that it's spreading out and it's charged. Right. Because it's mostly spent fuel that has already had most of its electrons stripped off it, and you're just ejecting it out the back. So this thrust is now in atmosphere. It's compressed and makes smoke, but then it gets wider and wider and wider because it's outside the atmosphere. There's no smoke to make anymore because there's no oxygen being burned. So this becomes a weird-looking, beautiful. Sometimes they see spirals. They say, if you're looking over north, and they say, "I'll see the spiral. That has to be an alien." No, that's them dropping a actual booster, and the booster spins as it goes down and crashes into the ground.
Oh yeah,
that's what they're doing. So that's why it looks so weird, and it's in space, so you don't even understand what you're looking at. Right. So on the moon, like even when they were faking it, and I mean faking it for film, right up to like Capricorn 1, where they, believe it or not, and this is kind of funny, the movie revolves around faking a Mars landing in the 1960s or something. Anyway, but even then they did it all wrong. Like even right up until we launched the things, we didn't understand what was going to happen. But the thrust is correct because they did their math. What they didn't understand is that the thrust is going to go in every direction as soon as it leaves that booster, because there's no pressure on the moon. Right. So, and the reason you don't see a lot of smoke is because it's not the thrust hitting air, pushing the sand and making a giant plume, which we saw when it took off from Earth. There's nothing there. So the only things that get hit are those little stripes that just get hit by the actual gas itself that made it to the ground and actually pushed those sand particles away. So it's very diffuse. Still give the same thrust because, space, mass, throwing mass away equals this much thrust. That's what they were doing, obviously. But it looked completely different than I think they even expected, just because of that reason. Now, I'm not saying they don't have electrogravitics now, because if they are, let's just say JPL and people like that, they're not idiots. And I'm assuming that I'm not an idiot. And let's say I'm just generally on the right path, but I don't know everything. I'm not a CIA agent, or I don't have I don't even know the stuff that, Donald Scott knows. I can understand it and I would learn from him. but I fear I would be learning from him for the rest of my life. He's quite knowledgeable on, plasma vortexes and, of course, the fields that they generate. I can explain them as a layman, but, well, I'm not an educated layman. I can explain it to a layman via him, So that's good. But when you see the technology that, if they don't believe what they're selling, now that's a big if. If the regular scientific community is off in, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, la la land.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, and they're playing with, quantum theory, just like when Dirac said in 2016. So this guy is really old by this time, because this theory came out in like 1947. He said that thing was only supposed to last 10 years. Okay. We were expecting a better theory to come up with it. And now we've turned it into a numbers game, and we're not even sure that the numbers really relate to anything. Like, we're really at that point where it's quite clear to anyone with a brain that quantum theory is completely unstable. And if you go down that far and you realize it's completely unstable and untenable mathematically, that's what I should have said. The same thing with cosmology. They run into a problem with just taking into consideration the orbits or the rotational velocity of a galaxy. When you see the rotational curve, it fits electrically across a home polar motor, but it doesn't fit with gravity, which is
the outside spins just as fast as the inside.
Yeah, like a disk. Yes. Yeah, exactly. It becomes there's rotational velocity increase.
They had to make up
core.
Dark matter to explain it.
Yes, exactly. Yes, but that is what I mean by untenable. And thank God, as I told people to wait, okay, these guys would like to steal whatever discoveries they have from the electric universe.
Oh, of course. Yes.
And it's natural human reaction. The good thing is that all of us have been recording this stuff for years, and there's been lots of conferences which have been recorded. Right. So at the end of the day, I might be long dead, but the things that I thought of that were mine will probably be researched by someone going through these great masses of, we'll call it, I found the database of YouTube before the crash. Yes. And then they're going to go through it and they're going to find little piece of history, just like they will. And then they're going to realize that the stuff that we've been basing it on from these doctors, you can see the controversy in real time where these guys were saying, no, they stole our ideas. And there could be any number of ideas that were popped out. It could be my idea, for example, and this is, no, I don't think it's been directly expressed, but when I said that there could be that the reason that gravity makes things appear to be gas giants or made of hydrogen or whatever, that's the apparent mass. Well, something involving the apparent mass or the mass of the planet must be not just how much of the material is there, but it also should relate to an inverse of the charge of the body somehow. I don't know exactly if it's a logarithmic scale. Is it, is it linear? I don't know anything like that. But to look at it, it's clear that the highest charged bodies are the lightest. And that can't be a coincidence.
Right. Doesn't it drive you crazy when you're watching a show and they're dancing all around the electric universe and don't know it? You just want to grab them through the screen.
Oh, yes.
And say, hey!
I always try to leave something positive in the comments of those ones that will direct people to it without directly saying electric universe.
Yeah.
That will give anyone who's interested something to search. One time I'll say, maybe it's about comets, and I'll say, well, if the silica coming off leaves an O positive and it gets picked up by the H negative coming from the solar wind, which we can assume is an electric current or is electric current sheet. Yeah. If that's the case, then we're just getting HO from the rock and there's actually no liquid there at all. So it's not snow. Could this be just a plasma discharge in a vacuum? ? And that's it. Because I don't want to get deleted. Yeah. And I want people to...
Right.
And then anyone who's paying attention will go, I never thought of that before. And that's what I want to get. I want them to come with their own minds to it.
Yes.
I don't want to prove anything. I just want to show you that what we have is wrong. And there's much better ways of looking at this. And that's, by the way, going back to the shape of the dipoles of this, electric gravity that Wal Thornhill talks about. I don't know if he ever mentioned it. Because I honestly don't know, but I think we've talked about it. But one of the things that comes up to me is that, well, if the charge is higher, then the charge of the electrons being higher compared to the protons, then the higher charge of the body would make the quote unquote orbits change. And it would seem to have a less impact of the material it's pulled towards, therefore making it appear like it has less mass. So there is a reason to think that. Like it makes, even though I have not the ability to prove this, but with just, and of course everyone could say, well, you could be fooling yourself too. It's true. But there seems to be some logical confluence of the idea of charge changing the electron shells and making these protons in the middle appear to be less attracted to the planet. Therefore, gravity is less if the charge is higher. That type of thing.
Now, trying to understand gravity, we have the sun in the middle of the solar system,
right,
and all the planets are dispersed into certain locations dictated, I would say, by the charge, the positive charge of the sun, because they're little negative bodies that are rotating around, right?
Correct. The
so
sun
what keeps them from being attracted right in?
Well, they have mass.
Yeah.
That's a real thing. I mean, it's not like I'm not saying gravity doesn't exist or inertia doesn't exist. I mean, my God, our whole universe would fall apart. But with that, though, it is equally reasonable to assume that these are, as Hans Alfvén put it, Dr. Hans Alfvén said, they are like the ashes of prior electrical events. Right. So the sun, if we were talking about it being invaded by Saturn coming in on an angle, that would be the largest frigging comet thing we've ever seen beside the sun. And that coming in close to us, I mean, I think it was the Aleutian hand axe. I think it eventually became, and when it came back later, it was the Venus figurine. This was a conglomeration of another solar system entering into ours. That's like not just one planet, but several. And it together, see, because it's being held together electrically, because they can get close, but not too close. You know what I mean? They have shells around them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, with all that put together, you could understand that technically that's impossible for a gravitational body to do that, because they would fly apart as they are all pulled. But this mass, although changing shape over time and losing charge, and apparently as it went through, as we can see the Venus figurines change over time and get longer necks and look more like lizards and all this other crap.
Yeah, everything does.
Well, yeah, but that was a long period of time. It seems that like ancestors have been worshiping this thing when it came by every time it did, and it didn't technically really hit us like it was supposed to do, like an extermination event type of thing. And it didn't this time because it was off course or whatever, lost charge. Either way, it did, however, seem to grab a hold of us, and we were with it. When we were within it, that would be when our gravity would be different because of the charge of Saturn being, we were within that. Yeah. We became immersed in its field, and therefore our field was completely changed, and we could build giant things, and there were large creatures moving around. And I'm not talking about way dinosaur age, assuming, of course, that dinosaurs did exist a long period of time, but we can explain that they actually must have been longer away than the megafauna that we've experienced recently. We know that there is a difference there just in the composition of these two things. So this had to have been like a prior era of existence, but mankind could, a few of these things could have lived, but I don't necessarily buy that, of course, but I can see it.
Well, I always wondered what happens to the electricity after it runs through the appliance. Is that the ashes? Is that what you're talking about?
Actually, it's very simple. There are two things that happen to electricity when it goes through something. Obviously, it will change all the parameters, voltage, current. The resistance of that object is turned into heat. So if we imagine that the Earth is an inefficient transformer, then it's generating heat. Okay? And it's generating movement on its surface. We call that wind. It's pulling this stuff around.
The wind is a current, too.
Well, high enough up. Because the moisture of our planet really kind of feeds cyclones, but doesn't seem to feed anyway, tornadoes. So there's a difference there. And yes, you could say that cyclones are depressions in our electric field and so forth. So you can have some debate on that. But it seems like as soon as you can touch a top layer that's dry, that dry layer can contain charges and discharge the Earth in the form of a tornado. And of course, the reason it spins the way it does is because of the right-hand rule. You have current positive going down the middle, you have negatives around the bottom, and it has to go to the right, so it starts spinning. And this might also explain why things like transport trucks get stuck to the side of them for like several rotations before they're remotely thrown off. And the angle of inertia of that object, I mean, an 80,000 pound truck going around in a circle 4 times and turning quite a steep turn as it goes, it seems exceptionally powerful winds would have to be pushing, more powerful than the ones that are pushing it forward. I'm not sure I buy that, considering it seems like a lot of things stick to the side of these things. And that could explains the situation where people explain things got weird when the tornado hit, like everything started floating. Yeah.
Well, a tornado is kind of like a mini Birkeland current, isn't it?
It is a full Birkeland current.
Yeah.
Except it's not 2 twisting ones coming down. It's actually the core being the main path of discharge with shells around it. Yes. Mm-hmm. Usually only one because it's thick in the atmosphere. But if you went to space or further up, you could see it would form layers and shells just like you see from rockets. Mm-hmm. Because the material begins to sort itself electrically into plasma. Plasma sorts itself into cells, and that's something that we didn't like. They don't want to even admit in the Victorian age because it's just too complex. But that's why we named it like plasma. Langmuir said, "Well, it's like blood plasma; it forms itself into cells." Oh, it's the same thing here.
Yeah, have you heard of the plasma life theory?
It sounds like something I would have made.
It's alive. They're theorizing that it's alive.
Well, that's like theorizing fire is alive. So, however,
plasma life theory, I think it's called.
I think that there's certain situations that would indicate that plasma itself has characteristics of life, mm-hmm. and the idea that it can make life and transport life through space is something that I could totally believe in. I mean, when they call Mars the bringer of pestilence, mm-hmm. Or they talk about, for example,
blood-stained stormer of walls.
Yeah, what was also the one with Venus? When Venus came around, it was just as bad. Like you had viruses and stuff coming down. Yep. So the idea that microbes exist on other planets in their atmospheres, especially one as electrically active as Venus, would be reasonable. So now I'm not obviously just by the way they acted and what they said about it. Like, yeah, it brings pestilence. It sucks. Yeah, it blows chunks off the planet. We don't like it. We hid in caves. Mm-hmm. That's what tells me that and. As we talked before, the fact that they had enough time to build the caves, in some of those cases, indicates to me that this was an ongoing problem that happened every few years, or at least enough time to build caves. Like you build a bunch, like it's like the Long Night from Game of Thrones or something. It's like every few years, this planet gets hit by this Kali Venus thing, and smokes a bunch of parts of it and creates a bunch of disease. So we tend to hide here in these caves. Mm-hmm. And you can see where some of these caves, especially when you see them, they look like they're not doorways, but it looks like they've been worn off, mm-hmm. and then you can see inside of the structure. Well, I was wondering if that was something like when the Israelites talked about the mountains melting like wax. Was it were these places actually getting hit and getting eroded? Right there in front of them. Could you imagine you're eating dinner and the wall starts disappearing? Mm-hmm. And you're like, holy crap, we got to go further in because it's eating the mountain. That feels like some of these places look really melty like that. But when you combine that with some of the amazing pieces of technology, like mirrored walls inside of caverns and stuff like that, you're like, how'd they pull this off? It's beautiful. Yeah. And it makes me wonder if, in addition to changes to not only life and gravity, could it also have had changes to materials? Not unlike, like when we heat something up, it becomes more valuable. What happens when everything's charged up? Does steel cut better? Do metals cut better? Oh, is rock weaker? Mm-hmm. I don't know for sure, of course.
I would think something might get weaker if you freeze it really cold.
Oh, no, that will crack it. You're right. Yeah. No, you're totally right there. But what I was thinking of, like, for example, imagine that the Earth is really highly charged and you're trying to do some carving and you realize that basaltic rock. So this is the basalt and the other types of rock there. What was it called? Anyway, other types of rock that are very hard, but they tend to have particles in them that are, for lack of a better term, electric crystals and so forth.
Yes, crystals. Love them. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but also embedded in the rock itself because of the way it was made. Well, what if you happen to, this is long ago, you happen to have, these rocks are different and the metal's different and the tool you're using is wired up to something and just grounded. And now you're actually, the knife cuts a lot better through the rock because of the fact that it could actually, it's removing, it's taking ions along with it. There's an electrical process involved, but they don't really understand it. They just use it. And not unlike wondering if some of those, we talked about the scoop marks. Like I could envision things like a machine that has just a sparker on the end and just like goes, okay, moving over, and it's just ripping up everything in a radius.
Jeez.
I don't believe that's extraordinary and would require extraordinary evidence. But there's very few explanations for things like that. But it would also explain why they're slightly polished. Like when you go in and you'd have to go underneath, you take the little thing up and go, and would remove everything in that area. And everything looks like it's polished. Well, it would make sense that you're not just hitting the knobs down. I mean, they would hit the knobs down, and that it left, but you would just move it over, take out another basketball size chunk, and then move it over, and so on and so forth.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, again, I've heard a lot of people talk a lot of things, but one of the things that they're stuck with when thinking about this in the conventional way is just they don't have the idea of well, I'm willing to look at obviously cement ideas, but in addition, not cement, but limestone powder and some conglomerates being turned into like why these things have such good fit towards each other makes a lot more sense if they were just piled on top of each other and like cement.
You know, I thought that too. And there is that someone, I think it was you, told me that they rediscovered Roman concrete.
Yeah, it just happened. I didn't make that up. It happened like last week.
Yeah, that's
well. I mean, that's when the announcement happened, and I'm a big fan.
Well, that would make sense. Yeah.
It'd be nice to have like, I mean, we could build things like build a road and a bridge. And have it, instead of going, well, this will last 50 years, you go, this will last 500 years.
Yeah.
That would be nice. That would really help.
Well, there are parts of the Appian Way still around, isn't there?
There's lots of parts of a lot of things still around. But I think I think some of the things that I found interesting is like how much these people knew how to, like, some of these stones that I see in some of these forts were clearly on top of other forts and everything else, and the stones are huge, and I'm like I can believe certain things, but just like we were talking about the cart tracks, is there something else going on?
Yeah.
You know, is it just that, or is it like materials did have a change? Because we can't experiment with that. That's the one thing that we can't experiment with. You can heat something up and then experiment it like glass, and you can do glass flow, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's take what happens to glass when we put it in a highly charged environment and it's highly charged. Well, the trouble is that you can't go around playing games with it because it will shock whatever you do, and the people will die. So you'd have to sort of build an insulated room that could be raised in voltage that wouldn't attract things like lightning bolts. And the moment that you fucked up with it once, everyone inside's dead. It's way worse than change in pressure. Like change in pressure is one of the most dangerous things that you could ever have.
Yeah.
And the other one is change in voltage. And both are almost instant killers. Like a change in heat, that takes time. You see what I mean? Like you have a change in heat, this thing's heating you up. It takes a while before it heats up so much. And so therefore, and it's localized so that you can basically insulate against it. You know, the material that shield against heat.
Isn't it voltage hertz, but amps kill?
Oh, yes. That's absolutely true. Yes. Amps do kill. That's why, and for reasons I think we could probably understand just by talking about lightning's hitting things, lightning kills lots of big animals a lot quicker than it kills us.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to kill us if we can, like, not make it go through our torso.
Yeah. Right.
But the moment you create a loop, that's what animals do. They create a big loop. Because let's say a lightning bolt hits 20 feet in front of them. Okay, didn't hit them. Well, the electricity creates a pulse that goes up and goes out at the speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
And as it goes out, it hits the first legs of the animal and starts going up. Well, it won't start going up through the animal until the back legs are going, and then the back legs are hit. Well, here's the problem. The back legs are now at a different voltage than the front legs because it's a degrading charge away from the strike point. Right. So let's say the voltage was like 1,000,000 volts got hit to the ground. It gets dissipated quickly through the rock and across the surface. Right. But during that time, at the distance this animal is, the difference of voltage between their front feet and their back feet, if they were facing it, let's say, could be as much as 100,000 volts. So now the current difference between it says, oh, well, I find it easier to pass through this animal than I find it to go through the earth. So now current loops through the animal's body and it dies. And that's why you can see lightning hit and a whole whack of elk get killed.
Yeah, like a couple hundred at a time.
Yeah, that's just from a normal lightning strike. Imagine it was a massive one that was just rolling across the plains from some giant rock flying by.
Yep.
I mean, anything. Okay, woolly mammoths would go, why is my hair standing on end? Dead. All of them. Just dead. And they loved water. They were hanging around in swamps. What a worse place to be. Yeah. You know, it comes by, it goes, well, I like wet things. And wet fur? Oh, that's just great. Zorch. Yeah. You know, I mean, to the electricity.
Yeah. You know, I find it amazing that it took all the way until Manuel Velikovsky and David Talbot to put together the Saturn theory thing. I mean, what a great mental leap that was. You know, and I mean, even people, they talk about things that Velikovsky was talking about in the 40s and 50s. I mean, today, currently. Like the whole thing with Mars and, you know, its two moons, Phobos and Deimos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, the ancients called them the steeds of Mars, and Jonathan Swift...
Or the dogs of war.
Yes. Yeah. The guy who wrote Gulliver's Travels, Velikovsky says, must have had access to ancient texts because he properly names both moons and their orbits and sizes. You know, how 100 years before, you know,
it was
discovered. So... why can't people get that in their head that the planets were closer? It's like a no-brainer to me. And the axial tilt.
It's actually, we talked about before, and it's really simple. It's so simple, it hurts. Hero worship.
Yeah.
That's all it is. We love Sir Isaac Newton. Sir Isaac Newton can't be wrong. He had a universal law of gravitation, according to these people. And we are humans. We tacked on universe. We didn't test it through the universe, but we tacked that on. And because of that, and because of his status as the preeminent calculus-making intelligent virgin, or whoever he was, I don't even know. The point is that this man managed to revolutionize and just begin science, you know, in earnest, physics, the whole idea. And all that put together makes him infallible to certain people, and because he's infallible, much like Einstein,
there's so many.
They can't be wrong. And I explained the other day, one thing I am sure of, that if Einstein was alive today, his opinions would be significantly different than those that he had in 1955.
Right. Yeah. That's why Velikovsky was all over him about Worlds in Collision. He almost got there, but the guy died.
Yeah.
Talk about bad luck.
Well, because remember, to Einstein, even if he didn't believe him, he saw that one of his flaws, and he agreed with this flaw, that his universe does not take into account electrodynamics, electromagnetism.
Yeah, right. They were written in the horse and buggy era, as Wal likes to call it. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. Just the fact the things he wrote about Mars should make someone sit up and take notice. But they just ignore the whole thing, and it's groundbreaking. It's revolutionary.
Well, yeah, and it also points out that we're asking the wrong questions. So that's what I love about science.
Right.
And like at the end, I have a little bit of, if I could say I have faith in one thing, it's faith that the truth points to itself, that the truth of a situation will be revealed because all evidence will point towards it. Which is why I found, like, stumbling across the electric universe from my point of view, coming from perhaps maybe a not to pimp out anything he's written, because I don't necessarily believe. I know where he gets his ideas, Graham Hancock, but he showed me. He showed me that I should be looking bigger, that there's more to this whole thing about archaeology, and that's sort of where I stepped into this. And then I stumbled across, I think, SaturnCosmology.org by John Cook. And that, of course, him being an electrical engineer, me being electrically educated, at first. And then, of course, I went back and read it after I became an electrical engineer. And yeah, he's 100% right in a lot of things. But Wal and him, you would argue about whether or not this happened first or that happened first, or did Saturn come back only recently? Has it been there the whole time? Has it come and has it gone? All of these things are, to me, acceptable questions. I'm not necessarily convinced of either. I lean towards John Cook's a little bit more, not because Wal obviously has other theories that he can simply stand on by himself. I mean, and even in passing, I mean, the man, his electric gravity, and whether or not he totally agreed with John on certain things, but either way, John's look is revealing, and you have to see that there is a history, and he tries to put together the history of mankind, and basically it's a history of mythology in a way, which is basically what Velikovsky was trying to do. And of course, when you're talking about Dave Talbot and when he came into it and did the Saturn myth, and it's obviously not just him, because he was working with Velikovsky. You can see it was more than just that. It was more than just the one thing. Especially when then you start noticing it everywhere. All the symbols.
Yeah.
And then suddenly, just like you walk by something and don't even think about it in any way weird. Like you think about that old movie Shaka Zulu or whatever it was called, and these people had put knives in their chest, and they were standing facing the sun, and they had to stay there until they ripped them out.
Oh my God.
Okay, but that's what we did. Like he's imitating the two arms of the sun reaching into the two poles of the planet. And the sun is looking at us. So this had to be after like a certain period of time. This is when the Clash of the Titans had already occurred, but the sun was still giving, like, our polar eminence and its polar eminence were still so strong that we could see them, and they looked like they were reaching out to us. And so he was attaching himself to the pole of the sun to prove that his manhood. And then I saw another person, and I immediately, when I saw him having he had extra dots over one of his breasts, and he was wearing a lion's, a leopard's print. And immediately this was a historical piece, so it wasn't like, like a modern thing. And when I looked at that, I said, that's Mars. And it was like, what? Like, and you're like looking and go, well, his nipple is Olympus Mons. The two other things are the other ones on the Tharsis Bulge. And that one over there is that other mountain, which I can't remember. And then there's a scar across his chest, okay, which he drew there. So he didn't actually scar himself there, but he drew it there in red. And then it had the lower part of Mars is all pockmarked with craters. And so he put leopard print on. That's a guy dressing as a Mars warrior. And you wouldn't be able to see that unless you could see Mars. And unless these people invented the friggin' telescope.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't deny that. That right there, like you said, those type of things, people think that you're fitting them in there, and I'm like, I didn't even try, man.
No,
it just comes to you after a while, over and over again. Like it's like we were talking the other day. It's like, why is there a flower on top of the bedposts with two wings on either side of it? Because that's Saturn.
Yeah.
Why do bedposts have balls on them? Because it's Saturn. Why? Right? Yeah. Why do you think the doors had every doorway is one of the two pillars that go up the pole on either side of the thing you were holding? Sometimes they are called spears, sometimes they're scepters and whatevers, but they're one in each hand, and they're on either doorway, and on either altar there's two candles, right in front of the big glory thing in the middle, which usually is something on top of the door. You would think it's a flower with sun rays on it, but if you look at any of the old things, even from Victorian era, they're clearly, that's Saturn on top of the door. Like,
I didn't know that. That's something new.
Well, you'll see it on top
the
of
Christmas tree was. But,
oh yeah, the banks and everything. Just we see if I'll find some. Like, see if I can see old doorways. I bet you there's like
it's amazing how many companies put the Saturn symbol in their signs. It's crazy.
Oh well, just for that, yes. But they know something. It's kind of creepy, but.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to say they're being nefarious. They're just going, hey, we know a secret you don't. Shush, shush.
Yeah, right.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not thinking that they are hiding it from mankind. They don't know the truth. No. They know the symbols. Yeah. They don't know what we know more about the truth than they do.
Like the cube.
Yes, exactly. Mm-hmm. Let me share my screen here.
Sure. Go ahead.
I just typed in old doorways.
I'm sorry, Rick couldn't make it.
It's okay.
I invited him. I don't know. He just didn't show up. Go on. Next time.
Did I share it? Is it there?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. And I didn't do anything. I just typed in old doorways and look at them. The first ones that come up, there's Saturn right there.
Yeah.
There's Saturn right there.
Wow.
There's Saturn right there.
I never knew
There's Saturn right there.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally the window, but of course the window would be lit. Here's the rainbows on top of the things, which are the things you could see all the colors. Mm-hmm. And if you go for, let's see, if we just go to, I don't want to antique doors for sale, but let's go to images to straight. And then, okay. This is, of course, the pillar. That's the combination of the pillar leading up, but that's just a type of door style.
So that's mimicking what the
look
Saturn
that.
itself, or the polar alignment.
Well, look at this one.
Yeah.
And the two pillars, even that they're ingrained into the door, they're not even supporting anything. Because this whole thing represents Saturn. Every doorway back then represented Saturn.
I did not know that.
Well, just look at it. It's this,
Yeah.
it has that. I mean, this is might as well be called God,
people would probably
Mary,
say
and
that's the
Venus,
sun.
or Mary and not Mary, Adam and Eve.
Because for another period of time, we seem to have Jupiter. Was that like the midnight sun or the sun?
No. The midnight sun is Saturn, but it's because it went out, and it was the original sun. Jupiter or Thor wasn't a sun, but he overthrew Kronos, and they both went off in the sky, as we talked before. Jupiter was the giant winged one, okay, with the acorn and the handbag.
The actual the image that they show for Nibiru was basically Jupiter.
Right, and it's traveling out with these other planets connected to it. Some of them are farther away than it is, but we're seeing it. Remember, we can't see any more than to one side or to the other away from the sun. Like, we're not. The way that it works is we basically, if it goes out far enough, it no longer becomes three objects. These three objects are entangled together, probably four even, and they're entangled and going off, battling each other into the sky, into the underworld. Okay, wow. And that's what they were doing. But that battle, before that happened, I mean, Jupiter basically went up and said, "Hey, bitches," and they did the whole. I guess the closest thing to be describing to it as a depiction or an art form would be. I talked about this last night or the night before. Was sumo wrestling. Two giant balls are trying to push each other away from the pole in the middle of the sky, which is the North Pole, and it's surrounded by a circle, and that circle is the horizon. And these two balls of men have legs, and they have to stand wide. The way that they have to stand is a certain way, just like, because that's the prominence is coming off the bottom of both of these planets. Like, they were so bright, the aurora from them, okay, is just blowing, like, just, we could see legs, and we could see arms coming out the top. And then when they hit each other, they make a slapping sound. They open hand slap to create that thunderous crack that is an imitation of the events that occur in the sky when the clash of the Titans occurred. This is when we wrote it all down, because we went through 2,000 years of, things are chill. Oh, look how all the pretty lights are getting, all the colors are getting weird. Oh, it's getting a little out of hand. Oh, look, the little hat and the little thing. Oh, okay, we'll imitate those now. That'll be cool. Yeah, we'll do that. And then suddenly Jupiter came in and went, "Screw you all," and boom, right on through the whole thing. And lightning and thunder lightning bolts are thrown at each other. I'm going to kill you, Dad. And then, of course, Venus and Mars went flinging off in every direction, probably Titan too, wherever they all went. And they're traveling out now because of this confluence and what they slowed down. They started traveling outwards into deeper and deeper into the underworld. We gathered a bunch of rings, probably from all the debris, and we're sitting there watching you have to pass this river to get to the underworld and the Grim Reaper and all that stuff. The heaven is not there anymore. I mean, we're on our own, right. And the balance of the water just rebalanced, so we're all totally screwed up. I mean, the flood was devastating, killed most of us, and we're just going. So, and you remember how we did those cool machines? And they couldn't do that even if they could. And let's also remember that a lot of their stuff that they used to go to were high on mountains and stuff. And now traveling up mountains is incredibly lethal. Not so bad when your gravity's 0.3. You're going to hit the ground at 55 kilometers an hour from a very high height, which, by the way, not pretty, but survivable. It's totally survivable. You be happy. I mean, if you hit
falling off one world and landing on the other?
No. I just mean if you had a parachute and you were going down in a parachute right now, when you hit the ground, you're trying to go between 30 and 50 kilometers an hour when you hit the ground. Okay, it's not pretty. Okay, but you don't die from it. See what I mean? So you could build giant things on the sides of cliffs with this malleable rock and build these Sierra Lankan temples that you have to climb the edges of mountains to get up to. No one would really care, because if you fell off, you go, I'll see you next time. Don't forget to tell Mom I'll be up in like a half an hour. I have to climb this thing again. While he's falling.
It wouldn't kill you. I really like that. I like that door, the third row, second door, the blue one.
This one?
Yeah, I like that one. It's good.
Third row, second door. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, you can see that's the symbol.
Yeah.
Same symbol,
Yeah.
and they're everywhere. If you look at if we went to,
Saturn.
Old 4-poster beds.
Saturn theory not only matches like mythology-wise, it also matches scientifically. The oxygen, salt, and air are the same in Saturn's rings than they are.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Well, maybe it yanked a bunch of water. Well, actually, it did. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah.
When it was vaporizing the northern part of the planet and scouring it clean.
Mm-hmm.
And remember what geodes are like. If you ever thought about them, they have a dent at the top and a bump at the bottom. Well, the Earth has a dent at the top and a bump at the bottom.
Mm.
The bottom being, of course, Antarctica. The dent being, of course, the ocean where all this water was pouring into, and all this electricity was going, and then creating a giant fog bank, which is then raining down snow across all of the northern hemisphere and just creating a giant ice age. Because that snow is fresh, it went practically into space and came back down. But the parts that didn't go back down must have went to Saturn or Mars or up that pipe. I'm not trying to say that, but the idea, that it took some is one thing. Plus, also, it rained some down back on us. And of course, we had that's why it was so nice for them when they said, why did we find dead mammoths with buttercups in their stomachs type of thing? That seems rather weird. Well, it's not when you realize that the fresh water was coming from these glaciers. And as soon as you get out of the rings and the shadow, of this giant tube that's leading up to the sky, as soon as you get out of that radius, that shadow, it's sunny. I mean, the lights from the at night are from Saturn, and the lights in the day are from the sun. And you're just, it's warm, it's great, lush water, birds, everything. They were just having a great time until suddenly flash frozen. Well, why is it flash frozen? Well, it left, and the water poured down, not where they were standing, but over around, some would, of course, but it would flood over through the Atlantic Ocean and Pacific Ocean and well up in the middle of the equator. It would go bloop and then disperse again. So, it was quite possible. Got so high up that it went all the way to, just one second. Am I in a call somewhere?
No.
Oh my God, I am. Okay, 1 second.
Okay.
No, I'm good.
All right.
So, long story short, that would have been a massive flood to anyone who lived through it. It would have topped mountains and so forth. Yes.
No doubt about it.
As it rebalanced, because if you can imagine, the moon holds up so much water and the sun pulls so much water. Well, imagine the water being pulled up by a gigantic planet that's up there, and two other ones too.
Yeah.
And they're going to.
I just found out. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just thinking about that and how much when it comes back down, it's going to make a mess of things.
I just heard Mr. Farrell say something about Mars. Mars was in the news for something. Oh, my goodness. Oh, they found a bunch of water on Mars. Subsurface water.
Yeah, there has to be subsurface.
Enough to cover the planet 4 to 8 meters deep. So it's pretty sizable amount.
Yeah, well, you should see.
I would have think that, the reason why I say that is because I would have thought that when Saturn flooded the Earth, it most likely should have flooded Saturn too. Or,
Mars?
Mars too, yeah.
No, I don't think it did. I don't think Saturn flooded the way that you think it flooded.
No?
No, I think it's more to do with being inside the coma. Remember, there was a time at what we call, lack of a better term, creation.
Right.
In the Velikovsky, David Talbot era, and before we started piecing together everything about how these things were moving around, they didn't know, about the electricity aspect of it. Like, you don't think about planets not being able to hit each other because they have positive cores. It just doesn't make sense if you don't understand that. And that's fine. But understanding that north and south, these planets are going to line up, and they're going to fall in the main field of Saturn is so big that we were inside of it. Even with those other three planets separating us and Mars and Saturn. So there's two planets between us and Saturn. So we must be 1 million or 2 miles away from this darn thing. And we were still, oh my God, so inside its magnetic field. The magnetic field of Jupiter and Saturn are, if you look at the planet, as just where it is now, you would have no trouble. It would look like if you could see it, it would just look like, it would be like maybe 1 or 2 quarters in size at arm's length.
Yes.
Like the moon is only about an aspirin size or a Tylenol size.
That's the size of an aspirin, yeah.
But if you go and imagine putting 2 quarters together and seeing that thing up in the sky, that's about how big Andromeda is. But you can barely see Andromeda unless you're living in a real nice spot. Light pollution. But that's all I'm thinking is.
It has to be life. Just has to be.
Well, we just talked about it. The fact that life, if pestilence doesn't sound good, okay, but pestilence is life, just coming from another planet. In this case, the one from Mars, it brings pestilence whenever its atmosphere gets close to ours. So yeah, there must be some microbes living in the atmosphere or something like that, and then they're in a charged environment for extended periods. Because remember, it was around at this time when we were talking about it having pestilence, it was the Hercules event where it was coming down, getting close to us, and then going back towards Venus and so forth. Did that 12 times, the 12 labors of Hercules. That situation is what caused the pestilence when it got close to us. Mars did the same thing, or Venus did the same thing when it got close to us. Mercury, apparently, when it got close to us, destroyed our ability to speak.
Wonder why?
No, I'm being honest. As far as anyone could tell, when Mercury came by and the Tower of Babel went up, because it wasn't a thing that they were building, okay? It was a tower.
Went by quick, too.
Yeah, well, when you talk about the past, we talked about Horus rising on his mountain, right? Mm-hmm. That's different than, because that's a mountain, because we didn't have structures back then. But later, we had structures. So we said the Tower of Babel. So it was a tower that was being built to the sky. But what it was a big plasmoid thing reaching towards Mercury when it got too close. And when that touched it from our thing, we invented new languages all over the world.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happened.
Yeah.
Did it fry our brains? Like, in a way, did our children have to invent new languages? What's going on here? It's crazy to think about.
We got noisy. We had to start talking.
Well, or alternately, it drained the last amount of power that allowed us to, and I hate to go all new agey or whatever, because I'm not really big into that, but it is possible that if we lived in a much more electrical environment, that the idea of transmitting thoughts or receiving thoughts like we were radios,
right?
Totally honest radios, by the way, which would suck, We would have no duplicity, which could explain why duplicity is a new invention. Like, we think that the invention of religion to screw everyone over and control them. No. These people were trying to deal with real things in the sky, and they had no science. I really got to stress that enough, that these people did not have a clue. They just all they could do is go tell stories and frighten everybody. Not that they wanted to. They were basically sharing trauma. Okay, and we share trauma all the way down to the lines. That's how we did it. But I personally think that's not something that we should dwell on. Like, getting over it would be recognizing that it happened, number one, that it freaked us out as a species, but it also invented everything. And if science is supposed to be complete, then in actuality, religion has to become part of science. And I don't mean that it has to become part of science that we have to believe it, but it should be studied like as any other science. I mean, we're smart enough to understand the psychology that goes into these type of things. And we just have to take that and reverse engineer the filter and sort of begin to see what they were actually talking about. Like, if you've been to, when I went to Wales, we went to an abbey, and every single thing in that abbey was related to the stars. And you would never know it. It was built in the 1300s, and you had no clue, about anything. But one of the examples is, if you go up the stairs, you go up 27 and a half stairs, to make it to the moon room, but to make it to the holy processional moon room, you have to go up 29 and a half stairs. Now, why is that? It makes no sense to me initially until someone pointed out, no, it's 27 and a half days before the moon is in the same position, but it's 29 days and a quarter before it's in the same stars again. So it's like this whole building is basically an astrological map that you couldn't tear down. And that's what, and these guys had to know that in the 1300s, what they were talking about. This is before Copernicus. So these people, and I'm saying that they knew that the Earth went around the sun or anything weird like that, because it didn't matter. What mattered was that the calculations were right. And you could do them with a certain number of these years and so forth. But what they were trying to prove and say is that these things are related. Religion and astral phenomenon, or things in space, are directly related.
Yeah.
And that is something that's hard for some people, especially when they go, well, he saw an angel. Well, no, he probably saw a plasmoid, freaked out, had a schizoid event, and talked to it. That's much more likely. And who wouldn't? I would. If I didn't have remotely the education to tell me what I was looking at, you don't know what you're looking at. I mean, it would be, and for those who've never been in that type of situation, because they're kind of rare today, it's like waking up in another person's house, forgetting you went to bed there, and not recognizing where the windows are or anything, and you're in the dark.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. And that's why you would be confused. You would believe what you were seeing. Like, let's say you were half drugged out of your mind and sitting there and it's all dark and everything, and a kid comes in wearing, having one of those, I don't know, a Tony Stark mask on, wanders around, picks up a toy and leaves. Your brain is not going to understand what it just saw. Like, you're going to be saying, okay, no, I just saw a glowing thing float down to the floor. I heard some rumbling and it left. I don't know what happened. But that's what they're trying to tell you. They're trying to personify it, put it in a way that you can understand, at least in the originals. You have to throw away a lot of stuff. Like, when they're talking about Jesus, actually, a lot of the allegories are about resistance to not only Roman but Jewish law. Like when he went and said, when Jesus was talking to the people in the temple, then went out and beat a fig tree with a stick. Jesus did not hate fig trees. There was a whole allegory there that we didn't even understand because we're modern.
Yeah.
And they know what they're talking about because they're speaking in a sort of code. Like it would be like me going, instead of saying the Romans had a tax system that allowed people to blah, 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 and they could talk all scientific about it. But me and you at that time would say, I got a little bit of pokey from the government there. You got some coins from the government. I know this, and you got it for some project or whatever they're doing. But you would talk about it completely differently than the people who are studying it, which is also a lot of the problems that we tend to make things very holy when they might not have been.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's so sacred, we would never build a temple for people to go into. Yeah, they would.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Because they didn't think their society was going to end.
Yeah.
That's it. It's like
no doubt
it's
that's
like
true. Yeah.
Well, it's like a bank vault.
Everyone did.
In a way, they built some of those things like bank vaults. They didn't have to be manned. They could leave for the day, come back. Everything would still be there because no one could get through in one night to get into that vault because they had a portcullis on it, the great one in China, or the Great Pyramid of Giza. Anyway, you go into bank vaults today, they do this exact same thing. They basically know that it's tough enough that you can't break into it overnight. We'll be here in the morning. That's all they had to do. Yeah. They didn't think that, there's going to be a giant flood. Things are going to get totally killed. Your society is going to be destroyed. The Berbers are going to come in, not know what the hell you're talking about, and they're going to break into this thing over the course of whatever. And that could explain why when they finally did break in, they broke in a way that was conducive to getting things out that were too big. That means that things that were put in there originally.
Uh-huh.
That's the one thing I did learn about that I thought was very interesting.
Oh, something else you taught me too. When they always have these Orthodox priests all drab, all garbed up, with all this shiny stuff, and they got a rope for like a belt. Strung down. And you told me that was so that when they were in the room with what was that certain
Ark of the Covenant,
and they would die, they could pull them out by that rope. I thought,
that's correct.
How genius is that? I never knew that. That was something.
Oh yeah, they it's a thing. And now the thing is that since these people don't understand death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so let's just put that. They don't understand it, at least not in any way that we understand. In fact, sometimes these people were so out of their friggin' minds that they would talk to idols. And that's why idol worship was a problem.
Yeah.
Because schizophrenic people talk to dogs, let alone golden idols.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, these are people who chopped off heads and put them on spikes, not as a warning, but so these people that they chopped the heads off to could tell the people that came how they got their heads chopped off. Not that they really could, but their person walking into that would see all these heads, and each one of them, to them, might be moaning at them. Imagine how hellish that stuff is. And the reason I talk like that, that belief is very, very powerful. We've all heard about the stories of these African hunters with their little whistles, and if they ever whistle at you, they kill you. And people who believe that will die.
Wow, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it was a I remember watching about it in the 1970s and 80s. about the power of the mind, but it was also brought up in Julian Jaynes' book, The Origin of Consciousness and the Breakdown of the Bicameral Mind from 1976. That book being the foundation of Westworld and a bunch of other things, the modern one.
Well, these African tribes all have, and Native Americans, for that matter, these fantastic creation stories.
Well, not only that, they have true belief, which we don't have.
No, that's true.
Like, if I didn't have science, I honestly fear for this when I think about it. If I did not have science backing me up, like in the way that I could formally think that I'm doing the right thing and thinking about things correctly and trying to be mature and trying to help, honestly, I would probably just be an evangelist priest with a good charisma that would be ripping people off.
Yeah.
Not deliberately, but because I believed it, or because it was real. You could see it in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was real. I would definitely be sitting there going, "Oh no, we can convince these guys not to do this." Look, let's get 2 or 3 virgins, do the whole, feed them to the Dark Lords or whatever, and this thing will go away.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, because these people obviously they were safe for a long period of time, and obviously, I know there was one flood in real life and then one flood in the sky, and there are different floods. Some people think the Great Flood was the one where Saturn left and did the fight. Okay. And that became, this is anything. So this puts that time at the younger Dryas type of era.
There was more than one, right? There's at least 2, right?
Well, that's what I mean. But some of them were not on Earth.
Mm-hmm.
What I mean by that is they were when we moved, the aurora, the green aurora, covered a lot of the sky.
Mm-hmm.
And that appeared to be a giant flood to us.
I see.
And it did affect us, yes. There was other events that occurred with that. But it wasn't like the Epic of Gilgamesh flood, which was a whole, Noah thing. That seems like a big thing. But you see where we're at. We're trying to piece together parts of history. The only thing I can rest assured is that if you think about it, they were just hearing some of the things that they talk about, like the aspect of using, hearing the voice of God between the thorns of the burning bush, and then how he did the exact same thing with the wings of the Ark of the Covenant. Well, that's just a oscillation between 2 thorns he was hearing.
It had to be like a capacitor, isn't it?
Well, what they did, honestly, in the burning bush that did not burn, you could do this today. Unfortunately, it would be a hard place to find, and it had to be dry. So you have to be up on a dry area, and you'd have to pour enough water or oil around this plant so that the water or oil would touch the groundwater. Okay. So you have a giant flat layer of sand, which is impermeable to electromagnetics. It's dry. But the water underneath can travel, and it goes up to the highest point, which is that tree. And the tree would give off an ethereal glow, a corona fire, a St. Elmo's fire. And it would spark, which you can see those today when you go look at, say, telescopes on the tops of mountains. You can always see coronal discharges along them because it's very windy, very dry. They're very high up. But in this situation here, you have this coronal glow happening around this bush, and then he hears the name of the God spoke between the thorns. And the name of God at the time was Yahweh. So if you just say, and it was repeating it over and over. So he was just saying Yahweh, 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 which is just an electrical oscillation. You can clearly hear it just in saying the words. The secret name of God. See, it's secret because it was sent by lightning bolts. See, you're not supposed to know it, but of course we do because he couldn't shut up. And anyway, and they did the same thing. So they basically made a capacitor type of thing, likely out of this type of object, and created some sparks between the wings.
It must have been like hellishly freaking powerful, you know?
Well, I think that the Earth
Whatever happened to it.
really charged up for a while.
Yeah.
And in so, number one, gravity was changing, which was problematic because things that were big were dying, like giants and so forth. I mean, after the flood, there was like only 2 giants ever mentioned again: Og of Bashan, his sons, and of course Goliath. And that's it. That's the only giants we ever hear about.
It's the only giants. Yeah, that's true.
But before that, they talk about, and I'm not trying to use that citation only, but they talk about all the animals that lived before things got smoked, which makes sense. Things were big. Then the gravity changed probably the first time they got flung out of there, and those 2 plants went flying off into their own thing. Our charge was still charged up, but it was going down. The first step was to go oof, and suddenly a whole whack of animals could no longer live.
Massive barrier discharge.
Well, if there is such a thing as gravity being affected by electrical charge, and again, that's pure.
I think it is electrical charge.
I would love to agree with you, but unfortunately, anyone who thinks about it knows that if you think about gravity like a magnet, okay, and you can go, wow, that magnet could really crush your hand, wow. Or that magnet is really sticking there, pretty powerful, but it takes a while, but I can get it pried off, with a crowbar, right?
Plasma and electricity created what we see, everything we see, just them 2 things.
Yeah. The neutralization.
That's how magic it is.
It pulled everything together, yeah. And that's why I have no, the idea that nuclear reactions that are occurring on the surface of the sun are not making new materials seems illogical to me. There should be.
Don't drop into the core, and that's why it's like it is.
And we get what we get on Earth, which are basically what are called veins of material. And veins is a nice way of saying a fractal spreading out through the Earth, like a fulgurite or something. And we should realize immediately that quartz is related somehow, property-wise, to gold. And it is. And that's weird. But it's not so weird if you're thinking about it in a nuclear sense. You're just moving protons around and not too many of them. And this is where you start realizing that if that's the case, and we're going way in the wrong direction on some of this stuff, we should be definitely, instead of just trying to heat things up, to make plasma as we do, we should be making electrical situations and try to create a piece of ball lightning that we could sustain, keep that plasmoid going, seeing what we could do with it. That would be where, and I think, of course, the Sapphire Project probably is way farther along with this than I am. Now that I think about it.
Yeah, well, they got the loot. I just think I really don't know what kind of situation they're in. Oh, that reminds me. Andy told me that you are breathing life back into the electric view. Is that true?
I was thinking about doing some things.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's exciting, man. I can give you some link help and stuff,
Well, that would be good.
Help you get going, for sure.
Well, I already have everything in the server. I need to get a new hard drive, and I need to get 2 new hard drives, and that will be when I will feel I have the software I need now and everything. It's all legit, all paid for, and so it's.
Just heard talking. I don't know where it came from. Not you, something else. Oh well.
That's
must be me. So yeah, that's good. So when do you think you're going to start back up, or have you
Said
already?
needs a bit more and an outro.
Oh, I see what it is. I got the, in case anyone from Patreon wants to join, I have my mic and headphones turned on in Discord, so you can. That's
Yes, that was happening to me too. I forgot I was in a room, and am I hearing someone else talk? And I was like, what?
Yeah. Well, that's really good. I hope that that you get it going, because we need you back. It'd be good to see you back, man.
It has been obviously challenging.
Yeah, for sure.
But obviously, I can't do the same type of schedule. I was just going way too hard.
Mm-hmm.
2 years and 200 videos, that's too much.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've been going at it for 6 now, but
L said,
ever since I got diagnosed, I've kind of backed off the
said
gas
latest
a little
version.
bit.
I am saving them all just in
Trying
case.
to
No, I get that.
get through this, because sometimes it's just almost too much to bear. Really.
Well,
Why
you
me?
I have a friend who's who I care about, and yes, she had cancer, and she definitely needed a friend. So
Yeah, but I'm fortunate in many ways, because this could have been going on inside of me somewhere else, and then I'd find out and wouldn't,
you wouldn't be able to do anything.
do anything. So at least
I'm suspicious anytime I am exceptionally tired.
Yes.
Like if I start,
I don't seem to get tired anymore, Neil.
Well, no, I don't know, but if something like I only know that usually, besides like a physical symptom, like that would be obvious, and getting some checkups, because now that I'm getting a bit older, it's probably a good idea. But at the other end of the spectrum, you're, I always heard that, if you have a severe change of energy over a short period of time, that's a good sign. You should get checked out.
Right. Yeah, and having cancer is kind of like having diabetes, or having something that you got to live with. In so many ways. For people who are fortunate, they can battle it for a few years before it gets them. But it always seems to get them. But I'm going about the treatment thing on my own, and that's scary. I need help. I'm going to reach out to an alternative place, because my doctor, he doesn't even really talk to me anymore. He's mad at me.
Well,
I don't want to make
I'm glad I don't have a doctor that's mad at me. No,
he's like,
I'm glad he's not mad at me.
yeah.
I've been quite direct, but one of the things that I've realized that does make me happy is making others happy, and helping to
share your knowledge.
Because I hate to say it, but I've not unlike, and I don't know how to say it, but not unlike influencers who are trying to get catchy titles, fear mongering about things is wrong. Like recently, I saw some Electric Universe Associated channel say something like, in big bold letters, the AT&T outage was caused by a burst of energy from the sun or something. And I was like, no. Because that's not how computers work.
I see.
I'll give you an example. If you gave a burst that could disrupt that system, it would be a burst that could disrupt the electrical system. And we'd feel that a little bit more. The AT&T thing, if it was or whatever it was there, with whoever company, if it turned out to be an electrical switch, it couldn't happen over everywhere at once, and it would affect a lot of locals too, because they're all plugged in the same way. Machines would be toasted like Wi-Fi routers and modems and stuff. Mm-hmm. If for some reason that could do that only to those things. And that's why, I mean, it's just not feasible for that to have been the answer. And of course, a couple days later, it turned out that it was simply a software bug, or at least that's what they're telling us. And I'm like, I don't know why it would matter. I mean, it was probably a software bug, which is exactly what you would expect. Something that could be, that would screw up the network, but not like destroy, like electricity destroys things, it like blows things up. If you know what I mean? Like it's, I mean, even, and it would affect more systems than that and more people than that. And you would have an area, and then there'd be guys from the news saying, holy crap, the sun
Can you hear
did this.
Skype? Yeah, we're on Skype right now. Are you a patron? Oh, hey, what's going on, Learn Share? Yeah, we'll chat. I'm in a show right now. I'm sorry. Oh, it's okay. No, it's all right. I'll just talk to you, when I'm done. Okay? Okay. All right. Okay, bro. See you later. Good to hear from you. All right. Sorry, guys. I was in there for my Patreons, but someone came in and said hi. Go ahead.
That's quite all right.
What's your thought?
Oh no, my thought is done. That was it.
Yeah, because people are like, I was saw in Dark Journalist recently where they were talking about Mars, and here's the thing: they don't know how Jonathan Swift could have known that where the Mars moons are 100 years before they were discovered. Because
they sometimes try to make the mathematical assumption that since there was 4 discovered by Galileo for Jupiter,
I see,
then there should have been 2 for Mars because there's 1 for us.
Well, he correctly named them.
No. That's the problem.
Times. Yes.
No, you're not wrong on that. I just said some people make the argument.
Well, the thing that they miss is, can't they see that it had to be closer?
Yes, but they can't accept that because to them it moves in a clockwise fashion, and all their computers say it has done this forever in the past. We can just scroll back in time using our computers. That's the problem. Math has overrid common sense.
Yeah.
People who work in electrical engineering, I know that the government might be playing around with let's try to make multidimensional shit happen.
Mm-hmm.
But if we're right, like the electric universe people are right, as much as I hate to say it, there will never be a wormhole. We might invent teleportation, but we're never going to get to the point where there's no black holes, all that disappears.
No, I know that, yeah. And you don't think wormholes are possible?
Well, they're an extension of the same thing. You enter in one black hole, where do you come out? Right. Well, maybe you come out somewhere else. Well, they postulate this would be a way of going through the apple, the apple being the universe, and ergo the term wormhole. It's not, it's an imaginary thing. It's just like saying there's 11 dimensions. Why? Because it's in our head. Logically, you're misusing logic. Logic can also, make you do that whole thing where I think the first one was like, man is an upright bipedal, hairless thing, or whatever he said it was, animal, and then someone basically plucked a chicken, threw it on the middle of the thing, and said, "Behold, a man." See? I am.
Yeah.
What? Be right down. Looks like I have to go soon.
You got to go soon?
I do.
Okay.
This has been a good conversation anyway.
It always has been. It always is with you. We enjoy the heck out of it, man.
We definitely should do it again. Perhaps you could set something up for the future people. I mean, this is we can do like if this is going to be displayed for an upcoming thing, I could stay after and we could continue a show.
Oh, that would be beautiful. You know, I'm just I'm formulating something that's going to be steady and regular because I'm such a scattered mess. I'm dislocated. You know, I'm
the same way.
Fascinating, spontaneous guy. You know.
No, that is totally fine. We're all like that. I mean, you don't get around to, I mean, just having the wherewithal to go through things and take things that and want to know. And some people might think I downplay things or whatever, but I'm not trying to. I'm really trying to help people understand that sometimes there's nothing to fear.
Right.
Although, admittedly, if you want some existential dread, like we talked about before, we have no idea when the sun's going to go out.
Right. I want to have.
That being said,
I want to have some kind of a platform where I'll show a video, and then after the video, we'll have a talk.
Well, sure. I'd love that.
I'd love for you to be a part of that.
Of course.
We'll get Rick and maybe Adusa. Well, a few people, you know, a couple girls. It'll be cool.
I agree.
I just got to get more together with my whole thing. You know, the Patreons put up with me.
No, and I appreciate the fact that they do.
Yeah.
I remember when I stopped doing it, someone was still trying to give me money. I'm like, no, I'm not making a show. I can't take your money.
I know.
And you know what? These guys, they're good. They're really good people. I mean, they understand. I mean, I'll do it for them. And if I'm putting stuff out, oh, please. But also I have to realize I had to back off because, I mean, I had a system down and I was going through it and I was like, oh my God, I'm just going through one of these a week. And it's crazy. I got some great people to talk to.
Right.
You know, that was fun. Right. And I hope to do that again, you know, not just
set it down because you just had to concentrate on other things.
Well, if I didn't,
I can't do it 100%. You don't want to do it. I get it.
Well, it's a lot worse. Well, anyway, let's not dwell about me.
No.
I still agree that, you know, I'm feeling a bit better and I'm here for you guys. So I'll gladly do it, but I do have to go right now.
Oh yeah, that's okay, Neil. It's been a great show. Andy, you were pretty quiet tonight. Hey.
Yes. Hey, Andy.
Yeah. I know you were enjoying yourself. But Greg, you've got to remember, you've had to quiet down a little bit too, because at the end of the day, you were doing, again, 7 days a week, 14, 15 hours a day doing them videos. And you found the same thing. You had to back off because you got to have a bigger picture in life. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, you stop getting out and enjoying the little things as well because it becomes consuming. A bit like video games.
And there's another one. That's another one too. But when I thought about one thing that was really destroying me is that I couldn't keep up with all the stuff coming out, because when I wasn't making shows or being on the shows, I didn't necessarily want to go research these things because I mean, I was learning, but at the same time I was like, oh my God, there's so much stuff to learn. And I had to take a step back and realize, no, I'm just basically regurgitating things. I need to learn more.
You know, I got to a point where I'm being too cerebral. I let my body go, and humans were not meant to be in one place for a long time. We were meant to be mobile.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, that is true.
Your body starts going south if you don't get mobile. So I have to make sure I keep myself in
Yes, you do. Well, anyway, folks.
All right, guys. That
was fantastic. Let's do it. Let's do it again.
We will.
The thing I like about this is the thing I like about this is you got a group of people with some common interests, and you sit down and have a discussion, and
It's good, yeah.
yeah, that's what I like about it. You know, like we're not going to really change the world.
No.
No, but also we can add some new insights and not trying to just go,
Yeah.
hey, this is the common thing. I mean, I don't think that anyone says cryptids. Are they hillbilly dog spawn? That's never occurred before. And that happened because we were just talking. So and hopefully now in 3 years, you're going to see a whole whack of hillbilly dog spawns, the cryptids. And you're like, haha, we caused that.
Yeah.
You know, we'll laugh a little bit. Because don't worry, this is all part of it's all being recorded now.
Well,
Somebody in the future is going to put YouTube in a chronological order like it's Wikipedia, and we'll never know. Be long after us.
fascinating discussion, Neil.
Definitely.
We'll get together soon tonight.
Take care again.
All right. See you. See you later.
Hey, Andy,
All right,
you
bye.
want Andy?
Yeah.
You what do you busy? You doing anything?
The Dark Age enveloped Greece. It enveloped Troy, too, for the site is barren of deposits which might be referred to the period 1100 to 700 BC. Not one shred of photogeometric pottery is known to have been found at Troy, not by Schliemann or by Dorpfield or by Blegen himself. We are now, in effect, asking what happened at Troy during the Dark Ages in Greece, from the beginning of the 11th to the end of the 8th century BC. And this is the answer which we must accept, that there is nothing at Troy to fill the huge lacuna. For 2,000 years, men had left traces of their living there. Some chapters in the story were brief and obscure, but there was never a chapter left wholly blank. Now at least there is silence, profound and prolonged for 400 years. This observation of Denys Page, professor of Greek at the University of Cambridge, is in the nature of amazement. Out of a mound covering a ruined place, an archaeologist expects to extract stray objects that accumulated there in the space of centuries. In Troy, there is silence, profound and prolonged, as if time itself had stopped. But the same author stresses that the Iliad preserves facts about the Trojans, which could not have been known to anybody after the fall of Troy. 7a. Thus, not only did Homer know of the kingdom and people of Mycene that were buried for centuries of the Dark Ages, but he knew also the kingdom and people of Troy who, too, were dead, buried, and forgotten in the darkness of the Dark Ages. The site of Troy is occupied late in the 7th century. But from the fall of Troy, now put by the archaeologists circa 1260 BC, until Homer's time, there was nothing on the surface of the mound that could disclose to the poet the many intricate details which he webbed into his epics. It is realized that Homer knew the scene of the Aegean coast of Asia Minor of the 8th and 7th centuries. Therefore, it was argued he could not have lived in the days of the Trojan War, or shortly thereafter. In the 12th century, a poet, having composed the poems in the 12th century, would not be able to introduce them into innumerable references to the Iron Age in Greece and the post-Phrygian Age in Asia Minor of the 7th century. Was the site of Troy alone in Asia Minor an archaeological void? For 500 years following that city's destruction at the end of the Mycene Age. Radiometric observations at the Mount Wilson and Flagstaff observatories in 1922 have shown that a considerable amount of heat is emitted by the dark part of the disk of the planet Venus. Venus, being nearer to the Sun than the Earth, turns in succession its illuminated and shaded parts toward the Earth. It shows phases like the Moon, the temperature of the day and night sides.
The Venus was measured by radiometric method.
And it was found that there is nearly uniform temperature over the planet's surface, both on the illuminated and dark hemisphere. This sentence of E. Pettit and S. P. Nicholson is a terse statement of what is perhaps the most valuable single discovery ever made with respect to the planet Venus.
Similar results were also obtained independently and almost simultaneously by a second pair of researchers. What explanation can be given for the phenomenon of the nearly uniform temperature of the day and night hemispheres of Venus? The conclusion drawn was this: the daily rotation of the planet Venus is very rapid, and during the short night, the temperature cannot fall to any considerable extent. But this conclusion stands in complete contradiction to what was believed to be the established fact of the non-rotation of Venus with respect to the Sun, or of a rotation in relation to the fixed stars with a period equal to the time of one revolution on its
Planetary orbit for 225 terrestrial days.
Due to the cover of clouds over Venus, it is impossible to have a direct impression as to whether Venus has a day-night rotation or not. The spectrographic data suggests that the planet revolves always with the same side to the Sun, just as the Moon revolves always the same side to the Earth, or that, at most, it rotates very slowly. In any case, a short period of rotation is excluded by the stereographic data. If the period of rotation of Venus is 225 days, as many observers have been led to believe, it was difficult to see how the high temperature of the rotating layer of the night side can be maintained. Compromise does not satisfy either side, neither the radiometric data, which suggests a short period of rotation, nor the precise spectrographic data, which indicate a long period of rotation, may be ignored, if they will undoubtedly furnish material for discussion and debate for many years.
In reality, there is no
conflict between the two methods of physical observation. The night side of Venus radiates heat because Venus is hot. The reflecting, absorbing, insulating, and conducting properties of the cloud layer of Venus modify the heating effect of the Sun upon the body planet. But at the bottom of the problem lies this fact: Venus gives off heat. Venus experienced in quick succession its birth and expulsion under violent conditions, and existence as a comet on an ellipse which approached the Sun closely. Two encounters with the Earth, accompanied by discharges of potentials between these two bodies, and with a thermal effect caused by conversion of momentum into heat. A number of contacts with Mars, and probably also with Jupiter, since all this happened between the 3rd and 1st millennia before the present era. The core of the planet Venus must still be hot. Moreover, if there is oxygen present on Venus, petroleum fires must be burning there. These conclusions are drawn from the history of Venus established by this research. A collective amnesia. At any rate, they seem to have been strangely forgetful of the catastrophe. Plato, Laws 3. It is an established fact in the learning about the human mind that the most terrifying events of childhood, in some cases even in manhood, are often forgotten, their memory blotted out from consciousness and displaced into the unconscious strata of the mind, where they continue to live and to express themselves in bizarre forms of fear. Occasionally, they may be converted into symptoms of compulsion neurosis and even contribute to the splitting of the personality. One of the most terrifying events in the past of mankind was the conflagration of the world, accompanied by awful apparitions in the sky, quaking of the earth, vomiting of lava by thousands of volcanoes, melting of the ground, boiling of the sea, submersion of the continents, a primeval chaos bombarded by flying hot stones, the roaring of the cleft earth. And the loud hissing of tornadoes of cinders. There occurred more than one world conflagration. The most horrible one was in the days of the Exodus. In hundreds of passages In their Bible, the Hebrews described what happened. Returning from the Babylonian exile in the 6th and 5th centuries before this era, the Hebrews did not cease to learn and repeat the traditions, but they lost sight of the fearful reality of what they learned. Apparently, the post-exile generations looked upon all these descriptions as the poetical utterances of religious literature. The Talmudists in the beginning of this era disputed whether a deluge of fire prophesied in old traditions would take place or not. Those who denied that it might come based on their argument on the divine promise found in the book of Genesis, that the deluge would not be repeated. Those who argued to the contrary, reasoning that though the deluge of water would not recur, there might come a deluge of fire, were attacked for construing too narrowly the promise of the Lord. Both sides overlooked the most prominent part of their traditions, the history of the Exodus and all the passages about the cosmic catastrophe, endlessly repeated in Exodus, Numbers, and Prophets, and in the rest of the scriptures. The Egyptians in the 6th pre-Christian century knew about the catastrophes that overwhelmed other countries. Plato narrates the story which Solon heard in Egypt about the world destroyed in deluges and conflagrations. You remember but one deluge, though many catastrophes had occurred previously. The Egyptian priests who said this and who maintained that their land was spared on these occasions forgot what happened in Egypt when, in the Ptolemaic age, the priest Manetho starts his story of the invasion of the Hyksos by acknowledging his ignorance of the cause and nature of the blast of heavenly displeasure that befell his land. It becomes apparent that in the knowledge which was possibly alive in Egypt in the days when Solon and Pythagoras visited there, had already sunk into oblivion in the Ptolemaic age. Only some hazy tradition about a conflagration of the world was repeated, without knowing when or how it occurred. The Egyptian priest described by Plato as conversing with Solon supposed that the memory of the catastrophes of fire and flood had been lost because literate men perished in them. Together with all the achievements of their culture, and these upheavals escaped your notice, because for many generations the survivors died with no power to express themselves in writing. A similar argument is found in Philo the Alexandrian, who wrote in the 1st century of this era, "By reason of the constant and repeated destructions of water and fire, the later generations did not receive from the former the memory of the order and sequence of events." Although Philo knew about the repeated destructions of the world by water and fire, it did not occur to him that a catastrophe of conflagration was described in the book of Exodus. Nor did he think that anything of this sort took place in the days of Joshua or even Isaiah. He thought that the book of Genesis comprised the story of how fire and water wrought great destruction of what is on the earth, and that the destruction by fire, about which he knew from the teachings of the Greek philosophers, was identical with the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. The memory of the cataclysms was erased, not because of lack of written traditions, but because of some characteristic process that later caused entire nations, together with their literate men, to read into these traditions allegories or metaphors that were actually cosmic disturbances were clearly described. It is a psychological phenomenon in the life of individuals as well as whole nations that the most terrifying events of the past may be forgotten or displaced into the subconscious mind, as if obliterated are impressions that should be unforgettable. To uncover their vestiges and their distorted equivalents in the physical life of peoples is a task not unlike that of overcoming amnesia in a single person. End of subject. Folklore. Day unto day uttereth speech, and night unto night showeth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The scholars who dedicate their efforts to gathering and investigating the folklore of peoples are constantly aware that folk tales require interpretation, for in their opinion these tales are not innocent and unambiguous products of the imagination, but veil some inner and more significant meaning. The legends of classic peoples, first among them the Greeks, also belong to folklore. As early as pre-Christian times, these legends were subjected to interpretation, many interpreters recognizing the symbolic character of mythology. With Macrobius in the 4th Christian century, there begins a tendency to see in many gods of Egyptian and Greek antiquity the personifications of the sun. Macrobius compared Osiris to the sun and Isis to the moon, disregarding the opinion of earlier authors. He also interpreted Jupiter as the sun, as the role the planets played in history of the world retreated ever further into oblivion. The interpretation of nature myths as referring to the sun or the moon became more and more widespread. In the 19th century, it was the vogue to explain the old myths as inspired by movement of the sun and the moon during the day, night, month, and year. Not only Ra, Amun, Marduk, Phaethon, and even Zeus, but also king heroes like Oedipus became solar symbols. This exclusive role of the sun and moon in mythology is a reflection of their significance in nature. However, in former times, the planets played a decidedly more important role in the imagination of peoples, to which fact their religions give testimony. True, sun and moon, Shamash and Sin, Helios, Apollo, and Selene were also numbered among the planet gods, but usually they were not the most important ones. Their enumeration among the 7 planets sometimes startles the modern scholar, because these 2 luminaries are so much more conspicuous than the other planets. The dominance of Saturn, Jupiter, Venus, and Mars must startle us even more as long as we do not know what was displayed on the celestial scene a few thousand years ago.
Modern folklorists occupy themselves mainly with the folklore of primitive peoples, material unspoiled by generations of copyists and interpreters. Being received at its source, it is supposed to shed light not only on the mentality of these primitive peoples, but also on many problems of the sociology and psychology in general. The sociological method explores mythology for evidence of social uses. Folklorists like James Frazer expended their efforts on this aspect. Freud, the psychologist, centered his attention on the motif of father murder, patricide, presenting it as though it had been a regular institution in ancient times. He makes it appear in general practice in the past and in a subconscious urge in present-day man. However, regular institutions and practices in the life of the family would not give rise to myths. A writer on this subject has correctly pointed out this fact. What is quite normal in nature and society rarely excites the myth-making imagination, which is more likely to be kindled by the abnormal, some startling catastrophe, some terrible violation of the social code. Even less than daily tribal life do, daily occurrences in nature give rise to legends. The sun rises every morning. It travels from east to west. The moon enters a new phase 4 times a month. The year has 4 seasons. Such regular changes do not stir the imagination of peoples, because they contain nothing unexpected in themselves. Daily things do not evoke astonishment and influence but little a people's creative faculty. Sunrise and sunset, morning dew and evening mist are common experiences. And if a single spectacle impresses itself upon us in the course of life, the many sunrises and the many sunsets in our memory pale, and each looks like the other. And time flies. Seasonal snowstorms or thunderstorms do not leave indelible memories, only striking, perturbing experiences of a social or physical order are designed to stir the imagination of peoples. Seneca says, "It is for this very reason that the assembly of stars that lends beauty to the immense firmament does not compel the attention of the masses. But when a change occurs in the order of the universe, all looks are fixed on the sky." Even local catastrophes, regarded as very violent, do not serve for the creation of cosmic myth. First in power to impress the races of the earth are the cataclysms of the past. And on this we have dwelt at length. Comets, because of their casual relation to world catastrophes, and also because of their terrifying appearance, were the kind of phenomenon to kindle the imagination of peoples. But for some reason, the impression they must have made on the peoples of antiquity is not considered an explanation of myths and legends. Since the invention of the printing press, the great agitation and mass hysteria caused by the more brilliant comet can be traced in contemporary books and pamphlets. Were the ancients immune to these feelings? If not, then why are the exegetes of the Bible and the commentators on the epic compositions of antiquity so remiss as not to think of phenomena that could not but impress the ancients? Or did no comets appear in the sky during ancient times? This, of course, is only a rhetorical question. Keeping this in mind,
we shall be able to answer the question about the striking similarity of certain concepts among peoples of different cultures, sometimes separated by oceans. End of subchapter. And I could keep going with that. That was pretty good. I have to say that was one of the best chapters that I have read from Velikovsky. Species with amnesia. Indeed. When the generation of the deluge began to practice idolatry, God was deeply grieved. The two angels, Shemhazai and Azazel, arose and said, O Lord of the world, it has happened, that which we foretold at the creation of the world and of man, saying, What is man, that thou art mindful of him? And God said, And what will become of the world now without man? Whereupon the angels, We will occupy ourselves with it. Then said God, I am well aware of it, and I know that if you inhabit the earth, the evil inclination will overpower you, and you will be more iniquitous than ever men. The angels pleaded, Grant us but permission to dwell among men, and thou shalt see how we will sanctify thy name. God yielded to their wish, saying, Descend and sojourn among men. When the angels came to earth, and beheld the daughters of men in all their grace and beauty, they could not restrain their passion. Shemhazai saw a maiden named Ishtar. And he lost his heart to her. To my request, but she replied, I will not listen to thee until thou teachest me the name by the mention which thou art enabled to ascend to heaven. She promised to surrender herself to him if first he taught her the what is that word?
Ineffable.
The ineffable name, by means of which he raised himself to heaven. He asserted to her condition. But once she knew it, she pronounced the name and herself ascended to heaven without fulfilling her promise to the angel. The seduction of Ea. God said, because she kept herself aloof from sin, we will place her among the 7 stars, that men may never forget her. And she was put in the constellation Pleiades. Shemhazai and Azazel, however, were not deterred from entering into alliances with the daughters of men, and to the first 2 sons were born. Azazel began to devise the finery and the ornaments by means of which women allure men. Thereupon God sent these names.
Metatron.
Metatron. That's a lovely name. He should have let his wife pick out the name. To tell Shemhazai that he had resolved to destroy the world and bring on a deluge. The fallen angel began to weep and grieve over the fate of the world and the fate of his 2 sons. If the world went under, what would they have to eat? They who needed daily 1,000 camels, 1,000 horses, 1,000 steers. These 2 sons of Shemhazai by name dreamed dreams. The one saw a great stone which covered the earth, and the earth was marked all over with lines upon lines of writing. An angel came, and with a knife obliterated all the lines, leaving but 4 letters upon the stone. The other son saw a large pleasure grove planted with all sorts of trees, but angels approached bearing axes. They had fallen the trees, sparing a single one with 3 of its branches. I'd like to give a couple of shouts out to some kind-hearted folks that made the ultimate gesture of thank you and donated to the cause. I would like to take this time to read everyone's name who gave to this channel over the past year. I would like to give a special thank you to James Scott, Trevor McElroy, Gene Metz, Bass Smouter, my boys, Andrew Parkinson, Solid Anchor, Gene Metz, Christopher Kelly, and, well, Andrew Davies, of course, who helps out with the show. Just tons. And to Joseph Gannon, Robert Doby, Angela Tyson, Timothy LeClaire, Greg Heffron, Janice Phillips, Dana Gray, Vincent Byrne, thank you so much, Vincent, Nigel Haig, Gavani Martin, Tyler Garros, I'm going back the whole year, Gerald Burbidge, Annette Foley, Donald Holden, this very grateful, Donald, thank you for all your help, Styx Marks, Telly Bipola, Jack Forbes, Cecily Wells, Dustin Rose, James Watts, Kirk Kokonos, Doug Edgeworth, Matthew Culp, and that will do it for the year 2021. I read every name, and of course, the Great Eight, my Patreons, whom I couldn't do it without, and I want to give them a quick shout. Chris Kelly, Tony Ware, Ross E. Carlin, Jared, Tyler Wistanley, Top Knot, Diamond Dave from Oppenheimer Ranch Project. Thank you so much for all that you've done for me for this past year. Just want to make sure that I got oh yes, Meredith, NGC 6543, Gregory Heffron, and Michelle. Another Michelle. And there was another Michelle. But it says another Michelle, so that must be you. All right.
You guys are all in my cool book.
Also grateful for the kind words of encouragement. Thank you. It helps a lot. Well, that'll do it for me tonight. Take care. I'll see you on down the road. Watch your top knot.
The master of the universe.
I knew a man who once said death smiles at us all. All a man can do is smile back.
Thus, as you see, we read with different eyes, with different mind. The first part of what collision about signifies for us. We are in a state of a victim of amnesia. Humankind is a victim of amnesia. And a victim of amnesia does not act responsibly. He acts irrationally.
There's a house in New Orleans they call the rising sun, and it's been a run of many poor boys.
Is under the urge to repeat the ancient catastrophic events, the ancient trauma. Are we not in a predicament? It is not a preaching to be better. It is a preaching to know yourself.
What do you think is the effect of this collective amnesia in the future?
The effect is very great. Not only in the future, it was also in the past. because as long as a man doesn't remember his past, he acts as a neurotic, a person who suffered a traumatic experience. Due to this traumatic experience, suffered also an amnesia, a local amnesia, so to say, not spread through all his personality, but in this case, in the human race, we have something that is comparable with a single personality that suffered a trauma.
So, cosmology must address the infinitesimal as well as the infinite. So let's go to the heart of the matter, because, incredibly, mass is undefined. In every textbook and encyclopedia, the amount of mass is confused with the amount of matter, perhaps because they both begin with the letter M. This means that no scientist understands E equals mc squared. This confusion allows particle physicists to talk of creation and annihilation of matter, which is impossible without understanding what matter is. It's not physics. E equals mc squared is simply telling us that mass is a measure of the amount of energy held in matter. Particles have no mass, we're told. Armed with this ignorance, the standard particle model says subatomic particles have no intrinsic mass, which is nonsense. Are they saying protons and electrons have no rest mass, no energy? It seems so. In the standard particle model, mass is provided externally by a kind of cosmic treacle of imaginary Higgs bosons. The total cost of finding something, dubbed the Higgs boson at the Large Hadron Collider, ran over $13 billion in July 2012. At a running cost of $1 billion a year, that makes it more than $17 billion wasted chasing the grin of the Cheshire Cat. The LHC operates like smashing countless jumbo jets into mountains and picking over the debris to see how they fly. But the whole is more than the sum of the bits we can see. We are not dealing with closed systems. Even worse, it's like asking one of Douglas Adams' telephone hygienists to do the investigation. The investigators are not properly trained. Energy is undefined. All you will find in textbooks are examples of different forms of energy. The Big Bang is supposed to have originated from pure energy, which is nonsense when energy only makes sense in relation to matter in motion, with respect to all other matter. But matter hasn't been defined in any physical sense involving sensible internal movement. The quantum realm is weird. It's admitted by leading physicists that no one understands quantum mechanics. It's incompatible with Einstein's postulate of no instantaneous information transfer, and it seems to involve even the experimenter's thoughts in the outcome of some experiments. Once again, any experiment is not a closed system, as physicists like to assume. That is why the quantum realm appears weird. Light and the electric force are mysteriously transferred through empty space. We have all experienced the force between two magnets. What's happening in the space between them? The pioneers of electromagnetism knew there has to be a medium to transfer the electric force. They called it the ether. The ether has to be an electrically polarizable medium that fills the universe. In that way you can daisy chain the electric force directly. It's a longitudinal force. And applying the speed of light limit to that makes no sense whatsoever, because light is a wave motion. I think I've said before, that's like the difference between pulling on a rope and feeling the tug at the other end almost instantly, and waving one end of the rope and waiting for the wave to get to the other end. Light is a slow process in the universe. So if we have this ether that fills the universe, space is full. There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum. Einstein knew there has to be an ether, but his postulates somehow did away with it. He admitted that his theory of relativity would fail if the Earth's motion through the ether were detected. That's because his inertial frames of reference would not be equivalent. It would be like having one observer experiencing a gentle breeze from the ether wind while another might be suffering a howling gale. As it turns out, Dayton Miller repeated the Michelson-Morley ether experiments far more rigorously and at different elevations. He found an ether drift. Sadly, left hemisphere training denied and quickly forgot this fact. So let's have a look at the standard particle model. An atom, once a promise of fundamental simplicity, is really a nucleus within a hazy, probabilistic fog of electrons. The nucleus is some protons and neutrons held together by the mysterious short-range nuclear or strong force. The particles in the nucleus have a hidden, unknown number of weird, undetectable bits inside. These bits are appearing and disappearing in defiance of a principle of science that miracles are forbidden. Meanwhile, a recent report from the Large Hadron Collider suggests new findings that don't fit this model. Here's a snapshot of a proton by Professor Matthew Strassler. He writes, imagine all of the quarks, up, down and strange, that is U, D and S, anti-quarks, U, D and S with a bar on top, and gluons, a G, zipping around near the speed of light, banging into each other and appearing and disappearing. So a proton is said to be some quarks held together by some gluons, which are themselves the quantized manifestations of the strong force. There is no mention of how a force manifests as a particle. It gets much worse. A gluon is really one of several colours of gluon, but it also has the simultaneous property of anti-colour. Gluons mediate the interaction between quarks, but they also mediate the interaction between themselves and quarks. That's right, gluons are the strong force, but they also experience the strong force. Happily for the physicists, quarks are unobservable in principle because they only exist inside the nucleon. It's very convenient. This is simple. You can forget elegance. This is extreme, narrow, left hemisphere focus on a model with no basic definitions to make sense of the words being used. Andrew Pickering, the author of Constructing Quarks, who did a sociological study of particle physics, and it's an interesting book, says there's no obligation on anyone to take account of what 20th century science has to say. To listen too closely to scientists may be simply to stifle the imagination, that is the right hemisphere. Worldviews are cultural products. There is no need to be intimidated by them. We come to the electric universe model of the atom. The electrically neutral atom is made of charged particles, positive and negative, in equal numbers, together with a number of neutral particles called neutrons, stating the obvious. All subatomic particles are real, with real locations in space. It's not a probabilistic fog. There is a polarizable ether which transmits force and carries electromagnetic waves. The universe is full of an electrically neutral, perfect fluid of neutral particles which passes through atoms and celestial bodies practically as if they weren't there. Neutrinos fit this description. So, the electric universe then defines what it means by energy and mass. Energy is matter in motion relative to the matter in the rest of the universe. It used to be said in relation to the fixed stars. This is not a closed system approach. It is a unifying relational concept first articulated by Ernst Mach. So we define mass. Particle distortion is instead of acceleration in response to the electric forces from all other matter in the universe. It's a bit like pushing a balloon full of water. It will tend to distort rather than move. And it's the same with these orbital systems of electrons and protons and so on. Once again, this conforms with Ernst Mach's principle. Neutrons may not exist in the nucleus. If so, only two particles are necessary to build all of the elements. This idea came from Edwin Carl, who I'm pleased to say is here and will be presenting in the breakout room. And the problem for physicists is, how do you hold together all of the positive charges in the nucleus? They should repel one another very powerfully. The repulsion of those positive charged protons should prevent it from forming in the first place. However, atomic nuclei seem to require neutrons for stability. That's because when a radioactive atom nucleus decays, neutral particles are sometimes observed to leave the nucleus and exist for a few minutes before further decaying into an electron and a proton. So it was assumed such a neutral particle pre-existed in the nucleus. The what-if question wasn't asked, that maybe that wasn't so. This is an assumption which still does not explain how the positive nucleus remains cohesive. So a special short-range strong nuclear force was invented, the proliferation of forces and particles. Edwin Carl suggested a simpler solution. If the electrons remain as discrete particles in the nucleus, they will tend to arrange themselves to, on average, sit equidistant between the protons. Because the distance between the protons is greater than that between each proton and a neighbouring electron, the attractive electric force between the proton and electron, sorry if this is too fast, will be 4 times greater than the repulsive force. This simple hypothesis removes the need for an extra strong force within the nucleus. It's much simpler. And then it seems that neutrons are a short-lived, metastable resonance of a closely bound proton and electron. This is simple. The electric universe simply proposes structure within structure, a repeated pattern. To understand magnetism and gravity, we must go to the heart of matter, a similar approach to that of André-Marie Ampère, Carl Friedrich Gauss, Wilhelm Weber and Walter Ritz, who considered the behaviour of positive and negative charged particles of different mass with great success, but were ignored for political reasons. Chiefly they weren't English, I think. Here's a simple hypothesis. The electron and proton have stable, resonant orbital structures of smaller charged particles. In that case, the positron, that is the antiparticles, and antiproton are mirror particles. They're not antiparticles, they're mirrors. There is no antimatter, no creation or annihilation. But this requires that there be an ether of composite neutral particles of vanishingly small mass, the neutrinos. The neutrinos must be quite complex inside, but totally collapsed, so that they can accept energy and then become a particle and its mirror. But there's nothing, it's just assumed that when these particles seem to disappear, that they've annihilated, the matter has disappeared. That's not so. So the ether must be normal matter of vanishingly small mass composed of all the subparticles needed to split into an electron and a positron, for example, when subjected to the appropriate energy, electromagnetic energy. For stability, and this is one of the stumbling blocks, of course, for particle physicists to go this way, is that the electric force must act between the tiny particles within the atom instantly. No speed of light delay. The two stable particles, the electron and the proton, if we assume the neutron is just a metastable particle, form 254 stable nuclides plus another 85 metastable, that is radioactive nuclides, for a total of 339. So from this simple resonance systems of structure within structure, we have all of the materials we need to see, to make what we see in the world around us. When those nuclei combine with the requisite number of negative electrons to form atoms and molecules, the possibilities are boundless in the living world. What does this mean? Only a single force is necessary, the powerful, instantaneous electric force. The phenomenal strength of the naked electric force can be judged by the simple illustration in the lower left. This shows that if the charge passing through two 120-watt light bulbs in 1 second were to be transferred equally to two metal plates, the repulsive force between those plates would equal 1 million tonnes. So it's critical that the electric force is a balanced force, attractive or repulsive. And these two propositions are the epitome of elegant simplicity, balance. The little diagram there on the left, extreme left at the top, shows the attraction between positive and negative and the repulsion between like particles. There are two forms of the electric force that we experience. One is the electrostatic, where you have separated charge some distance apart, and the electric dipole, where the distance between the two charges becomes so small that the field is altered and you get a different effect called a dipole field. So it just depends on the degree of separation of a positive and negative charge. It's a difference in scale. On our scale, we experience the dipole field of atomic electric fields and subatomic electric fields in the form of magnetism and gravity. They are dipole fields. So both forms of the electrostatic and the dipole field occur between atoms and is responsible for chemistry. The E-force operates between all of the particles and subparticles within each atom. In close proximity, this can result in distortion of the atoms to form electric dipoles themselves, which can result in attraction to form a molecule. Or they may enter a new resonant dance by sharing an electron as chemistry. The dipole distorting action on electrons and protons produces dipolar magnetism. The diagram there is actually, I made a mistake, the positive and negative on left and right should be reversed. But this just shows that if you, let's try this thing here. If you have an electric field operating on a particle here, charged particle here, and accelerating it, and on the opposite side, decelerating it, the result will be an elliptical orbit with the nucleus at one of the focuses. And the result of this is that you get a transverse dipole. And that transverse dipole is shown there as the magnetic force, because if you have two current-carrying wires where the electric field in the wire is causing this distortion in electrons, then the dipoles are aligned so that they tend to attract, and we know that current flowing down two wires in the same direction attract, in the opposite way they repel. Okay, so, and the other thing is that I mentioned there ultra-weak dipolar gravity. And this is the diagram of what happens to an atom in that case. The gravitational field cannot be shielded from, so the gravitational force operates on the heavy nucleus so that it falls towards one of the focuses of an ellipse. This time it's oriented radially towards the surface of the body. But the interesting thing about that is that once you've said that, this means that a body like the Earth and the Moon, which I've shown here, the negative poles on both bodies are facing outwards, which means they're repelling one another. So it means that it's long-range repulsive, short-range attractive. We on the surface of the Earth are like iron filings. We don't care which magnet we go to, just the nearest one will do. The gravitational mass of the distant galaxies had a fundamental influence over the motion of the bodies in the solar system. And this is actually shown by precession of the perihelion of the planets, which is tied to the distant stars and not to the sun or general relativity, because general relativity doesn't have a reference frame like that. Short-term changes in the Earth's magnetic field that occur over periods of just years or decades have now been shown in new research to have a very close relationship with changes in gravity. The two are very similar forces. There is no gravitational collapse in space, no black hole swallowing everything. It is the electromagnetic force alone that coalesces matter in deep space. So the assumption that gravity was the controlling force on the large scale is incorrect. There is no need for a Big Bang to separate everything initially. Gravity is a balanced force like magnetism and cannot form neutron stars or other fanciful supercondensed celestial objects. A planet's gravity is established at its birth by powerful electromagnetic forces. And once the body is formed and the charge on the surface is established, the gravitational field is set by both the surface charge and the initial coalescence by electromagnetic forces. So the outcome of all that is that all matter in the local universe is connected by the electric force instantly. That's Mach's principle. The origin of mass and quantum spooky connection. Because this force is instantaneous, the so-called entanglement and non-locality suddenly has a simple explanation. And energy is a measure of motion with respect to the matter and the rest of the universe. Mass is a measure of the energy stored in the orbital motion inside a particle. And simultaneity means there is a universal time and three-dimensional space. We return to the sanity and simplicity of classical physics. These matter resonances are interesting too, because having an orbital structure allows resonant instantaneous connections and complex interactions, which explains weird quantum behaviour. The important thing is that the electron and proton have an orbital charge structure like atoms, which explains their internal energy and their magnetic moment. And distortion in an electric field appears as an increase in mass rather than acceleration. Quantum tunnelling. In transistors, electrons face a barrier like the illustration in the diagram. It's like having to carry a weight over a hill. But in a weird quantum phenomenon called tunnelling, the electron passes through the barrier as if there's a tunnel. The electric universe model of the electron and proton, having an orbital structure of oppositely charged particles, allows us to see that the hill or the repulsive electrical force between similar charges can instantly disappear or become a downhill race. The reason is that the force between two similar particles can become attractive instead of repulsive if you get the particles together at just the right moment. In chemistry, this resonance is achieved by the use of a heavy metal catalyst, which has numerous internal subatomic resonances. The same catalytic process is available, in my opinion, for nuclear fusion. So-called warm fusion is possible by nuclear chemistry, catalysing the nuclei to attract instead of repel. So catalytic chemistry is possible, in my opinion, in the photospheric plasma of all bright stars, where the nuclei are separated from the electrons and can actually come close together in the presence of the heavy elements we see in the spectrum. And you've got to ask the question then, is this the path to future power? Like the sun, but only unlike the sun that is believed by present science. In this way, all stars generate the heavy elements in their photospheres where we detect them in their spectra. Rare exploding supernovae are the most ineffectual production means imaginable, because having produced it, you then disperse it into deep space. There's also an unsuspected resonant means of connection in living systems. The morphic field of Sheldrake, the mind-body connection, consciousness, subtle energies. The electric universe model explains biological transmutations at body temperature as demonstrated by Dr. Louis Kervran. His is a clear demonstration of this simple process. Is light a wave or a particle? If so, what's waving? Einstein did away with a medium to wave. Or is light a particle, a photon? It can't be both a wave and a particle. You'll notice they've mealy-mouthed term there. It's particle-like, they say. It's a meaningless use of language. If so, according to Einstein, to travel at the speed of light, it must have zero mass. But a particle of zero mass has no energy. You can't multiply zero by infinity and get a real number. And if it's got zero mass, it can't be affected by gravity, so there can be no gravitational lensing. Lensing occurs as a simple atmospheric diffraction effect in the ether. It's like an atmosphere around a body. Evidence from stars at the galactic centre show no gravitational lensing as expected from standard theory. Clearly, we depend on light to observe the universe, but we don't understand light. Photons don't exist. Light is a transverse electrical disturbance in the ether. And the ether must be a dielectric medium to transfer an electrical disturbance. The wave carries energy through the medium. Let's catch up here. And the energy is absorbed by the first atom that is in instantaneous resonance with the sending atom. It gives the appearance that a photon has travelled between the sender and the receiver. It's appearance only. Talking about light brings us to cosmological redshift. Hubble found the fainter and smaller a galaxy appeared, the higher was its redshift. In the diagram, you can see the spectral lines of hydrogen move progressively to the red end of the spectrum as the distance is thought to increase. The redshift was simply assumed to be due to velocity away from us, by analogy with the Doppler shift of sound. Hubble's law is considered the first observational basis for the expansion of the universe. But ironically, Hubble thought it the least likely explanation. He felt it more likely indicated some new physics. So it was Hubble's professional astronomer assistant, Helton C. Arp, who later proved this to be so. If the redshift is not simply a Doppler effect, Hubble wrote, the region observed appears as a small, homogeneous, but insignificant portion of a universe extended indefinitely both in space and time. Recently and surprisingly, more distant galaxies seem to be accelerating away from us. This discovery won the Nobel Prize and gave rise to the need for huge amounts of mysterious dark energy to power the acceleration. I wrote about that discovery on October the 6th, 2011. The discovery of the acceleration of the expanding universe is an interpretation based on total ignorance of the real nature of stars and the standard candle, which was used as the measurement to determine the distance away. So it was gratifying to find support once more in a report this month titled, "Could a new type of supernova eliminate dark energy?" It has been found that the near UV light from the most distant supernovae is brighter than the closer ones. In other words, there's something going on at the atomic and subatomic level. Of course, this is unexpected and unexplained. The diagram on the left shows the difference between the Big Bang universe and the plasma universe. It's easy to see which one is simpler. Intrinsic redshift, and Dr. Helton Arp, Hubble's assistant, who was dubbed the modern Galileo, he found redshifts, quasars physically connected to and in front of, high redshift quasars rather, physically connected to and in front of low redshift active galaxies. This observation of a quasar between the galaxy NGC 7319 and the Earth is impossible if the quasar is over 90 times farther away than the galaxy. So Hubble was right. Something is wrong with physics. Arp showed the redshift happened in small jumps or quanta, which indicates a subatomic effect. But these quantum effects are supposed to only occur at the subatomic level. Here we've got it occurring on the galactic. This requires, once again, the electric force to be operating at ultra high speed, instantaneously. So quasars are born at high speed and with low redshift. This is Arp's diagram. You see the parent galaxy in the centre. Where are we? That's this one here. And the high redshift quasars, and the redshift decreases as they move away. Initially their velocity is very high. They are faint, highly redshifted, and travelling at a fair fraction of the speed of light. Over time they gain in mass. This is interesting. It means that energy is being supplied to the matter in the quasar and the mass is increasing. So that eventually they can actually become a turnaround here and become a companion galaxy. This is an example of another path that they can take where you end up with another BL-LAC object, as it's called, producing multiple galaxies here. So there is a genealogy, if you like, of galaxies. The idea that the Andromeda galaxy is going to crash into our galaxy in the future is rubbish. It's based on the idea that Andromeda's blue shift with respect to us means that it's approaching us. Now it just means that it's older than us. So the electric universe explains this. Quasars are born at high speed and with low mass. They escape the forces of the electromagnetic galactic nucleus, that's the parent galaxy, as neutrons. And because the neutrons have no charge, they can escape the intense electromagnetic forces that hold that plasmoid in the centre of the galaxy. They have enough time to get away from those powerful forces, and then they decompose into electrons and protons, which are the forerunners of hydrogen. So as the electrical energy pours into the quasar, its mass and brightness increases and it slows down to become a companion galaxy. So this was an explanation, the only explanation for Halton-Arp's observations. Quasars are not the brightest and most distant objects in the universe. They are among the youngest and closest, so the objects in the mirror really are closer than they appear. The visible universe is smaller than we have been told. So the universe, the real universe, is in balance. It is not expanding. This is important for our understanding of gravity. Gravity cannot be simply an attractive force. The universe is of unknown age and extent. The origin of the universe is unknown. There is a universal now, and space has 3 physical dimensions. This brings everything back down to, as Tom was pointing out, conditions as we experience it on Earth. Dark matter galaxies. Galaxies are treated as isolated objects in space produced somehow by attractive gravity in an expanding universe. Their rotation and structure remains a mystery. They're made of 80% invisible dark matter. Well, Tom gave a good introduction to that story about dark matter. Dark matter has been described as an invisible elephant in the room. You know it's there by the dent it makes in the floorboards. Dark matter is only inferred theoretically by using our experience of gravity on Earth and projecting it onto the rest of the universe. Once again, it's this geocentric problem. We look at the gravity on Earth and then we just extrapolate outwards, because that's all mathematicians can do. It needs an impossible gravitational black hole in the centre. Black holes exist theoretically in asymptotically flat space in an empty universe. You cannot superimpose any other matter in such a hypothetical universe. Black holes don't exist. Yet some sport long, thin, high-velocity jets over intergalactic distances. There is no satisfactory theoretical explanation for these jets. This is the standard, taking the standard approach. Electric galaxies, on the other hand, plasma cosmology shows experimentally and observationally that galaxies are governed by electromagnetic forces. Tony Peratt said that they introduced gravity into their supercomputer runs and it made no difference whatsoever. Spirals rotate as simple Faraday motors. That's why that curve is flat. It's as if you've got a plate and you're just spinning the plate. Stars are born in and trace the spiral power lines. Where there is a higher density of gas and dust, it's typical of an electrical discharge. Where the density of the material becomes greater, the discharge becomes more filamentary. Stars form along those pinched current filaments. There are no black holes. It's a compact high-energy plasmoid, and this comes down to peer-reviewed plasma cosmology. Their apparent mass is due to the relationship between mass and energy. If E equals mc squared, if you've got a high concentration of energy in that tiny plasmoid, it will exhibit a considerable mass. It's certainly not a black hole. The other thing is that galaxies line up axially, showing their electrical connectedness because they're threaded like Catherine reels on a wire. And that wire is one of these intergalactic Birkeland current filaments. So let's look at stars. We've done galaxies, let's look at stars. Arthur Eddington had the temerity to say, it should not be too difficult to understand something as simple as a star. This is typical left hemisphere. His quote is typical: isolate, simplify and ignore a global view. Because if you look at coronas, sunspots, flares, magnetic cycles, etc., his gas model doesn't predict any of them. And the alternatives are not explored. He dismisses electrical aspects in a few paragraphs. The failure of this approach is shown by continual complications with each new discovery. It's treated as an isolated, gravitating ball of gas. Conventionally, it's a body that satisfies three conditions. It's made of hydrogen plus a few impurities. Having a core of the lightest element is the most fanciful assumption. It's needed to allow the thermonuclear energy model to be viable. That also requires hypothetical extreme conditions in the core. It's only required by the thermonuclear theory and is completely untestable. It also has, that's unverifiable, and also the sequence of nuclear reactions that take place in the core cannot be verified. They're very complex and requires quantum tunneling, which I referred to earlier. And what's more, there's a more complex, different story for different stars. It's certainly not simple. It's an explosive model because one of the reactions is sensitive to the temperature to the fifth power. It also needs an unknown radiation zone to break down the X-rays from the nuclear core. There's no body known that has a radiation or the energy transferred through the body through a radiation zone, so this is hypothetical. And also, from the point of view of life on Earth and so on, it has a restrictive and variable Goldilocks zones distant from the star. It's not the best place to nurture life in the universe. Impossible stars. Formation by gravitational accretion doesn't work. It's never been explained satisfactorily. It has hydrogen, the lightest element in the core. The model doesn't predict the observed features or behaviour. It has different models for white dwarfs, neutron stars, etc. And the life story of stars is super complicated and untestable. And some stars do strange things. They switch from one place to another without going through the transition stages. Renowned scientists like Eddington, who made grave mistakes about the sun and Einstein's general relativity, he went out explicitly to prove Einstein correct, not to test his theory, continue to haunt us today. It gives the lie to the belief that science is self-correcting. It is not, given the way in which science is done today. As Eddington said, if there's no other way out, we may have to suppose that bright line spectra in the stars are produced by electric discharges. The clues were there, but what if was not followed through. Herschel reveals a ribbon of future stars. This was reported on March the 30th this year. So this is a very recent picture. Stars and planets are formed by powerful electromagnetic forces like pearls on a cosmic string. This is a quote from an earlier report. Gravity can be ignored. Plasma cosmology. There is no gravitational accretion. There's no way you can form a string like that using gravity. Gravity is a central force and the material tends to come into a centre. It doesn't form a string. But this recent report says, and this is important, stars are shot out of the filaments by a slingshot mechanism. And there's a diagram here which shows the filaments moving around like those in the plasma ball, where they snake about. The stars, having been formed in this filament, are left behind as the filament moves on, and these stars are shot out. And it's interesting because Tony Peratt described to us once the effect seen in high-energy discharge experiments as these plasmoids scattered like buckshot. Now, it's not only stars that are formed here, it's all solid bodies, including planets. And they may be captured by the stars to form the weird assortment, over 3,500 of them so far, of exoplanetary systems that have been observed. New stars also may fission to produce hot Jupiters in very close orbits and achieve electrical stability with their changing electrical environment. The movement of the filaments, as I said, is like those in a plasma ball. Heavy elements convect into a cool core. This is interesting because those blue filaments you saw before are the coldest part of the cloud, and this is where the stars are forming. The traditional view is that the stars had to form by gravitational collapse and not lose any of the heat of the collapse, otherwise they couldn't start their nuclear fires. Well, this doesn't require any of that. It was one of the surprises for theorists is that the blue filament I mentioned is the coldest part of the cloud and contains 800 times as much mass as the Sun. This is not a surprise for plasma cosmologists. So, all stars have a cool planetary core. Stars and many planets are born together along the same electrical umbilical cord. Other planets and moons are born later in electrical fissioning events and capture events. Hydrogen and helium tend to form the outermost atmosphere. This is a diagram showing the actual form of the filaments. You'll notice the pattern there. This is showing an experimental pattern of a discharge on an insulating plate. And this shows a Martian electrical scar. You can see the similarities. As the cosmic lightning bolt fades, stars and planets are captured into planetary systems. So, electric stars, they remain a gaseous electric discharge phenomena, like spherical searchlights following their birth. In fact, some of the characteristics of the photosphere is like that of a searchlight. All bright stars catalytically produce heavy elements in their photospheric plasma discharges. Red stars have gigantic anode sheaths. Sorry, I'll get the right picture there. Plasma discharges adjust to their environment by moving electrical barriers called plasma sheaths, or misleadingly magnetospheres, because they trap the magnetic fields inside. If Jupiter's plasma sheath were lit up, it would appear the size of the full moon in the sky at opposition. And its Galilean moons would be orbiting comfortably inside it. So red dwarfs are not dwarfs, and their bloated glowing anode sheaths are the cosmic wombs for life. Because inside that radiant red sphere, all satellites receive uniform heat and light over their entire surfaces. And it doesn't matter how they're moving or rotating, that will be the case. Of course, this poses a problem for the SETI project because radio waves cannot penetrate the glowing plasma sheath. So if these are the wombs of life, we don't have any way of radio communication with them. But of course, gravity can pass through. White dwarfs are not dwarfs at all, they're just stars with no bright photosphere and a faint white coronal discharge. These are some of the planetary systems that have been discovered. You can see it's quite a shambles. So as I said before, at the galactic scale, electromagnetic forces form these gigantic Birkeland currents and they dominate. At the planetary scale, inside the star's protective plasma sheath, gravity dominates. So you have to choose the region you're talking about when you're trying to apply your model to stars, galaxies and so on. In fact, inside the star's protective sheath, with gravity dominating, and it dominates because it cannot be electrically shielded, so the impact from all of the other stars in the universe is acting like a pressure in on the planets moving around the Sun. In fact, this repulsive force from the rest of the universe can reverse the Earth's motion about the Sun in 6 months. That is 6 sextillion tonnes by 140,000 miles an hour. So that gives you an idea of the impact. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses. In planetary systems, the electric force comes into play only when plasma sheaths collide, because then the electrical insulation breaks down and the electric current flows between the two bodies. Then the thunderbolts of the gods operate to modify masses and change orbits and to quickly re-establish order. This is one of the problems that Velikovsky faced. How do you explain events within the memory of mankind of chaos in the solar system, and yet it looks like clockwork today? And this is the answer. You have to apply the electric model of gravity to be able to do this. So Velikovsky was right. Electricity and magnetism are involved in the celestial mechanism. Changing the surface charge on a planet modifies the strength of the internal electric dipole, which is responsible for the planet's mass and gravity. And the changes to both bodies, which I've shown in previous YouTube talks, tends to move the two bodies apart, which is very convenient. This overcomes the objections of the Harvard book burners to Velikovsky's Worlds in Collision. However, it doesn't detract from the title to say that worlds didn't collide. It was an electrical clash of the titans. There's Velikovsky with his great book. So what we have now in science is a mythical journey. It is a rehash of a creation myth. The Earth was born and for 4.5 billion years has remained roughly where it is now. Long ago, the Earth had a few massive impacts to birth the Moon and almost wipe out life on Earth at intervals. Ironically, planetary collisions have been found essential 66 years after Velikovsky's book Worlds in Collision was burned. Thousands of exoplanetary systems don't fit the story. There are stars that shouldn't exist, hot Jupiters that orbit their star in hours or days, backward orbits and polar orbits. Life on Earth remains unexplained. The odds against random events producing life are practically infinite. The rest of the story is once upon a time, fragmented, boring and non-predictive. We are an isolated and improbable accident. That's why we have difficulty imagining life elsewhere in the universe. Alan Alda complains, everybody is ignorant about science. Alda was 11 years as host of Scientific American Frontiers on PBS, and he helped inspire the creation of the Centre for Communicating Science at Stony Brook in 2009. Is it any wonder, when this is the face of science today? There is no real meaning or morality in modern mechanistic science to engage students or the public. Everyone thinks it is all mathematics. It saddens me to see so much talent wasted in the pursuit of myth, hunting for dark matter. Their heads have been filled with it. Our real journey. Are you looking for the nearest exoplanet? We're standing on it. Pay attention to the oldest stories of the celestial gods who created the skies and land we see today. Yoro Yoro is a research book about the Kimberley region, Aborigines in Western Australia. And some of their stories are so close to the reconstruction of the Saturnian polar configuration that it's almost scary. And these are the words from the elders, and they were very precise in their words. It says, in the beginning, people saw before the Ice Age that the moon, sun, and some of the stars had been on Earth. In other words, they were very close. One song told about a flood long before the last that was brought on by a star with trails. The symbols that testify to these events are still in the Kimberley. The Wandjina creator figure, which is the one you can see on the front of the book there, features are explained. All rings around the head represent clouds and lightning. The big spirit Wandjina have large eyes. This is the eye god motif that Dave Talbot has explained at length. They never have a mouth nor ears, and the line between the eyes indicates where the power flows down, and it's not a nose. And it looks like a hollow tube, which in the plasma column scenario of the Saturnian story is accurate. Walanganda, the creator Wandjina, did not create with his hands, only through his voice with power. It reminds me of in the beginning was the Word. Andy Hall has recently explained that the overpressure from supersonic shock waves, that is from the electrical blasts that strike the surface of a body, are powerful enough to form mountains. Rock flows until the overpressure drops, whereupon it solidifies instantly, but retains an imprint of the shock wave. Those shock waves would have produced harmonics and overtones, a global sound like a symphony of giant trumpets. There's many traditions about the creation being associated with sound. This little book I bought in Central Australia on a visit to Uluru, that great red rock, which looks just like an asteroid has landed. And it also tells a story by these people in the Kimberleys, but it's illustrated by children, and it's very quaint. The story is by David Moaljale, who's the elder. It tells of two suns in the sky who lived in hollow logs, the plasma columns. There is a period of intense heat from them. Then one sun is attacked with a spear, the thunderbolt, and is bitten by a snake, Cometary Venus, who lives in the sky. The little sun gets snagged in the fork of a celestial tree, which is the Axis Mundi, the tree of life, the celestial tree. So this is an extension of the forensic technique that Velikovsky introduced. He never referred to the Australian Aborigines, but some of their memories seem to be so accurate that they are a better source than some of the more so-called advanced cultural reports. All of these story elements make sense to mytho-historians and to the leading plasma cosmologist and colleague of Hans Alfvén, Tony Peratt. Accept best evidence regardless of its fit with modern consensus science and man-made theoretical laws. It is better to adopt a forensic science approach to the evidence for past events that cannot be repeated than to rely on theoretical science which is based on sets of beliefs and a geocentric perspective. Use that evidence to develop a more holistic science that brings our phenomenal real journey to light. To be real and useful, science must be holistic. The electric universe is a holistic science that applies seamlessly from the galactic to the earthly to the biosphere and on down to subatomic particles. Humanity's dramatic experience of the electrical nature of celestial mechanics would make an awe-inspiring and frightening IMAX movie that would make science fiction seem a pale shadow in comparison. But in my opinion, once understood, there will be no irrational urge to revisit doomsday upon each other and the Earth under the unrecognised banners of the prehistoric warring planetary gods. Planets bear the scars of their electrical birth and past encounters on their faces. Apollo astronauts commented on the fresh appearance of lunar craters. The event that caused the great gash across the face of Mars appears in stories from ancient cultures. These are just yesterday in geological time. I recommend you see episode 2, Symbols of an Alien Sky, the lightning-scarred planet Mars. We may understand our history and place in the electric universe for the first time. This is singularly important for our sense of well-being. It gives dramatic new meaning to our lives and a sense of responsibility for our jewel of a planet. Without this sense, we probably have no future on Earth. Also, in the event myth becomes science. There was a unique myth-making period, and all surviving cultures required their stories to be faithfully transmitted for millennia. Such was their importance. We look at these enigmatic rock art figures from the remote Kimberley region in Western Australia and see only their strange, haunting and artistic beauty. And it was rather ironic that just a week or so ago, and David Novak was there to see it too, I think, they had the Vivid Festival in Sydney where they project images onto public buildings, and of course the Opera House is the most public building in Sydney. And this was a presentation of Wandjina figures. I mean, they are haunting, and I think they probably evoke some kind of a subconscious connection. But how much more would they mean if people really understood their origin? We need to give more credit to the Indigenous people. Now, Evan Camp said that one of the unique aspects of the electric universe theory is that it's good storytelling. It answers all three questions. What if? What if the sky was different in the past? What if Saturn was worshipped as the sun? What if there were electrical discharges between planets? Let's catch up here. What if there were electric discharges between planets? Today we have meteorites from Mars. What if Lichtenberg figures explain the scars on Mars and Earth? Show students pictures of cratering on different bodies and ask students to explain them from 2 points of view. The standard model needs different explanations for each. Oops, sorry. That was unexpected. The electric universe, on the other hand, has a single explanation for them all. Then there is the story of the dissidents. If only Birkeland hadn't been ignored, Hans Alfvén had been listened to, Halton Arp's research hadn't been dismissed. A Pixar rule for storytelling, number 16, what are the stakes? Give us reasons to support the character. What happens if they don't succeed? Stack the odds against them. What of the future if this goes on? We continue wasting money and careers looking for things that don't exist. We cripple students by not training them to think. We may have no future on this planet. As Evan Camp says, the power of eliciting engagement is to get people to come to their own conclusions. Thinking is going to be the future of education. So, our electric universe future. Mahatma Gandhi said, there is a force in the universe which, if we permit it, will flow through us and produce miraculous results. The electric universe is an inspiring story that motivates students both conceptually and artistically, and that is what's needed for left and right brain hemisphere development. Education, classical science and the arts, left and right hemispheres. Let's just catch up here. Many principles of the electric universe were foreseen by scholars in the past, Newton, Faraday, etc. A release from existential fear, Velikovsky's The Bonds of the Past, a documentary. There is a collective inability to face the truth that prehistoric mankind faced doomsday. For millennia, science has preached stability and order, but as amnesiacs we have a compulsion to instinctively repeat the catastrophes of the past, destroying each other and the earth from the sky with apocalyptic weapons, like the planetary gods of old. This is one of Velikovsky's greatest fears. But we have, on the other hand, the possibility of an unparalleled renaissance with the electric universe, bringing everything together seamlessly. Understanding ourselves and our past can heal the wounds and provide a more universal sense of connection and purpose. Understand the electric force of nature. Power like the sun and gravity. Quantum interactions. All three rely on understanding matter interactions via the instantaneous electric force. Understanding living organisms, the mind-body connection and beyond. Also, understanding the dangers of genetically modified organisms and manufactured food. There is no thought given to the effects, the unintended consequences of fiddling with these things when our basic knowledge is so lacking. And the idea in an electric universe is to live in tune with the Earth and each other. Resonant connection. On the most general level, the electric universe is a new paradigm of universal resonant connection. The arbitrary inertial frames of reference of physics are not equivalent when everything is connected in real time. How and where you are makes a difference to your energy state. For example, the GPS system is supposed to prove relativity theory. It doesn't. The atoms in orbiting clocks have a different energy from identical clocks on Earth, so engineers simply count a different number of ticks to compensate. Time is universal, unchanging and unchangeable. Clocks are not. Think of the relationships between all things connected by the universal electric force and consider that the electric force must act instantly, otherwise no information transfer is possible between resonant tuned systems. Spacecraft using slow speed of light transmissions require constant retuning of receivers on Earth to compensate for their motion. Obviously, living systems could not function if moving parts of the body lost contact with the brain. Acknowledging this simple fact will explain quantum weirdness and open up science, particularly biology, to amazing possibilities that are presently forbidden. And understanding gravity and magnetism as balancing electric forces will change forever our view of the heavens and the Earth under our feet. As the morphic resonance experiments of the biologist Rupert Sheldrake have shown, the things that are learnt by one organism are immediately available to others like them, anywhere on Earth. The universe learns. Resonance between molecular tuning forks allows instant information transfer, the mind-body connection, and beyond. Life is structured water. This was said to me by Gerald Pollack. The experiments, or his experiments, show the structure of electrically polarised water molecules gives rise to water's amazing properties. It allows information to be stored and transferred within a living cell, the memory mechanism of homeopathy. It suggests that the electrically polarisable ether particles may also participate in information storage as well as transmission. The electric universe resonant electrical model of matter and the all-pervasive neutrino ether suggests that resonance and structure within structure can store unlimited information and transfer it instantly. There is more to life than meets the eye. We have always known that instinctively. The electric universe suggests that the information needed for life, forget the gene, that's just a factory floor, is universal, so life can take hold wherever conditions arise that allow it. We see evidence for that in the great changes immediately following catastrophic mass extinctions on Earth. We see it in organisms living in anoxic conditions over volcanic vents on the ocean floor and at great depths in rocks. Just as gravity cannot be shielded, since all matter participates in force transfer, so it is with this universal information bank. There are no islands in space. We are earthlings in the complete resonant connection sense in a meaningful electrical universe. The fact that we exist suggests a purposeful universe. Our lives have purpose. We don't manifest as a blank slate. So children should be observed and supported in their individual passions, not suppressed and moulded to our desires for them. We are born with a purpose, but many need help to discover that purpose. In answering the question, why are we so unhappy, Ian McGilchrist says, true happiness is based on connections with others and a sense of purpose beyond the immediate. True happiness is one aim of this conference. The new panorama of an amazing shared history and kinship must change the world. In the search for meaning, the electric universe paradigm can, as Ian McGilchrist says, change the world. Elegance, harmony and simplicity of concepts are the electric universe guiding principles. Thank you.
You are now entering an altered zone.
Chapter 8, a 52-year period. The works of Fernando de Alva, Ixtlilxochitl, Mexican scholar, circa 1658 to 1648, who was able to read old Mexican texts, preserve the ancient tradition according to which the multiple of 52-year periods played an important role in the recurrence of world catastrophes. He asserts also that only 52 years elapsed between two great catastrophes. As I have already pointed out, the Israelite tradition counts 40 years of wandering in the desert between the time when the Israelites left the desert and started the difficult task of the conquest and the time of the battle at Beth Horon. 12 years may well have passed. The conquest of Canaan took 14 years, and the entire duration of Joshua's leadership amounted to 28 years. Now there exists a remarkable fact. The natives of pre-Columbian Mexico expected a new catastrophe at the end of every period of 52 years, and congregated to await the event. When the night of this ceremony arrived, all the people were seized with fear and waited in anxiety for what might take place. They were afraid that it would be the end of the human race, and the darkness of the night may become permanent. The sun may not rise anymore. They watched for the appearance of the planet Venus. And when, on the feared day, no catastrophe occurred, the people of Maya rejoiced. They brought human sacrifices and offered the hearts of prisoners whose chests they opened with knives of flint. On that night, when the 52-year period ended, a new period of grace had been granted and a new Venus cycle started. The period of 52 years, regarded by the ancient Mexicans as the interval between two world catastrophes, was definitely related by them to the planet Venus, and this period of Venus was observed by both the Mayas and Aztecs. The old Mexican custom of sacrificing to the morning star survived in human sacrifices by the Skitty Pawnee of Nebraska. In years when the morning star appeared especially bright, or in years when there was a comet in the sky. What had Venus to do with the catastrophes that brought the world to the brink of destruction? Here is a question that will carry us very far indeed. Jubilee. I shall postpone only a little giving the answer to the question just posed. First, I should like to find an explanation for the institution of the Jubilee year of the Israelites. Every seventh year, according to the law, was a sabbatical year, during which the land had to be left fallow, and Jewish slaves set free. The 15th year was a Jubilee year, when the land not only had to be left fallow, but had to be returned to its original proprietors. According to the law, one could not convey his land forever. The deed of the sale was but a lease for whatever number of years remained until the Jubilee year. The year was proclaimed by the blowing of horns on the Day of Atonement. In the Day of Atonement shall ye make the trumpet sound throughout all your land, and ye shall hallow the 15th year, and proclaim liberty throughout all the land unto all the inhabitants thereof. It shall be a jubilee unto you, and ye shall return every man unto his possession, and ye shall return every man unto his family. Ever since exegetes have labored over the biblical statement that the Jubilee year was to be observed every 50th year. The seventh sabbatical year is the 49th year, and the space of the 7 Sabbaths of years shall be unto thee 49 years, and ye shall hallow the 50th year. To leave the land fallow for 2 consecutive years was too great a demand, and cannot be explained by the need of the soil under cultivation for rest. The festival of the Jubilee, with the return of the land to its original owners, and the release of slaves bears the character of an atonement, and its proclamation on the Day of Atonement emphasizes this still further. Was there any special reason why fear returned every 50 years? The Jubilee of the Mayas must have had a genesis, similar to that of the Jubilee of the Israelites. The difference lies in the human character of the festival of the Jews and its inhuman character among the Mayas. But with both peoples, it was a year of atonement, repeating itself every 50th year in the one case and every 52nd year in the other. Comets do not return at exact periods because of perturbations caused by larger planets. The Mayas expected the return of a catastrophe every 52nd year, because that was the interval between two cataclysms that had taken place. It may be that the comet was actually seen again at such intervals. The Jews fasted and prepared themselves for the day of judgment. On the earliest possible date of its return, the Mayas had their festival when the dreaded time had passed without harm. On the Day of Atonement, the Israelites used to send a scapegoat to Azazel in the desert. It was a ceremony of propitiation of Satan. In Egypt, the goat was an animal dedicated to Seth Typhon. Azazel was a fallen star, or Lucifer. It was also called Azael. Hello, this is Greg. Gaza, or Uzzah. According to the rabbinical legend, Uzzah was the star angel of Egypt. It was thrown into the Red Sea when the Israelites made their passage. The Arab name for the planet Venus is El Uzzah. Arabs used to bring human sacrifices to El Uzzah. Muhammad, too, in his early days, worshipped it, and even today the Arabs seek its help. On the day in which the Jubilee year was proclaimed, the Israelites dispatched a placating offer of a scapegoat to Lucifer. But what had Venus to do with the Jubilee and the atonement? The birth of Venus. The planet turns and revolves on a quiet circular orbit around a greater body, the Sun. It makes contact with another body, a comet, that travels on a stretched out ellipse. The planet slips from its axis, runs in disorder off its orbit, wanders rather erratically, and in the end is freed from the embrace of the comet. The body on the long ellipse experiences similar disturbances drawn off its path. It glides to some new orbit. Its long train of gaseous substances and stones is torn away by the Sun or by the planet, or runs away and revolves as a smaller comet along its own ellipse. A part of the tail is retained by the parent comet on its new orbit. Ancient Mexican records give the order of the occurrences. The Sun was attacked by Quetzalcoatl. After the disappearance of this serpent-shaped heavenly body, the Sun refused to shine, and during 4 days the world was deprived of its light. A great many people died at that time. Thereafter, the snake-like body transformed itself into the great star. The star retained the name of Quetzalcoatl. This great and brilliant star appeared for the first time in the East. Quetzalcoatl is the well-known name of the planet Venus. Thus, we read that the Sun refused to show itself, and during 4 days the world was deprived of light. Then a great star appeared. It was given the name Quetzalcoatl, the sky. To show its anger, caused to perish a great number of people who died of famine and pestilence. The sequence of seasons and the duration of days and the nights became disarranged. It was then that the people of Mexico regulated anew the reckoning of days, nights, and hours, according to the difference in time. It is a remarkable thing, moreover, that time is measured from the moment of its morning star's appearance. Tlaziancalpantecutli, or the morning star, appeared for the first time following the convulsions of the earth overwhelmed by a deluge. It looked like a monstrous serpent. This serpent is adorned with feathers. That is why it is called Quetzalcoatl, Cucamatz, or Kukulkan, just as the world is about to emerge from the chaos of the great catastrophe. It is seen to appear. The feather arrangement of Quetzalcoatl represented flames of fire. Again, the old texts speak of the change that took place at the moment of the great catastrophe of the deluge, in the condition of many constellations, principal among them being precisely Tlazan Calpanticutli, or Star of Venus. The cataclysm accompanied by a prolonged darkness appears to have been that of the days of the Exodus, when a tempest of cinders darkened. The world disturbed in its rotation. Some of the references may allude to the subsequent catastrophe of the time of the conquest by Joshua, when the sun remained for more than a day in the sky of the old world. Since it was the same comet that on both occasions made contact with the Earth, and at each of the contacts the comet changed its own orbit. The relevant question is not on which occasion did the comet change its orbit, but first of all, which comet changed to a planet, or which planet was a comet in historical times. The transformation of the comet into a planet began on contact with the Earth in the middle of the second millennium before the present era, and was carried a step further, one Jubilee period later. After the dramatic events of the time of Exodus, the Earth was shrouded in dense clouds for decades. An observation of stars was not possible. After the second contact, Venus, the new and splendid member of the solar system family, was seen moving along its orbit. It was in the days of Joshua, a time designation meaningful to the reader of the sixth book of the scriptures, but for the ancients it was the time of Agog. I'm pretty sure that means giants. As I explained above, he was the king by whose name the cataclysm, the deluge of Ogyges, was known, and who, according to the Greek tradition, laid foundations of Thebes in Egypt. In The City of God by Augustine, it is written, from the book of Marcus Varro, entitled Of the Race of the Roman People, I cite word for word the following instance. Their occurrence a remarkable celestial portent. Star Venus, called Vesperagu by Palladius, and the lovely Hesperus by Homer. There occurred so strange a prodigy that it changed its color, size, form, course, which never happened before nor since. Adrastus of Cyzicus and Dion of Naples, famous mathematicians, said that this occurred in the reign of Ogyges. The fathers of the church considered Ogyges a contemporary of Moses. Agag, mentioned in the blessing of Balaam, was the king Ogyges. The upheaval that took place in the days of Joshua and Agag, the deluge that occurred in the days of Ogyges, the metamorphosis of Venus in the days of Ogyges, the star Venus which appeared in the sky of Mexico after a protracted night, and a great catastrophe. All these are related. Augustine went on to make a curious comment on the transformation of Venus. Certainly that phenomenon disturbed the canons of the astronomers, so as to take upon them to affirm this which happened to the morning star, Venus, never happened before nor since. But we read in the divine books that even the sun itself stood still when a holy man, Joshua, the son of Nun, had begged this from God. Augustine had no inkling that Castor, as quoted by Varro, and the book of Joshua, as quoted in the book of Joshua, refer to the same occurrence. Are Hebrew sources silent on the birth of a new star in the days of Joshua? They are not. It is written on whatever it is they write it on in the Samaritan Chronicle that during the invasion of Palestine by the Israelites under Joshua, a new star was born in the east. A star arose out of the east, against which all magic is vain. Chinese chronicles record that a brilliant star appeared in the days of Yahoo. The blazing star. Plato, citing the Egyptian priest, said that the world's conflagration associated with Phaethon was caused by a shifting of bodies in the sky which move around the earth. As we have seen reason to assume that it was the comet Venus that, after two contacts with the earth, eventually became a planet. We shall do well to inquire, did Phaethon turn into the morning star? Phaethon, which means the blazing star, became the morning star. The earliest writer who refers to the transformation of Phaethon into a planet is Hesiod. This transformation is related by Hyginus in his Astronomy, where he tells how Phaethon, that caused the conflagration of the world, was struck by a thunderbolt of Jupiter, and was placed by the sun among the stars, planets. It was the general belief that Phaethon changed into the morning star. On the island of Crete, Atemnios was the name of the unlucky driver of the sun's chariot. He was worshipped as the evening star, which is the same as the morning star. The birth of the morning star, or transformation of a legendary person, Ishtar, Phaethon, Quetzalcoatl, into the morning star was widespread motif in the folklore of the Oriental and Occidental peoples. The Tahitian tradition of the birth of the morning star is narrated on the Society Island in the Pacific. The Mangian legend says that with the birth of a new star, the earth was battered by countless fragments. The Burats, Kyrgyz, and Yucats of Siberia, and the Eskimos of North America also tell of the birth of the planet Venus. A blazing star disrupted the visible movement of the sun, caused a world conflagration, and became the morning-evening star. This may be found not only in the legends and traditions, but also in astronomical books of the ancient peoples of both hemispheres. The four-planet system. By asserting that the planet Venus was born in the first half of the second millennium, I assume also that the third millennium only 4 planets could have been seen, and that in astronomical charts of this early period the planet Venus cannot be found. In an ancient Hindu table of planets attributed to the year -3102, Venus alone among the visible planets is absent. The Brahmins of the early period did not know the 5-planet system, and only in later middle period did the Brahmins speak of 5 planets. Babylonian astronomy, too, had a 4-planet system. In ancient prayers, planets Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Mercury are invoked. The planet Venus is missing, and one speaks of 4-planet system of the ancient astronomers of Babylonia. These four-planet systems and the inability of the ancient Hindus and Babylonians to see Venus in the sky, even though it is more conspicuous than the other planets, are puzzling unless Venus was not among the planets. On a later date, planet Venus receives the appellative, the great star that joins the great stars. The great stars are, of course, the four planets, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and Venus joins them as the fifth planet. Apollonius Rhodius refers to a time when not all the orbs were yet in the heavens. One of the planets is a comet. Democritus, circa -460 to circa -37, a contemporary of Plato and one of the great scholars of antiquity, is accused by the moderns of not having understood the planetary character of Venus. Plutarch quotes him as speaking of Venus as if it were not one of the planet phenomena. But apparently the author of these treatises on geometry, optics, and astronomy, no longer extant, knew more about Venus than his critics think. From quotations which have survived in other authors, we know that Democritus built a theory of the creation and destruction of worlds which sounds a lot like modern planetesimal theory, without its shortcomings. He wrote, "The worlds are unequally distributed in space. Here there are more, there fewer, some waxing, some are in their prime, some waning, coming into being in one part of the universe, ceasing in another part. The cause of their perishing is collision with one another." He knew that the planets are at unequal distances from us, and that there are more planets than we are able to discover with our eyes. Aristotle quoted the opinion of Democritus, "Stars have been seen when comets dissolve." Among the early Greek scholars, Pythagoras, of the 6th century, is generally credited with having had access to some secret science. His pupils and their pupils, the so-called Pythagoreans, were cautious not to disclose their science to anyone who did not belong to their circle. Aristotle wrote of their interpretation of the nature of comets. Some of the Italians called Pythagoreans say that the comet is one of the planets, but it appears at great intervals of time and only rises a little above the horizon. This is the case with Mercury, too. Because it only rises a little above the horizon, it often fails to be seen and consequently appears at great intervals of time. This is a confused presentation of a theory, but it is possible to trace the truth in the Pythagorean teaching, which was not understood by Aristotle. A comet is a planet which returns at long intervals. That's one way of looking at it, isn't it? Never looked at it that way. One of the planets which rises only a little above the horizon was still regarded by the Pythagoreans of the 4th century as a comet. With the knowledge obtained from other sources, it is easy to guess that by one of the planets is meant Venus. Only Mercury and Venus rise a little above the horizon. Aristotle disagreed with the Pythagorean scholars who considered one of the 5 planets to be a comet. These views involve impossibilities. You know, it's funny, Aristotle was like the ancient Einstein, the guy who was wrong and everybody has to follow. These views involve impossibilities. This is the case, first, with those who say the comet is one of the planets. More comets than one have often appeared simultaneously. As a matter of fact, no planet has been observed besides the 5. All of them are often visible above the horizon together at the same time. Further, comets are often found to appear as well when all planets are visible as when some are not. With these words, Aristotle, who did not learn the secrets of the Pythagoreans directly,
tried to refute their teaching by arguing that all 5 planets are in their places when a comet appears, as if the Pythagoreans thought that all comets were one and the same planet leaving its usual path at certain times. But the Pythagoreans did not think that one planet represents all comets. According to Plutarch, they taught that each of the comets has its own orbit and period of revolution. Hence, the Pythagoreans apparently knew that the comet, which is one of the planets, is Venus. We can find mystery in the comet Venus. During the centuries when Venus was a comet, it had a tail. The early traditions of peoples of Mexico, written down in pre-Columbian days, relate that Venus smoked, the star that smoked. La estrella que humeva was Citlacoloha, which the Spaniards call Venus. Now I ask, says Alexander Humboldt, what optical illusion could give Venus the appearance of a star throwing out smoke? Sahagan, the 16th century Spanish authority on Mexico, wrote that the Mexicans called a comet a star that smoked. It may thus be concluded that since the Mexicans called Venus a star that smoked, they considered it a comet. It is also said in the Vedas that the star Venus looks like fire with smoke. Apparently the star had a tail, dark in the daytime and luminous at night. In very concrete form, this luminous tail, which Venus had in earlier centuries, is mentioned in the Talmud, in the tractate Shabbat. Fire is hanging down from the planet Venus. This phenomenon was described by the Chaldeans. The planet Venus was said to have a beard. This technical expression, beard, is used in modern astronomy in the description of comets. These parallels in observations made in the valley of the Ganges, on the shores of the Euphrates, and on the coast of the Mexican Gulf prove their objectivity. The question must then be put, not in the form, what was the illusion of the ancient Toltecs and Mayas, but what was the phenomenon and what was its cause? A train large enough to be visible from Earth and giving the impression of smoke and fire hung from the planet Venus. Venus, with its glowing train, was a very brilliant body. It is therefore not strange that the Chaldeans described it as a bright torch of heaven, also as a diamond that illuminates like the sun, and compared its light with the light of the rising sun. You know, it's still luminous, even to this day, when you look at it through a telescope. At present, the light of Venus is less than 1/1,000,000th of the light of the sun, a stupendous prodigy in the sky. The Chaldeans called it. The Hebrews similarly described the planet. The brilliant light of Venus blazes from one end of the cosmos to the other end. The Chinese astronomical text from Su Chao refers to the past when Venus was visible in full daylight and, while moving across the sky, rivaled the sun in brightness. As late as the 7th century, Assurbanipal wrote that Venus, Ishtar, who is clothed with fire and bears aloft a crown of awful splendor. The Egyptians, under Sedithus, described Venus, Sekhmet, a circling star which scatters its flame in fire, a flame of fire in her tempest, possessing a tail and moving on a not yet circular orbit. Venus was more of a comet than a planet, and was called a smoking star, or a comet by the Mexicans. They also called it by the name Tizan Makui, or the Mane. The Arabs called Ishtar Venus by the name Thabash, or one with hair, as did the Babylonians.
Sometimes there are hairs attached to the planets, wrote Pliny. An old description of Venus
must have served as a basis for his assertion. But hair, or coma, is a characteristic of comets. And in fact, comet is derived from the Greek word for hair. The Peruvian name, Chaska, wavy-haired, is still the name for Venus. Though at present the morning star is definitely a planet and has no tail attached to it. But that is not so. NASA discovered stringy things, reaching all the way to the tip of Earth's atmosphere. So it does still tickle Earth and possess a tail. The coma of Venus changed its form with the position of the planet. When the planet Venus approaches the Earth now, it is only partly illuminated, a portion of the disk being in shadow. It's really weird when you look at it through a telescope. It's weird. Being in shadow, it has phases like the moon. At this time, being closer to the Earth, it is most brilliant. When Venus had a coma, the horns of its crescent must have been extended by an illuminated portion of the coma. It thus had two long appendages and looked like a bull's head. Sanchoniathon says that Astarte, Venus, had a bull's head. The planet was even called Astaroth Carneum, or Astarte of the Horns, a name given to a city in Canaan in honor of this deity. The golden calf worshipped by Aaron and the people at the foot of Sinai was the image of a star. Rabbinical authorities say that the devotion of Israel to this worship on the bull is in part explained by the circumstance that while passing through the Red Sea, they beheld the celestial throne. And most distinctly, of the four creatures about the throne, they saw the ox. The likeness of a calf was placed by Jeroboam in Dan, the great temple of the northern kingdom, Tristria of the Zendavesta, the star that attacks the planets. The bright and glorious Tistria mingles his shape with light moving in the shape of a golden horned bull. The Egyptians similarly pictured the planet and worshipped it in the effigy of a bull. The cult of a bull sprang up also. In Mycenaean Greece, a golden cow head with a star on its brow was found in Mycenae on the Greek mainland. The people of a faraway Samoa, primitive tribes that depend on oral tradition as they have no art of writing, repeat to this day. The planet Venus became wild and horns grew out of her head. Examples and references could be multiplied ad libitum. The astronomical texts of the Babylonians describe the horns of the planet Venus. Sometimes one of the two horns became more prominent.
Across an essay.
Because astronomical works of antiquity have so much to say about the horns of Venus, modern scholars have asked themselves whether the Babylonians could have seen the phases of Venus, which cannot now be distinguished with the naked eye. Galileo saw them for the first time in modern history, and he used his telescope. The long horns of Venus could have been seen without the aid of a telescopic lens. The horns were illuminated portions of the coma of Venus, which stretched out toward the Earth. These horns could also have extended toward the sun as Venus approached the solar orb.
Artemis.
On the left,
Since comets were repeatedly observed with projections in the direction
of their hair
the sun,
around a twig,
while the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is a phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. When the tails of the comets are regularly directed away from the sun, when Venus approached close to one of the planets, its horns grew longer. This is the phenomenon the astrologers of Babylon observed and described when Venus neared Mars. That was my favorite chapter so far. That was a good one. I enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed it too. Thanks for listening. Take care.
Stating them as facts. There is always in the drought of the old machine. Kindness takes a bit of the sting away. Very grateful for that. Asking only for as much as you can do. I just hate talking about it. Secrets of the universe. Secrets of the universe. Take a drink from Lesure's cup. At the ideals have. Are there rooms on Venus? manuscript, Atlantis Hyperborean, airships of the 1890s. Medieval ancient coins and giants of Peru, cities on the moon, Antarctica. Skulls of Peru, Temple of the Doom. Now what is it? Knowledge. Dr. C said he is unacknowledged. Secret from the scholars. Electric solar system, electric stars, cold plasma, daily plaza, secret from the scholars,